All right. Good morning. Good morning. I see 9 of our 11 members are present in person today, and I understand that Board Member Orozco Gonzalez is participating in this meeting from a remote location. So consistent with the laws governing remote participation in our meetings, Member Orozco Gonzalez, please confirm the following. Would you confirm that you are present?
Yes, I do.
Right, and would you confirm that there's no other adult in the room from where you are participating remotely?
There are no other adults.
All right, and we hope you feel better soon.
Thank
Thank
you.
you, and I hereby call the March 2026 meeting of the State Board of Education to order at 8:34 a.m. And I'd like to commence by saluting the flag. Member Lewis, will you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? I'd like to welcome board members, staff, and members of the public who are attending this board meeting in person and who are watching on the live stream. The proposed waiver consent items are W1 through 8. The proposed regular consent items are items 4 through 10. There are 2 public hearings on the agenda. Item 13 is the petition for the renewal of a charter school authorized by the California State Board of Education, and it is consideration of Bay Point Preparatory Academy, San Diego. And item 14 is petition for the renewal of a charter school authorized by the California State Board of Education, consideration of Olive Grove Charter in Santa Barbara. We will reopen item 1, SBE priorities, tomorrow to take action on the preliminary report of actions, draft January 2026 meeting minutes, and to report on our liaison assignments. There will be no closed session today. The attachment to item 6 was revised twice on March 5th to correct the authorizing entity for Nova Academy OC from Nova Academy OC to Orange County Department of Education, and then to correct the charter term for Orange County Prep, a navigator school, from 7/1/2025 through 6/30/2031 to 7/1/2026 through 6/30/2031. Item 9 was revised on March 5th to reflect the March 3rd, 2026 date of the letter included in the attachment sent to the United States Department of Education. Item 14 was revised on March 6th to reflect that the charter school's 2024-25 reserves were 15% instead of 10%. In terms of public comment will be accepted either in person or by phone. Members of the public wishing to call in for public comment should view the live stream of this meeting to know at what time public comment will occur for each item. Public comment may be provided by dialing the phone number, entering a participant access code, and then following each of the operator's prompts. Upon dialing in, callers will be added to a caller queue. The operator will notify callers when it is their turn to provide public comment. We will also ask callers to please turn down the speaker volume of their computers if they are following the live webcast to avoid an echoing effect. Members of the public wishing to provide public comment in person should sign in using the binder at the table just outside the room. The binder is on the table with separate pages for each item number. This will help ensure that staff is able to track the in-person speakers for a particular item. Public comment will be limited to 1 minute for each speaker. Where speakers require interpretation, 2 minutes will be provided. Item 15 is the general public comment item during which members of the public may provide comment on matters that are not specifically listed on the board's agenda. At this point, I will open up item 1 and turn it over to State Superintendent Thurman for his report. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Board President. Good morning, everyone. Let me begin by acknowledging that in March we have 2 celebrations. We celebrate Art Month as well as Women's History Month. And I would be remiss to not begin by acknowledging all the incredible women who've made contributions in so many great sectors, but particularly those who've made contributions in education. And I'd like to start with just acknowledging our own board members who continue to make history, who continue to break the glass ceiling, to make great achievements for our students. Could we have a big round of applause for our own board members here in Women's History Month who are doing incredible work? Thank you. You know, there's so many challenges taking place in the world right now. You might have noticed a few. There are a lot of things coming out of the federal government that challenge us on many, many levels. But I would like to start by telling you about some great accomplishments and great things that are happening. We can talk about the challenges later, not the least of which is that we've just announced 408 distinguished schools who will be acknowledged and recognized at our annual awards ceremony in April. And we hope that you all will mark your calendars. Many of you have been there and you've experienced the wonderful celebration that we have. We have 3 categories of schools that will be recognized on this at this celebration on April the 24th. We will acknowledge a category called Exemplary High Achievers. These are the schools that are amongst the highest in academic achievement in our state. We have a category that recognizes Achievement Gap Closers. These are schools that have accelerated progress for students in 2 or more categories of historically disadvantaged students. And a new category that's been added called Beacons of Opportunity, a chance for us to recognize schools in rural communities and Title I communities that are making high accomplishments in terms of student performance. And so we'd be honored to host our board members if you're able to join us at the happiest place on earth on April the 24th to recognize our distinguished schools. We also award schools in the categories of civic learning and green ribbon for schools that have made progress around sustainability. And finally, I would just note that while the federal government has chosen to stop recognizing schools in the nation in the category of blue ribbon schools, we will be honoring and recognizing the 2025 California Blue Ribbon Schools at our Distinguished Schools event in April. So we hope that you will join us at that event. I would also note that we are continuing our many efforts to support literacy in our state. I want to thank everyone from Jordan Academy and Orange Unified School District for hosting me and our team, our literacy team, our statewide literacy director, Dr. Barney Garcia, for their Read Across America celebration. It was an incredible celebration that highlights the school's accomplishments in literacy, but also that they are a dual language immersion school, that they are a STEAM school, and many displays on hand to learn about their robotics programs and the contributions that our students are making in technology. I would also note that our Move the Needle cohort that focuses on helping students improve literacy and math held a webinar on the subject of high-dose tutoring, something that our board president has talked about often, that has been noted as a way of helping students to make achievement, and in particular is helping students make dramatic improvements in literacy. And so we want to thank the team for putting that together. And I want to let you know that we will be turning our focus to writing and the role that writing plays in helping our students in reading. We will be putting out a call to all districts that have students who have written books. I've met a number of our students who've authored books, and we will be highlighting those student authors and creating the opportunity for students who want the chance to write a book or learn about authorship or just improve their writing, will have the opportunity to do that in a very special celebration of our Move the Needle cohort. In this very room, we celebrated the 50th anniversary of IDEA. And despite efforts at the federal level to dismantle education, to create confusion, I want to thank the folks from our Advisory Commission on Special Education and Dr. Rachel Heenan, our division director, for bringing together incredible leaders and students who can speak to how we continue to ensure that our students receive an appropriate education. It was a rousing celebration, and it dovetailed with some conversations that we're having about how we support our own California state special schools. Our two schools that serve deaf students, our schools that serve blind students, they are providing incredible programs, state-of-the-art programs. Our California Schools for the Deaf provide American Sign Language, provide CTE programs, provide STEAM programs, but yet districts often don't take advantage and avail themselves to these great schools. And so as we approach the 50th anniversary of IDEA, we've started a conversation about how we can promote more enrollment at our state special schools, how we can get the word out for families to know that we have schools that can serve their children. And on that note, I want to acknowledge the students at the California School for the Deaf, Fremont, who won the academic decathlon that was hosted at their school. Our schools have state champions in sports and in academics, and I want to give a big shout out to our students who are the winners of the academic decathlon. During Black History Month, we held a very robust series of conversations focused on oral history. It was an honor to interview our own Secretary of State, Dr. Shirley Weber, the former mayor of San Francisco and the longest-serving Speaker of the California State Assembly, the Honorable Willie L. Brown, and a chance to interview someone who has made significant contributions in the field of astrophysics, a renowned professor at UC Berkeley, Dr. Gabor Basri, who has helped to identify stars and name stars, and his research has supported NASA. And so we're grateful for the work that we've been able to do for Black History Month celebration. I would also note that our Education to End Hate initiative also hosted 200 plus educators here in Sacramento to talk about how we use education to counter hate. And I want to thank our partnership with the Teachers Collaborative on teaching Holocaust education and countering genocide for the work that they've done to educate 5,000 educators in our state. We'd like to tell you just about a little bit of legislation that we are working on. We are working on a bill with Assemblymember Mirasucci that would provide kindergarten for all. It comes as a surprise to some that kindergarten is not a requirement in this state. And many times students arrive at first grade not having had any exposure to school. And we are honored that Assemblymember Mirasucci has chosen to work with us on our legislation that will make kindergarten the law in the state of California. I also wanted to note that we are working on legislation to help homeless youth in our state. There is an estimate that there are some almost 10,000 teens who are unaccompanied minors on their own who are homeless. And we know that without work to help them, they will become homeless adults. AB 673 would support schools in their ability to provide more resources to these students and would provide direct funding to provide housing and other benefits to these students. And we hope that you will support this legislation. AB 1631 is the bill that I mentioned for kindergarten. And I would mention that AB 1633 is a bill that we are sponsoring with Assemblymember Matt Haney that addresses the subject of immigration. And this bill would put a tax on any company in our state that operates an ICE detention center. Sadly, there are 6 or 7 different ICE detention centers in the state of California. And we believe that this is an area where we need to build on the work that we've done. Our legislation has kept ICE out of our schools and out of our hospitals, but we know that many of our families are still affected by ICE. And it depresses our school attendance. It makes people afraid to leave their communities. And so we've chosen to work on these issues, to continue to support our immigrant families and to support California schools. I do want to note that on the issue of immigration, this last week we experienced a very difficult situation. One of our students who served at the California School for the Deaf in Fremont, a 6-year-old named Joseph, was abducted by ICE while he and his mom were at a meeting with ICE officials, complying with what the law requires of them. They were abducted and, without providing notice to the family's attorneys, sent to Colombia. The mother of this student is an asylum seeker, and to make matters worse, this student was sent to Colombia without his hearing aids and cannot communicate with anyone in Colombia. He is learning American Sign Language, as is his mom, and there are not the appropriate supports in Colombia to meet his need. Needless to say, we've mounted a public relations campaign and a campaign of diplomacy and working with our members of Congress and the U.S. Senate to see how we might have Joseph return so that he can continue to benefit from what is offered by the incredible staff and educators at the California School for the Deaf in Fremont. We hope that we can bring you good news here. And on this point, I would just like to thank the attorneys at the State Board of Education and the California Department of Education. This has been quite a time, so to speak. And the good work of our attorneys to support legal challenges and legal inquiries and defend against those who would attack California children and block their ability to get an education it deserves recognition and appreciation and thanks. We have a lot more work to do, but I'm grateful for our attorneys who've worked closely with the Attorney General's office, with the legal community. And I would close with just this note as we continue our work to try and help students like Joseph to get a quality education. I want to acknowledge the parents who have been active in our migrant education program, who will be celebrating the 43rd parent meeting on March the 21st. These are the students who travel and have to travel wherever the work is. These are the students whose families work in agriculture, who work in various industries that require them to move, and often their education is affected. And we are continuing to support them and to give them support through our migrant education program, both at the state level, our county partners, and our local districts. And so I just want to acknowledge that they will have their 43rd parent migrant education meeting coming up on March 21st. We hope that you will join them. Madam President, this concludes my report, and I'm happy to submit to any questions from members of the board. Thank you.
And I want to start by just thanking you for your strong leadership in the area of immigration and in the area of human rights in this state. It's been, as you say, it has been a time. It has been a time. And also to recognize the literacy office that you launched inside the Department of Education on the occasion of the Read Across America Day and all of the good work. I'm so excited about the emphasis on writing that will be coming as a former English teacher. I will not say an old English teacher, but a former English teacher. And we know that writing helps our reading, and reading helps our writing, and literacy is the foundation of democracy. So it is it's a wonderful thing to be able to see the progress that California is making, and you have had so much to do with that progress. And as you know, because you've been involved in all of this, we've made historic investments in literacy in California, including money for learning recovery and early literacy programs and literacy coaches and reading specialists and support for students with reading challenges from our universal early reading screenings and the Golden State Literacy Plan. And I know you continue to pursue that trajectory until we really get to a place where all of our learners are both literate and multilingual. So I want to appreciate that. I'm going to speak a little bit about the budget that was launched when we met in January. There was a lot to digest. There are many discussions to be had in committee hearings at the Capitol as we move towards the May budget revision. In February, I was able to participate in a joint informational hearing regarding coherence in education, finance, and planning, focused on how to bring greater alignment with less burden to the many programs and regulations that school districts are seeking to coordinate. Some of you have probably heard the term plandemic, which accompanied our many needed efforts during the pandemic to bring a variety of supports to schools, but those were accompanied by a variety of plans and requirements that people are trying to deal with. In addition, the current system in California was built over the last 100 years, bit by bit, and so we have a geological dig of policies and governance structures with intersecting and occasionally competing roles and responsibilities. And it's informed by our shared aspirations, and I think we articulate those at this table. But it wasn't constructed to provide a coherent foundation. It was constructed bit by bit. And schools have to do different work today. Our schools are navigating a rapidly changing economy and society with continuous technological changes. Many of you know that there's a predicted 30% loss of jobs or dramatic change in jobs in the next 5 years due to AI. We've got a factory model approach to education that we inherited, that we're gradually trying to change to respond to this environment. But it does contribute to this sense of incoherence, how we're trying to manage all of that. Furthermore, of course, the pressing needs in recent years from the pandemic and its aftermath to the effects of rapid climate change and immigration raids, to the growing numbers of students who are low income, experiencing homelessness, and with disabilities, means that we have needed to add many new programs and initiatives to meet those needs. But they've often landed on top of other components or programs, and sometimes that has felt to produce redundancies, reporting requirements, and restrictions on how districts use the funding. So we're tackling this question of how do we really modernize the California education system. There are some underlying sources of systemic instability that we have inherited that we need to address. There are multiple state and federal initiatives that land on top of each other and need to be sorted out. And the department's been doing a lot of work to identify and think about how that could proceed. We have a fragmented system of governance and implementation. Of course, we have State Board and Department of Education, but there's also CTC and CCEE and FICMAT, and there are many, many acronyms. Our 58 county offices of education. We have 3 higher education sectors, the UC, the CSU, and the community colleges, none of which are particularly connected to each other in a governance structure. They're operating as individual segments, and so that creates another set of challenges for coordination. We have unstable sources of state revenues, and so that means we get times when we get a lot of money and times when there's very little, and that leads to the need to do one-time funding because we can only put into the formula what we know we can sustain. And so that then also often creates categorical programs that over the years have sometimes developed wonderful programs that have come and gone. And then sometimes we bring them back again. So that's another source of instability. And then with a funding system based on average daily attendance, but lots of growing climate events and immigration rates and so on, that can create instability for districts as well. So some of these challenges will ultimately require some more fundamental shifts in our state revenue and funding systems to create more stability and reliability. Others, however, are things that we can address through better coordination within and between the branches of government and some thoughtful policy. We have at the board and the department, in concert with the governor's office and the legislature, taken up several strategies that do aim to support greater coherence. One is that we've been very intentional in our use of one-time funding, and we've put 7 to 10-year trajectories on those funds rather than something that would come and go very quickly. So with the Golden State Pathway grants, the community schools grants that have had those long spending tails, we have the opportunity to see what's working. Teacher residencies is another one. And where we have success, we have the opportunity to try to bake that into the system. So that's There are a lot of those that are coming to the fore now, having been launched in the beginning of the administration, where we're going to need to consider how to create stability and reliability for programs that are working. We have tried to develop local capacity for coherence around the goal of whole child education, and our Community Schools Partnership Program, which has been quite successful across the state, does enable schools to bring coherence to a fragmented collection of federal and state programs. So it's a major force for coherence in the field, and we hear this over and over and over again. And I was just talking to someone who had recently been looking at the differentiated assistance and improvement strategies that a group of schools and districts were doing, and the single most frequent mention of what had been helping them over the last few years was community schools as a way to cohere, to bring things together, to address the needs that they could see that their students have. So that's, I think, another thing we want to really explore is how to deepen that and expand it. Alignment of applications and funding systems for related programs. Last year we aligned, we created an integrated approach for teacher support programs, residencies and student teaching stipends. The Department of Education has done a report looking at places where that could be done more widely in different areas of the funding system. Greater coordination across currently disconnected educational sectors. There is a new coordinating council, the California Education Interagency Council, that will try to bring together the TK-12 system, each of the higher education sectors, and the Labor Department to really look at our needs in this new economy and then think about how do we align our efforts to give kids the kind of streamlined pathway into that economy that is needed. And then finally, rationalizing our accountability system and statewide system of support. As you know, we are rethinking the differentiated assistance system, thinking about how it can be brought to and aligned with LCAP and many other parts of our system of support. So there are a lot of things that can be done. We're going to be looking at all of those over this coming year. And we have two things on our agenda today that are related to this. We will be developing a North Star to guide policy through our portrait of a learner and graduate, which we'll be talking about shortly. And then continuing to think about how to remove unnecessary barriers to innovation as we hear from those schools in the secondary school redesign pilot about what they would enable them to do the good work that they're doing more easily and more widely across the state. So we're trying to take our own continuous improvement approach to our education system, and that will be a topic for us over the coming year. And we, as part of our efforts to modernize the school system, we need to ensure that we're meeting the changing needs of our students. In this regard, in response to the Department of Education's denial of our 1% cap waiver request, the state superintendent and I sent a letter to Assistant Secretary Kirsten Baszler to provide the federal administration with data depicting the current upward trend in the number of students with disabilities. This is nationwide, but it's especially pronounced in California. As stated in our letter, when total enrollment decreased from 2018 to 2024 in California by about 400,000 students, the number of students with disabilities was increasing by more than 80,000 at the same time. In 2003, when the 1% cap was established, the rate of autism in the country was 1 in 150. Today, the rate of autism in California is 1 in 19. And so the needs of students have grown, and the federal requirements have not responded. So we are taking that up, and there were more than 20 states last year who sought waivers of that 1% cap. So we will be working with them and with the department to see if, in fact, we can get education to be more responsive to the needs of the states. Finally, just to commemorate Women's History Month, which we are celebrating this month, we have been, of course, in California, advancing policies that support women and families. paid family leave, reproductive rights protections, efforts to close gender pay gaps, does give us an opportunity to highlight progress while acknowledging that there is still much work to do to ensure equity across race and income and geography. In a state known for innovation and opportunity, it is a time for us to celebrate leadership. And one of the women who helped to define our work today is Sylvia Mendez, who began her career as a civil rights activist at the age of 8 when she sought to attend a whites-only school and became the lead plaintiff in the Mendez v. Westminster case in 1946, which ended de jure school segregation in California. She reminded everyone that we are all individuals, we are all human beings, we are all connected together, and we all have the same rights, the same freedom. So I want to recognize that inspiring call to our work that we continue to do today. And with that, I will open item 2, which is our study session on the State Board of Education's portrait of a learner and graduate. And this is an information-only item, which we will begin with just a few remarks to remind you of what we're doing here, and then we will hear from our colleagues at the CCEE and from AIR. So we, as you know, have been trying to develop this portrait of a learner and graduate, which will represent an agreed upon set of aspirations for what every learner will know and be able to do when they leave school. The purpose of the board's portrait is to serve as our North Star, providing greater coherence across our work and guiding decision-making in areas within the board's purview. It will allow us to see whether what we're doing is across venues is leading in a common direction, including in assessment, accountability, and other key policy areas. To be clear, I just want to emphasize this, the adoption of the statewide portrait will not create any new requirements for school districts. There is no plan, there is no report, there is no audit trail. Many LEAs have already developed their own portraits that guide local decision-making. Those have been very helpful in the districts that have done that. And this effort will build on those efforts and articulate our board vision at the state level. This study session is a follow-up to several previous board discussions. In earlier meetings, we heard examples and learned from other states. Now it's time for us to apply what we're learning and begin the process of creating our own portrait. Today, we will hear from CCEE and our Comprehensive Center, which is the American Institutes for Research, on the exciting work they have done to solicit input on what the portrait should look like, including what are the most important skills for students to learn and know when they graduate. And I would like to ask Vice President Glover Woods for her opening remarks. She is leading our charge on this.
Thank you, President Darling-Hammond, and good morning to everyone. Again, I'd like to underscore the importance of this work. I believe I know in our past conversations, we have articulated that the adoption of this portrait of a graduate or learner by the State Board will provide the coherence that's necessary across our various policy areas and anchor our decisions in our shared long-term outcomes for students. I'm quite excited that we are at this point. We've been on this journey, at least this conversation journey, for a while, and it's so exciting to see where we are today. I do want to thank CCEE and AIR for their outstanding work in gathering input from a very broad range of educational partners and interest holders. If you had an opportunity to dig into the board item and look at just the wide breadth of feedback we have received on this item from people who sit in so many different seats and serve students throughout our state, including parents and teachers, which I'm quite excited about. So with that, with no further ado, I should say, let's begin the presentation. So I'd like to invite forward Christine Olmsted, Lieb Setcher, Linda Choi, and Ben Kalina, who will lead us through our presentation. And then after that, in public comment, we will engage in some very robust discussion, board members. So let us get ready for that. So thank you so much for being here, all of you. And Dr. Olmsted, I turn it over to you. Thank you so very much.
Yeah, I think we're on now. Good morning, President Darlene Hammond, members of the board. And just a special thank you to President Glover Wood, or Vice President Glover Woods, as she has been our liaison through this process and helped us guide us through everything that we've done here. I'm Christine Olmsted with the California Collaborative for Educational Excellence, along here with my colleagues, and I'll let them introduce themselves.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. I'm Lieb Sucher. I'm a consultant with CCEE and really grateful to be here. Nice to meet you all.
Good morning. My name is Ben Kalina. I am a principal researcher with the American Institutes for Research.
All right. So, as both of our president and vice president have told us, our portrait of a graduate or portrait of a learner will be our North Star for the state. And we will be joining a third of the other states in the nation who have already developed portraits, and we have been learning from them as well in our journey of collecting this data. Most portraits across the nation emphasize skills like critical thinking, collaboration, communication, and creativity. These are now being called durable skills. You may have heard these called soft skills in the past, but now these are durable skills because you need these skills to be able to pick up and go with you anywhere you go. So you'll hear that changing of names throughout our journey here. A little history. The state board has been working on this and considering this for quite a while now. And so studying the hundreds of portraits across our state already that our local districts have developed really helped us kind of put this presentation together to give a landscape of what's been going on across the state and as well across the nation. So our community input approach, we took a two-prong approach to this. So we called it Reach in Depth. We launched a survey at the beginning of November that went out to thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of people through listservs and other people we had communicated with to please push the survey out, with over 2,094 responses between basically November 1st and January 31st. So we got a pretty good outreach there. I'll show you on the next slide the demographic outreach we had as well. But the depth as well, we met with 10 different groups across the state to hear more from them with some focus group questions, and our colleagues at AR helped us with those presentations there. As you can see here, the survey respondents, we had a vast majority from our parents, which is really what we were searching for, is to really get our family input on this portrait. And then our next highest group was teachers. So really hearing both from our families and our educators in the classrooms on what they felt were the most valuable skills. You'll see we had a wide variety of demographics represented too, rural, suburban, and urban. And so we did have a strong reach across the entire state of California. One of the questions on the survey was asked, should we call this a portrait of a learner or a portrait of a graduate? And 69.9% of the community right now is saying portrait of a learner, so just something to consider as you have your discussions. We also asked how many learning goals should we have on a portrait, and overwhelmingly, it was between 5 and 8, so something to consider as you have your discussions later today as well. On the survey, we started with 21 common competencies that we found across the national portraits that were out there, as well as our local district portraits that have been developed. From these competencies, the survey respondents were asked to identify the top 5 that they felt were most valuable to developing our portrait. So as you see, then we rank ordered these as we saw the survey results come in, and across the board of every group, critical thinking was the #1 skill. As we went down, they started to cluster, and so the next set of skills that you see that were most clustered by respondents was communication, something around problem solving, perseverance and adaptability, character, and collaboration were kind of the top skills identified by the groups. And this is just more of them. We also included this slide. I know it's hard to see, but you can, if you analyze this slide, this is where you start to see the clustering by groups and making sure that it's representative of students, parents, community members, teachers, and so it's just clustered by who responded, so you can see the commonalities between the top skills that people are saying. We also had an open response and asked people to write in comments and anything else they saw missing from the top 21 that were noticed there. And we added 3 more based on those frequent responses. And so we had over 798 written responses, and almost 40% of those asked us to add something around multilingualism. Also, environmental, climate, and literacy was something to add, as well as civic and democratic participation. And I'm going to have Ben talk about our focus groups.
Thank you, Christine. So AIR's primary role with this initiative has been through conducting focus groups to understand from the voices of educators, parents, students, and community members what they thought were important to include in a potential portrait of a graduate or learner. We conducted a mix of 10 virtual or in-person focus groups and just try to get a sense of what they were thinking should be included. Our protocol for the focus groups was intentionally simple. We wanted to make time and space for them to respond to our questions, but also for them to hear from each other and to be able to build on each other's thinking. So the first question we asked participants was simple. We asked them, what did they believe were the most essential competencies or skills that should be included? And at this point, we intentionally did not give them a list of potential competencies because we wanted to understand what inherently rose as important to them. We then asked them if they saw any differences between what they would consider in a portrait of a graduate or learner versus what may be considered in a portrait of a successful citizen after schooling ends. And then finally, we asked them to look at the list of competencies that Christine referenced earlier, of the over 20 competencies, to see if they could nominate their top 5 to 8, to see if there were any changes in the naming or descriptions of the competencies on that slide, and to see if they would suggest combining or collapsing any competencies. So it should go without saying that we learned a lot through all of the focus groups. And really the main sentiment was that students need a balanced set of academic, social, emotional, civic, and practical life skills to succeed in post-secondary education, the workforce, and civic life. The 7 competencies listed here are in rank order, meaning they showed up most frequently in all of the focus groups. And those are academic foundations, critical thinking and problem solving, communication and collaboration, social, emotional, and interpersonal skills, practical life skills and independence, digital and media literacy, civic, global, and community awareness. It should be noted that there is a lot of overlap between what we learned through the focus groups and what we were learning through the surveys. However, all of these competencies are dense with content, and some of them, like communication and collaboration, for example, could be considered 2 distinct competencies, but in the focus groups, participants talked about those going really hand in hand. So what do we do with this learning in relation to the survey learning? I'll turn it over to Lieb.
Thanks, Ben. Okay, so next I'm going to take us through some examples and some considerations to help inform our discussion today. The examples I'm going to show are printed in your packets. If you'd like to revisit any of them, I'm going to warn you now, I'm going to move decently quickly through these, but I'll make sure to pause at some key moments to draw attention to some important information. So when looking at portraits across the country and in California, obviously the first consideration is what collection of competencies is included. So here we have Kentucky. They include 6 competencies that are here, and I'll revisit these so you don't need to speed read them. And in Winters Joint Unified here in California, they include 6 competencies as well, but slightly different. So when comparing these, Kentucky includes engaged citizen, critical thinker, effective communicator, empowered learner, creative contributor, and productive collaborator. Whereas Winters Joint Unified, critical thinking, communication, collaboration, creativity, cultural awareness, and community engagement. So a lot of overlap there. The difference between those two is that Kentucky highlights more empowered learners, where Winters emphasizes cultural awareness. And so hopefully with the help of the survey and the the focus group input, our conversation today will help us move closer to the right mix of competencies for the state board portrait. The next important consideration is the phrasing of the competency titles. You probably may have already noticed that different states handle this differently. Different portraits handle it differently. So in Winters, they just name the competencies: critical thinking, communication, collaboration, and so on. In Kentucky, they're a little bit more outcome-based: engaged citizen, critical thinker, effective communicator. In Washington State, they're a little bit more action-based. Their graduate solves problems, sustains wellness, and so there's different ways to phrase the titles to communicate different things. Just to highlight that, this slide shows 3 different ways to describe the competency communication: communication, effective communicator, or communicates effectively. The next consideration is the actual specific language of each competency. The same competency can be described differently, and that addresses a slightly different set of underlying skills and points. So we're returning to our core examples here. In Kentucky, their critical thinker competency is defined as thinks deeply and makes informed decisions to create solutions or new understanding supported by relevant and reliable evidence. It's a little bit different than Winters, where their critical thinking competency is students seek deeper understanding of complex ideas through dialogue, questioning, and problem solving, and apply their knowledge in novel and cognitively demanding ways. So they're subtly different there. Kentucky, in their critical thinking, highlights the use of reliable sources, whereas Winters talks more about how critical thinking includes dialogue and questioning. So those subtle differences in how we describe our competencies allow it to address slightly different skills, so another consideration. The last consideration I'll share with us today is the implementation framework that sits alongside the portrait. So here's Central New Mexico's graduate profile. On the left sits their portrait, represented by this colorful hot air balloon that describes a set of attributes that their graduates embody. And then on the right, along with their portrait, they also share a set of foundational experiences that each student should be provided with. They call this the launch pad, and it uplifts experiences like students have relationships with caring adults, or students have opportunities to apply their learning in real-world situations. In Washington State, they have 6 competencies, but they also outline the goals of a basic education and a purpose of a diploma, which adds additional context to their portrait. And finally, in South Carolina, they have 12 competencies, and each of these skills is broken down into 6 readiness levels that talk about the learning stages from childhood to adulthood. So these implementation frameworks that surround the portrait conceptually is another important consideration, and one that states use to bolster coherence. So now that we've talked a little bit about examples and considerations, we're gonna, in this next set of slides, we're gonna illustrate one possible example of how the community survey results could inform the state board's portrait. So to do this, we started with really community voice. We took the top 10 most commonly selected competencies that Christine talked about there on the left. We also knew it would be important to incorporate multilingualism, which showed up in 40% of our open-ended additions, really strong support across the state, that's an important competency to represent. And then also tried to incorporate the themes that we saw across the focus groups that had nice overlap. So we took this kind of set of 11, the top 10 plus multilingualism, and then a lot of the overlap from the focus groups. And we tried to look for areas of overlap and synergy. Where could we combine some of these key competencies? And this is something we heard over and over again in the focus groups, that there's a lot of great competencies and skills here, and there's room for synergy and overlap between them. So on this slide, you can see we started to group this. In number 1 there, you can see We combined critical thinking, which ranked first in the survey, with academic proficiency, which ranked 10th. This decision was representative of what we heard in the focus groups, that a strong academic foundation is critical to being a critical thinker. So that was a natural pairing. In number 2, we combined communication and multilingualism. In number 4, we combined adaptability and perseverance, which ranked 4th in the survey, with growth mindset, which ranked 7th. And then in number 7, we combined global citizenship, which ranked 8th, and the ability to value varied perspectives, which ranked 9th. So we did some little combining there. In this next slide in red, you can see the shifts we made in language to accommodate those combinations and synergy. So for example, that first competency, critical thinking, now reads, students build a strong foundation of academic knowledge to ask questions, analyze information, and think carefully to find good answers. So that new red text is representative of adding that extra wrinkle and synergy between critical thinking and academic proficiency. Same thing in number 2 there, communication. It has the original competency that was on the survey for communication, and then the red text adds and acknowledges the importance of multilingualism, that students build skills in multiple languages. So this process of synergy left us with these 7 that are from the top getters on the survey, but are inclusive of a wider set of competencies in there. So this example is just one possible way to move forward, and really is more a model of some of the principles that can be used to support further suggestions and refinement of the portrait, and really a jumping off point for board discussion. With that, I'm going to pass it back to Christine to share some discussion questions and highlight next steps.
So as you noticed, LEAP took you through a way, as a state board, you could look at combining some of these competencies and guide your discussion. But for you, we've also developed some discussion questions to consider. So some of the things we asked on the survey is, what should we name this? So consideration. How many competencies should we include would be another item for discussion for you all. What set of competencies? You saw the 21 plus the 3 that came from input on the survey as well. So what should we land on for those competencies? How should we combine? Is there anything missing? And then how should we phrase these titles as well? So little descriptors that need to go with each one. After your discussion, some of the timelines we're looking at is after your public comment discussion today is to provide an interim draft back out to you based on your feedback, and then possibly potentially bringing it back in May for final board approval. And now we'll turn the meeting back over to President Darlene Hammond and Vice President Glover Woods.
Thank you so much. We appreciate it. We will put up the public comment slide.
One more.
There we go. We will now open the phone line for public comment. Members of the public wishing to provide comment on this item may do so by calling the number and using the access code provided on the slide that is shown now. And while we're waiting, I want to ask our liaison, Vice President Glover Woods, if she has any additional comments before me.
Thank you, President Darlene Hammond. And again, thank you so much to our presenters today. Board, as you can see, there was a lot of work done to really get a wide variety of feedback from so many different stakeholders throughout our state regarding competencies and their thoughts and their ideas. So I thank our presenters and those who helped facilitate this process, and definitely thank, with huge gratitude, the public who took the opportunity and time to respond to the surveys or participate in the listening groups, and also the groups that helped convene them. So thank you so very much. I do want to just kind of lift up, before we go to public comment, how encouraging it was, again, to see the feedback that we received from so many different interest holders, as well as from so many different geographic areas of our state. So when we begin our conversation, I lift up for our thoughts and ideas a way to kind of dig in to this discussion, if you will. There's a lot here. There are a lot of meat and potatoes, if you will, to say. We received, as you can see in our slide, some significant feedback on the first two discussion questions regarding the name of the portrait and as well as the number of competencies. So I would encourage us to perhaps start there and then spend our time looking at the illustration of the synthesis of the top competencies that the public has given us feedback on, and then engage our discussion from there. With trying to avoid, if you will, the rabbit hole of wordsmithing. I still have trauma from basic and minimal. So we want to try to avoid going down that rabbit hole, but yet still provide some very robust feedback for us to have a draft prepared for us to be able to see in April. So with that being said, President Darling Hammond, I'll turn it back over to you.
That was going to be my comment too. It's going to be a temptation, and we do want to know what people think are important, words to reflect our sentiments. But we will try not to finalize any text today. I want to now turn to public comment. Do we have any public comment in the room?
Yes, we have 6 individuals who signed up to give in-person public comment. So as I call your name, please line up behind the microphone in the back of the room. Steve McDougall, Lindsay Paoli, Carlos Machado, Roman Stearns, Natalie Shin, and Lorraine Richards. And Steve, you may begin.
Okay, thank you. Steve McDougall with CFTA Union of Educators and Classified Professionals. I just want to appreciate the work that's been done so far. This is quite a journey. I know we're kind of still at the beginning. Hopefully we don't have too much issues with wordsmithing, but I'm looking forward to the outcome as it gets fully baked and becomes hopefully a guide for how to do things perhaps differently. But there are a lot of things in the system that need to be adjusted, especially how we fund schools, to really fully appreciate this work and make it happen. And hopefully we can get there too. Thank you.
Good morning, members of the board. My name is Lindsay Paoli, and I've been supporting AVID at the Sacramento County Office of Education for 22 years. Thank you for your leadership in developing a statewide portrait of learner for California. For more than 45 years, AVID has partnered with California schools to develop the skills highlighted today. AVID began here in California in 1980 and today serves over 418,000 students in California across over 2,000 schools. AVID's College and Career Readiness Framework, founded on student agency, rigorous academic preparedness, and opportunity knowledge, and the accompanying AVID Essential Skills are almost mirror images of the competencies we just discussed. For example, AVID builds critical thinking and communication through inquiry, academic dialogue, collaboration and problem solving through team-based learning and collaborative tutorials, perseverance and adaptability through goal setting and self-advocacy, and character through relationship building and leadership development. These competencies are deeply embedded in daily classroom practice.
Thank you, Speaker. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Good morning, members of the board. My name is Natalie Shin with Californians Together. We were very excited to see multilingualism included as a suggested addition for the most valued skills and competencies in the portrait of a graduate learner, making up 39.2% of responses. If it had been one of the original choices, we feel confident that it would have received an even higher ranking. We respectfully ask for it to be officially included within the skills and competencies of the portrait of a graduate learner, as it is a vital asset tied to identity, culture, global readiness, and communication competency. Thank you for the consideration.
Good morning, Carlos Machado with California School Board Association. CSBA commends the State Board for ensuring the portrait of a learner remains a guiding North Star rather than a new mandate. This approach honors local governance and the years of work local school boards have already invested in their own community-led visions. However, to truly empower local boards, we believe California equally requires a state-level portrait of support. Currently, our districts must navigate fragmented landscape of piecemeal programs and disconnected reforms. we urge the state board to consider adopting a framework centered on 3 pillars: strategic prioritization, where state policy focuses on removing compliance barriers that dilute local resources; second, operational coherence, where new initiatives align with the long-term strategic plans already being implemented locally; and lastly, a shared accountability, where we move together towards a system where the state is also held accountable for ensuring its budgets and policies actively facilitate local success, applying the spirit of the portrait to
Thank you,
state
Speaker.
operations.
Thank you, Speaker. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Roman Stearns. I'm the Executive Director of Scaling Student Success. We're a state partnership that has built a community among the 100+ school districts in California that have developed a portrait of graduate and the many TA providers who have a role in helping them move their portraits from poster to practice. For these districts, their portraits redefine student success and serve as a North Star around which to build coherence. I applaud the State Board for your visionary leadership to create a portrait of a learner. Thank you. It puts wind beneath the wings of districts engaged in this work. It validates their journeys to shift instruction and assessment and hold themselves accountable for students demonstrating portrait competencies. I'm pleased to share that we'll host our first annual Portrait of a Learner Summit in September in San Jose. We've also requested state funding for a Portrait of a Learner Resource Hub, a free online platform where educators can access tools, examples, case studies, and more. Thanks again.
Good morning. My name is Lorraine Richards. I'm a classroom teacher representing California Teacher Association. Thank you to the CDE and State Board of Education staff for collecting and compiling the survey results and providing this comprehensive analysis. CTA shared this survey widely across our membership, and we noted significant number of teachers who participated in their survey. Almost 400 teachers responded, and over 100 open-ended responses being from teachers. Educator input in the statewide educational priorities is critical. Although during today's presentation, slide 6 stated listening sessions with 10 diverse groups. Slide 16 does not list any organizations that would represent current educators in the classroom. CTA is here to help with teacher participation, to provide feedback, and we look forward to future opportunities to collaborate. Thank you.
Thank you, speakers. We have 3 additional people that signed up. Rob Manwaring, Lindsay Tornatore, and Diana Wu.
Thanks so much. Robert Manwaring from Children Now. I want to make 3 quick points. First, I wanted to join our CalTOG colleagues in lifting up multilingualism as a skill that should be part of this conversation. Second, as you develop this portrait, encourage you to think about the integration of the academic curriculum side of the world and these new portraits, and how those two will be woven together. And in relation to that, a third point is really building a strong technical assistance and professional development apparatus to support this work. Absent that, we know from the Optel tool, which was a tool for EL reclassification that the State Board approved recently, without support and professional development, it may not get used. And that's what we see with the Optel, and we fear that that might happen with this portrait, absent some professional development and technical assistance support. Thanks so much.
Good morning, President Darling Hammond, Vice President Glover Woods, members of the board. Lindsay Tornatore on behalf of the California County Superintendents. The County Superintendents strongly support the board's commitment to advancing innovation in LEAs in schools over the next decade, and we commend the board for developing a statewide portrait of a graduate to help guide that work. We also want to recognize the California Collaborative for Educational Excellence, especially Dr. Christine Olmstead and Lieb Sucher, for their thoughtful engagement for educators, families, and community partners across California. The County Superintendents appreciated the opportunity to share input during the session facilitated by the CCEE. The top priorities for the superintendents were character, critical thinking, and communication. They also recommended grouping the attributes into 3 to 5 broader themes for a clearer, more cohesive framework. Finally, the superintendents encouraged the board to use this effort to broaden how California defines student success. A statewide portrait can reflect multiple pathways and move beyond the false dichotomy of college versus career. Thank you.
Good morning, board members. Oops, sorry.
Diana Vu on behalf of the Association of California School Administrators. ACSA greatly appreciates the board's collaboration and its efforts to actively seek feedback from practitioners and communities in developing a state portrait, and the board's commitment that any state-adopted portrait will not create additional requirements for LEAs. However, given the indication that the board approved the portrait will serve as a North Star, it is essential that any future policy referencing the state portrait explicitly acknowledge that locally developed portraits will differ in order to reflect distinct educational priorities and goals. The board must be cautious of a one-size-fits-all statewide approach that do not account for the differences in demographics, enrollment size, grade span, and community dynamics. Additionally, the portrait should remain aspirational and not evolve into a compliance structure by another name. Clear and consistent communication from the state will be critical in ensuring local flexibility is preserved. Thank you.
Public comment on the phone?
Yes.
Do we have more in the room?
I don't think so. Thank you, speakers. I will move to public comment on the phone now. And just a reminder for the callers in the queue, we are currently taking public comment for item number 2. That's the study session on Portrait of a Learner, Portrait of a Graduate. If you wish to speak to another item, please call back then. First caller ending in 7909, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Good morning, State Board members. My name is Dr. Cecile Nedelec. I am a French high school teacher in San Diego and the California Language Teachers Association 2025 Teacher of the Year. I am here today to support the inclusion of multilingualism as an element in the State Board's portrait. Multilingualism is not simply an academic subject. Research consistently shows that learning additional languages strengthens cognitive flexibility, problem solving, and literacy development. It also prepares students for a global workforce where communication across cultures and languages is increasingly essential. In our classroom, multilingualism also affirms students' identities. When we value and develop students' languages, we strengthen belonging, confidence, and engagement. For many students, language learning becomes a bridge between their communities, their education, and their future opportunities. Multilingualism is a powerful and necessary part of that vision. Thank you for your time and for your commitment to California's students.
Thank you. Next caller ending in 9797, please start your public comment. Next caller ending in 0533, please begin your public comment.
Excuse me just a minute. I'm kind of driving to work, and so I'm pulling to the side of the freeway. Hello, and thank you for taking my comment. My name is Ali Miano, and I'm calling to request that multilingualism be included in the portrait of a graduate. I'm president of the California Language Teachers Association with 40 years experience as a language educator. I spent the last 35 years at Stanford University and 30 as coordinator of the Spanish language program there. In the various roles that I've performed, I've seen languages make a difference in kids' lives. Studies show that students who learn a second or third language receive a huge variety of benefits, cognitive outcomes such as greater neuroplasticity, focus, and working memory. Long-term language study also correlates with better grades across all subjects. In addition, a recent meta-analysis published in the Journal of Bilingualism reports that language students also score better in math. Language students also demonstrate better reading comprehension, vocabulary knowledge, and writing skills. And perhaps most importantly for our world today, language students develop greater cultural awareness, empathy, global competence, communication skills, and confidence. And really all of the skills that you have talked about today are enhanced by language study. Our students need these skills to be successful in today's world. Thank you.
Thank you, caller. Drive safe. Next caller ending in 3648, please begin your public comment.
Hi, my name is Alexa Martinez, and I am calling on behalf of Angela Elliott Santos, Tribal Chairwoman, Manzanita Band of the Kumeyaay Nation. I believe that we were wanting to talk about item 3, so this is still item 2, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so then we will wait for comment.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Next caller ending in 2142, please start your public comment.
Good morning, Madam President and members of the board. My name is Margaret Peterson. As an educator, California educator for 30 years, I strongly support adding multilingualism as an essential competency in California's portrait of a graduate or learner. I applaud the synthesis, which already includes multilingualism with the competency of communication. Decades of research show that bilingual individuals demonstrate stronger executive function, better problem solving, and cognitive flexibility. Multilingualism is also an economic imperative. In a globally interconnected economy and as AI rapidly transforms the labor market, students who operate confidently in more than one language are better positioned to collaborate and lead. As multilingualism was the most frequently written competency named in 40% of the responses, Californians are telling you a very strong message that multilingualism is not a nice to have, but a core competency in our North Star. And that reflects our demographic reality, our economic future, and our commitment to equity and belonging. For these reasons, I respectfully urge you to explicitly include multilingualism in the portrait of California graduate or learner as a key driver of cognition, workforce readiness, and educational justice.
Thank you.
Thank you for your leadership. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, caller. Next caller ending in 4369, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. You may begin.
Buenos días. Bonjour. 各位早上好. Good morning. I'm Sally Fox calling from San Diego on behalf of CABE, the California Association for Bilingual Education, and my salutation was in 4 languages I would have loved to learn during my K-12 years. CABE believes the new Portrait of a Learner can promote such opportunities for today's students. CABE held our 51st conference last week in San Francisco with about 4,000 participants. It was energizing to be with so many people dedicated to optimizing academic achievement while maintaining home languages and adding new languages for everyone. That's why we think multilingualism belongs on the list for the portrait too. And it's not just a subset of communication. It's an element that enriches and enhances all the other competencies, from critical thinking to creativity to collaboration to leadership to self-awareness to, of course, global citizenship. Multilingualism and multicultural competence add value to them all. Multilingual education for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller ending in 0924, please start your public comment.
Good morning. My name is Elizabeth Matchett, and I am the Executive Director of the California Language Teachers Association. I have been a Spanish as a new language and heritage language educator in California for more than 35 years. I am here to advocate in solidarity with Californians Together for the addition or combination with communication, as proposed in this morning's presentation, of the word multilingual to the proposed portrait of a graduate, because it promotes equity. Adding this word will honor and expand the linguistic and cultural diversity brought to our schools. Our schools should be intentionally educating all students to be literate in English and at least one other language. Multilingualism enables deeper, more authentic communication with diverse groups, fostering empathy and reducing prejudice. It acts as a bridge for cultural exchange and helps preserve heritage. In the globalized economy, knowing multiple languages provides competitive career advantages. It is linked to higher academic achievement and better educational outcomes. Adding multilingualism to our portrait of a graduate will allow California students and graduates to be successful and contributing citizens to our world. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller ending in 8576, please start your public comment.
Good morning, State Board members. My name is Eliana Sanchez, and I'm a student at UC Santa Barbara. I urge you to include multilingualism as one of the key elements of your portrait of a California graduate. There's a powerful global and economic reason for this. We live in a world characterized by a global society and a global economy, and such a world demands that its inhabitants be able to communicate across languages and cultures. Our students are not limited by the boundaries of their neighborhoods. They live in a global world that requires high levels of competency and multiple languages in order to be able to navigate it with ease and to develop deeper understanding of the world's economic, social, and political issues. Economies are more independent and connected to international trade than ever before in human history. American society is more diverse. Global challenges are more complex, calling for coordinated global responses, all of which require understanding of different languages and cultures to facilitate communication. By making multilingualism a key element of your portrait of graduate, you'll be supporting student success as global citizens. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller ending in 2250, please start your public comment.
Good morning, board and members. Raquel Morales with Trust Blast. We would also like to align our comments to the previous callers around adding multilingualism to this. Additionally, as the board moves forward with finalizing the competencies students must demonstrate, we advise having concurrent discussions regarding the relevant roles and responsibilities the system actors have, including CDE, SBE, COEs, LEAs, and schools, in supporting students in meeting competencies defined by the portrait of a graduate. It's essential that all entities have a mutual understanding of these things to effectively and coherently collaborate to support student success. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller ending in 8674, please start your public comment.
Good morning, Rachel Murphy with Public Advocates in the LCFF Equity Coalition. We appreciate the board engaging in this study session and soliciting feedback from education interest holders over the past several months. We'd like to align our comments with our Equity Coalition partners and highlight the broad support for including multilingualism as an important skill or competency. We also recommend that in addition to competencies SBE develops in this portrait, the state identifies opportunities for districts to develop these competencies, including expectations for districts and clarifying school responsibilities versus state responsibilities. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller ending in 9797, please begin your public comment. Caller with the last four digits, 9797, please start your public comment. Okay, this concludes public comment for item number 2.
All right, thank you so much. And appreciate all of the wonderful public comments. I want to open up to board discussion. We have several items, as we heard, to think through. One is sort of the scope of the portrait, whether we want to call it a portrait of a learner or a graduate or both, whether we want to think about the approximate number of competencies, but I think most important, what are some of the key elements that you think are very important for us to consider? Member Escobedo, you look like you want to say something.
Well, seeing that the vast majority wanted the portrait of a learner, and it makes sense, I think, more than just graduates, since we really want to create a more of a global type of citizen, right? So I do think portrait of a learner would be more appropriate. I think the number, I think 5 should be the minimum. I don't think it should be more than 7. I think having, that number, we don't want too many, right, obviously. I like the way they combine language into the competencies. I think the only, when you look at these skills compared when the Chamber of Commerce does like what they want for work, it almost mirrors it. Yeah. They do combine though critical thinking and problem solving, so that might be just a possibility. Mm-hmm. And the whole multilingualism, I also do. God, I embrace that because, and I heard the caller. It is connected to more than just communication. It is connected to different perspectives, global citizenship, critical thinking. I'm just not sure how we're going to do that, how we interconnect that. But I think that there's something there. I'm not sure.
We'll find a way.
Exactly. but I just love what AIR and what CCEE has done. The focus groups, the combination of survey and focus group, I think they did a stellar job. So just wanted to share those points. Thank you.
Terrific. Member Olken, I think I saw Member Yoshimoto Tyree, and then I saw Member Lewis.
I just want to start by saying this is so fun to be thinking big picture about what our goals are. It's sort of what motivates us to do this work. And I really appreciate the work that's come in advance of this meeting so that we have so much information about what people in our communities, our students, our families, our educators believe is important. It's really helpful to see what other states have done. So I just feel really well set up to have this conversation, and I think it's really important. With that, here are a few things that I think. I really appreciate, so one of the questions was sort of looking at the different ways states have named the different things. This is not wordsmithing, but I like the Kentucky version where there is sort of what's the intent, like the difference between productive collaborator and collaboration suggests an end goal for collaboration. I also appreciate in the Kentucky version the things that one might consider character, like empathy, integrity, respect, curiosity, are actually woven into each of the key areas because they're necessary in order to be an effective communicator. You can't be an effective communicator if you're not respectful. You can't be a productive collaborator if you don't have empathy. So I really like the way those things are woven in as part of what's necessary. I also really appreciate, again, in the Kentucky version, the empowered learner, which maybe is some combination of perseverance and adaptability and growth mindset. But as somebody who, in my mind, being an empowered learner is the most durable thing that's out there. You can learn in all different settings and you understand how to learn and you feel capable. I have a lot more, but I'll stop there for now. Thank you.
Member Yoshimoto Tyree, and then Member Lewis, and then Member Rodriguez. Yes, and then GK.
Thank you. I concur with my colleagues that have spoken before me, so I won't repeat. But thank you to CCEE and AIR. I really, like Sharon said, feel very prepared to have this conversation today because of all of the work that you did. The way you broke down the report, I read the entire thing. It was really well done. There were a few things, and I also appreciate that you asked open-ended questions in the survey because it allowed us to see perhaps what we didn't include, which became very clear. So thank you for doing it that way. I did have a couple of suggestions of things that we didn't see in the report, and you don't need to answer them today, but I would hope that moving forward between now and when this comes to board for action, that we can try to make sure that we achieve balance. For example, in the parents, I was really happy to see so many parents engaged. And I wonder about the percentage of parents that were parents of students with disabilities with mild to extensive support needs. And so please, can we make sure that as we continue this work forward, we have a focus group or two with parents that are representative of parents with students with disabilities, of English learners, of parents with students who perhaps are in the juvenile justice system. I would like to see more industry and workforce partners be engaged because as a parent myself, sometimes I know what I think I know, but there may be parents or there may be experts in the workforce industry arena that know where our students need to be in the next 10 to 25 years that I may not be aware of as a parent. And then can you please make sure that the cultural and racial diversity of those surveyed is representative of our great state. I do want to say, I think I appreciate the slide that has the red markings towards the end with the changes and the way you've leveled things. I also feel like when this comes back to us, if it could have some kind of umbrella language besides just the 5 to 8 indicators we end up on, I would be curious. I think it's important to situate these competencies and the why these competencies are so important. As you know, this is Civic Engagement Week that came up throughout the conversation today. But I think establishing the why for us as a State Board of Education will be really important to frame the entire document. And my last comment is around what I think is missing perhaps in the conversation. I would personally like to see a little bit more of, when I read what we have currently, and I can tell you the slide number exactly, on slide 38, I think it does a really great job on the 7 competencies of looking outward, of being global, of caring for the community, of communicating with others. I personally would like to also see some language representative of a strong sense of self, strong sense of self-awareness, self-confidence, perhaps curiosity and wonder as part of that. Because I think in today's age, to be a global citizen, you have to be able to lead authentically, knowing your own culture and your own place of origin and being proud of that. And you can't really do those other things without having a solid place to start with. So thank you.
All right, Member Lewis.
Okay, I'll make sure that I don't repeat as well, but I do agree with what's already been said about the name, giving deference to the name for learner, because that's what has been recommended by the majority. And also, as far as how many competencies, I think we don't have too many, but make sure that we have enough. Sorry. Just bring it closer to you. Ears a little stopped up too, so, okay, I think that's better. Thank you. Do you want me to repeat, or are we good? Okay, so I'll move on to the third discussion question about additional competencies that may not be represented. Along with, I think that interpersonal awareness or understanding is very important. I think it's a little different than, the ability to value varied perspectives. So I think along with the character, maybe if we could look at adding the interpersonal understanding to that one. And also problem solving, maybe add the ability to work independently or collaborate, because I think as we talk about the job market and what's going to be needed in the future, I think that's a durable skill that students will need to have, and I think we need to emphasize that as well. There was some mention of making sure that we put emphasis on academic achievement of students, so I think maybe adding college and career navigation somewhere in the competencies to make sure that students understand that it's not a one size fit all, just everybody's going to college, but careers are an option. So I think that's something we could add to the competencies as well. Apologize for my voice today. Just don't ask me to sing.
Rodriguez.
Thank you so much. And yes, I agree, this is fun, Member Olkin. And I want to begin by expressing my appreciation for the guidance for this presentation. Also, like Member Escobedo, I like the range of 5 to 7. I think those are good numbers to work with. And as someone who works directly with students, I'm encouraged to see critical thinking at the top of the list and to see it emphasized. I would also like to add creative thinking, because I think they work with each other. Critical and creative thinking could be combined. And as our students, they need to understand the world through the critical thought process, but they also need to imagine new solutions within it. And if these are outcomes that we value, we should also continue investing in teacher preparation and professional learning, so that we as educators are supported in intentionally and seamlessly integrating critical and creative thought into our everyday instruction. And I'd also like to thank Member Yoshimoto for those comments. You're very poignant about starting with ourselves at New Mexico's examples. We're very inspiring that way because it is about who I am as a learner and then, you know, the space where I belong. Lastly, as somebody who is bilingual and or was raised bilingual and now multilingual, I also want to lift up the importance of being able to communicate in various languages. Thank you.
Yes, I'd first just like to agree with everything that my colleagues have said so far, especially with choosing it as a portrait of a learner. I noticed in the survey with the respondents that there was a high volume of people, especially students, who picked literacy, specifically things like digital literacy and financial and economic literacy as in their top 5. And I would just like to have those considered in the final portrait as well. I can already see that the Washington State Board of Education included understanding of financial and digital literacy. And I think, you know, as President Darling Hammond said, as AI continues to evolve, especially in the near future, and as we're focusing on preparing students for post-high school life, I think that those are just essential skills that should be considered being incorporated in the final portrait.
Member Portillo-Bronson.
Good morning. I want to share in the appreciation for CC and AIR's presentation and also their method of actually seeking a robust amount of feedback, so much of which I think actually just aligns quite well with many of the states and other school districts that we have been benchmarking. A couple of points. I want to align myself with the idea of portrait of a learner for sure. I do think what's interesting about that is it sets out the goalpost not as diploma in hand, but the idea that we should be graduating lifelong learners, that not just the competency, but the mindset and the end result should be that we have adaptive thinkers who are ready for a rapidly evolving world. And naming that explicitly, I think, is absolutely a step in the right direction. I also was quite drawn to the model from Kentucky around the creative contributor. Problem solving, I think, captures part of this, but part of what problem solving does not fully encompass is the idea that we all, but I think more acutely the next generation of learners and California students aren't just solving problems that are already crisped up as here is problem A to solve. They are also thinking about how to create different structures for a world that envisions some problems, but some improvements and just different modes of thinking. The example that comes to mind is Steve Jobs didn't create an iPhone to solve a particular problem that was anticipated, and someone was like, oh, I really need this microcomputer in my pocket. It was actually thinking about what improvements the world might benefit for, and I think that framing is actually quite helpful. Definitely excited that critical thinking rises to the top among the survey group, as well as so many of our peer states. I do think it's quite interesting, particularly looking at the survey data, realizing that academic proficiency, which is something that we think about as a board quite a bit, was so much in the middle, which is to say it's necessary but not sufficient for the challenges and the types of Californians we want to see in the world. I will say the idea of integrating it exclusively within critical thinking does not, I think it's a part of it, but I also think it's actually related to this piece around digital literacy. There has to be a baseline of understanding of shared common facts that doesn't require an AI assist, that are known to California students, that is part of what they know as a baseline, that I do think is worth calling out, that is beyond critical thinking, that there are certain common shared bases that students know about, that doesn't require pulling out a calculator to be able to do basic multiplication, to know what happened in our world wars. And I just want to not lose that there is this baseline that we shouldn't lose sight of, even if you can always do a quick search to find the exact date of the end of World War II, for example. The last thing that struck me that I think is worth lifting up is in the Washington model, Washington state model. I appreciated the explicit naming of the goals of education as well as the purpose of a diploma. To Board Member Lewis's comments earlier, I think this idea of naming post-secondary education, employment, and civic engagement as what students should be able to do upon graduation, I think is really important. The last thing I'll name, and I don't think I saw this, but I actually remember this more from actually New Jersey, which I don't think is one of the states that was named, on this idea of what it means to have an adequate public education. One of the things I know as they were doing school funding litigation work was the idea that we expect every Californian to be able to serve on a jury. And I think that aspiration of naming civic participation, civic engagement, but also there's a certain level of, and maybe this is proficiency, but I think jury service is one of those ways that concretely we expect not just for people to make their voices heard in the way of voting, but also of contributing to our broader society and actually giving back in ways that don't necessarily accrue immediately as a benefit to you, of you saying, this is my voice, this is who I believe should be in office, but actually this is how I am contributing on a regular basis, and the capacity to provide and meaningfully contribute to jury service, I think is worth calling out. Thank you.
Yes, Vice President Glover Woods.
Thank you. Just to align myself with some of the comments and just lift up a couple of others, I also agree that the portrait of a learner reflects very nicely what we are looking at, because while we have the end goal of graduation, learning happens during each area of our system, and having these competencies as a North Star, regardless of whether you're a student sitting in TK or a student in 8th grade or 12th grade, I think is very, very helpful, and also agree with the number of competencies. I'm wondering, I'm thinking about what Member Yoshimoto-Toweri brought up as far as, I believe it was Member Yoshimoto-Toweri, as far as having the descriptors for the competencies reflect both the individual responsibility of the learner as well as how the learner interacts with the world around them. So as we think about beefing up, I don't know why I'm on beef so much today, but kind of beefing up the descriptors for each of the competencies, we may be able to be a little bit more descriptive in that particular space, and capture some of the other competencies perhaps that might not have been woven in the synthesis, but can still give a little bit more insight into each of the areas. I also want to lift up, of course, the multilingualism aspect, and encourage us to consider how we might be able to have additional language in some of the other competencies related to multilingualism as well. So the last thing I will say is regarding the kind of umbrella language that will help to anchor the portrait itself. Within that umbrella language, really setting very clear for us why the portrait of a learner is so important, and also weaving in that thought and idea around career and college readiness as we think about, I don't want to say the end goal, but one of the anchoring aspects of the portrait itself. So again, I really got a lot from our conversation today. Again, thank you to all of the work that has been done, and I know as we move forward, we'll be able to receive more public comment, between now and when this comes back before us in May to provide even more insight for that next conversation. Thank you, President Darling Hammond.
Yes, Member Yoshimura Tari.
Thank you. I did have, as I was listening around the dais, one more comment. And I know we're not wordsmithing today, but it dawned on me as I was listening to my colleagues that the word citizenship might feel exclusionary to some. And while I know we mean global citizenship as a mindset, not a legal status, I wonder if, as we think about the next iteration of this, we revisit that. And also that we not only think about global citizenship, but I think there are a lot of local actions that our students can take that are right in their neighborhood and right even in their school. So perhaps also considering some language in that regard. Thank you.
Okay. I think we've got a lot of good ideas on the table. I hear some consensus around the, I'm sorry. Oh, I'm so sorry. There you are. You're a little tiny square on the screen. Now you're big, and that's wonderful. Member Roscoe Gonzalez.
I know it's easy to forget since I'm that little minuscule little hand up there. But I just wanted to listen to the conversation without being redundant. I can't help but think about these competencies and how they grow throughout a student's educational experience. So for that reason, I love the framing this around a portrait of a learner. As several members have mentioned, I think that resonates more than the portrait of a graduate. I love that there was a process to hear from classroom teachers, families, and communities from around the state. That type of outreach is crucial when it comes to asking what we want these students to learn from their educational experience. And again, thinking about my English learners in my learning community, I also think that about how multilingualism is a huge factor in California. Our students are learning how to communicate and think using multiple languages and from different cultures. That's something that's unique to California's educational system. And I think it's important we recognize that as a competency as we define what it means to be a California learner. And lastly, as we move forward, I do agree that less may be more when it comes to competencies. Fewer allow districts and educators to make more meaningful connections to what students are actually doing each day in the classroom.
So it's nice to build on the next meeting with a lot of consensus, I think. And I love the fact that as we've talked about the portrait of a learner, we've talked both about all of the grade levels, through graduation, but also being a learner for the rest of one's life and the empowered learner construct that is lifelong. So we do have a lot of great comments. We're going to come back to this in May, and we're making, I think, really good progress. Strong consensus around multilingualism and global perspectives, but also local perspectives. So we'll need to think about the wordsmithing. I predict we will have some wordsmithing in our adoption meeting, but I think we're very close to having the concept. So thanks to all. Thanks to everyone who gave comments. Thanks to our teams at CCEE and AIR for the wonderful summary and discussion. And at this point, I'm going to give us a 14-minute break. We will see you back at 10:30. Thank you. All right, well, this is our big item. Item number 3 is the update on the implementation of the Integrated Local, State, and Federal Accountability and Continuous Improvement System. And we are going to be, we're going to look at where we are with our dashboard indicators. There's a long introduction here that I have about all the things that we're going to talk about, but I think I'm going to let Cindy Kazanis tell us what those are. And we need to start and end this item with thanks to Cindy and her team for all that they are doing to make it so.
Thank you. Good morning, Cindy Kazanis with the California Department of Education. I am going to be joined by more than a couple of people today. So let's get started because, as you mentioned, we do have a lot to cover today. You do have 6 different attachments. We're going to walk through each of them separately. We'll pause for clarifying questions like we always do because some of these are a little more technical than others and want to make sure that we're answering your questions as we go through the item. The item recommendation is around, things that you have heard in some form in the last year, the last 2 years, maybe the last 4 or 5 years. So just, there should be no surprises, but let's just walk through what the recommendation is. First, around the college career indicator, we are asking that you approve the proposed career measures and their respective high-quality definitions for inclusion on the college career indicator around work-based learning. So there's 3 different pieces of the work-based learning you're going to hear about today. And then I'm thrilled that we are also going to bring forward to you for a recommendation the adoption finally, for the state syllabus civic engagement. So we have a recommendation on that inclusion along with other indicators, so as a plus indicator. The dashboard alternative school status, you will see that this recommendation has slightly changed. So from what the item was printed, the words that are in bold are new words. So let me just read this out loud. We are asking that you approve updates to the application-based dashboard alternative school status criteria. And the recommendation now is to adopt the revised credit deficient definition and delay requiring high-risk students to have a minimum enrollment of more than 30 days at the application-based DAS school until the CDE can provide the State Board of Education with an impact analysis for consideration of this metric. For the Priority 1 teacher assignment data, this one is actually going to be for adoption at your May meeting. So today we're bringing forward to you some options for consideration and discussion. For long-term English learners and the suspension rate indicator, this is something we were hoping to have you take action on in July. And July turned out to be, I think, 17 different action pieces. So we were trying to relieve you of that effort in July. And so that's why you see it come forward to you today. And then finally, with our English language arts, mathematics, and science indicators, a recommendation for removal of the grace periods. I want to acknowledge that we probably got a record number of public comment letters, and you may hear a bit of that today. We have been looking through them, and I am prepared to talk about those as we come up on those pieces. So just in terms of how we have been working with the dashboard and making adjustments to it. This has been now adopted. We're almost in our 10th year of adoption of the dashboard. You all adopted a work plan in January. It is a truncated work plan, trying to get the majority of our items completed by your May meeting, and so that's how you see information chunked out. We put forward a memo to talk about the items that you adopted for the work plan and any additions in February, so that's really a nice, easy to follow along chart because there's a lot of moving pieces, even though we're, again, almost 10 years into adoption of this dashboard. We also just want to mention, and we do reference in the item, and you'll see this reflected in each of the slides, dashboard principles that you all adopted back in 2022 that really helped to serve as really that anchor for how you make further decisions. So each of the, as I mentioned, each of the work plan will describe this. We'll actually bring this up in another item. So the dashboard principles does apply to other places in your agenda today too. All right, so without further ado, I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Kimberly Munting.
Good morning, everyone. Kimberly Muntake, Administrator of the Accountability Development and Policy Analysis Unit, and I will be walking you through Attachment 1, the first 21 pages of our item today. So just to reframe the momentous work that we have ahead of us for the College Career Indicator, the work plan that you adopted in the January meeting involves the following for the College Career Indicator. So this month we are looking at the consideration of the inclusion of the State Seal of Civic Engagement, as well as additional career measures for the College Career Indicator. Almost immediately following this meeting, at the end of this month, we'll be having our California Practitioners Advisory Group meeting, or CPAG, and they will be reviewing the information that will be presented to you at your May meeting. So that will involve looking and providing feedback on the inclusion of IB courses, Cambridge courses and exams, as well as ASVAB within the College Career Indicator, and also reviewing the request around industry credentials that you made. And then in May, we will bring that feedback to you along with the other actions that we have slated for our work plan. The dashboard principles that cover the CCI are principles 2, 3, 4, 8, and 11. As always, we are subject to continuous revision and improvement. And first off, as Cindy shared, we will be looking through the career measures for inclusion for work-based learning internships, student-led enterprise, as well as simulated work-based learning, as well as considering the State Seal of Civic Engagement for inclusion. Now, back in January, during the other study session that you had around the College Career Indicator, we walked through in depth each of the currently adopted measures that are present within our accountability system based on either assessments, courses, or a combination of the two. So presently within our robust College Career Indicator, we already take into account how districts and schools help support their students for college and career by performance by their students on Smarter Balanced summative assessments in ELA and math, international baccalaureate exams, college career courses, registered pre-apprenticeships, transition classroom and work-based learning experiences, advanced placement courses and exams, meeting our UC-CSU requirements, for courses, State Seal of Biliteracy, our CTE pathway completions, leadership and military science, as well as state and federal job programs. Additionally, in January, you requested to see a little bit more information about the impact that your decisions that you made in 2025 to add advanced placement courses to the College Career Indicator to the dashboard and see what that actually did to the results on the College Career Indicator. And I can tell you, this is the most asked question across the state is, how come my 2024 dashboard status for my College Career Indicator does not reflect the same information as my 2025 one? Why is there such a huge difference, and change doesn't measure the difference between the two? And the reason for that is because of the dramatic impact that the addition of AP courses made on our College Career Indicator. So just to see this in actual numerical figures, in 2024, we had 81,000 students who were prepared by taking, or rather by passing 2 AP exams. When we look at the addition of courses, and that's either through passing 2 AP courses, and again, these would be different than the exams, these aren't duplicative, right? As well as passing 1 AP course and 1 exam, you can see that we added 72,000 additional students in 2025 for just passing 2 AP courses, and then another 9,709 that passed an AP course and an AP exam, in order to improve almost double the number, right, up to 142,431 students who were prepared through that decision. Now, AP course completion also impacts another metric, which is our MET UC-CSU Plus metric. So for that metric, we can see that by adding in an additional course, we have another 156,000 students, 156,578 students who were prepared using either through total UC-CSU with AP, versus if we had not looked at that, if we were just looking at the AP exams, it would have only been 119,000 students. So you can see the addition of measuring and including students who have completed and successfully completed those AP courses has created a dramatic uptick in the performance for our college career indicator overall. Any questions on those results? Okay. Then without further ado, we'll walk into a state seal of civic engagement. And I would be remiss, I already mentioned it during the break, but Member Yoshimoto Tauri already mentioned, and she wants to make sure you all heard, that it is Civic Education Week. And we're going to be celebrating, hopefully, by making some big movement with the state seal of civic engagement. And I'd like to please thank our members of our Professional Learning Support Division, Monique McWayne, Julie Agnesinelli, and Sarah Smith for all of the support that they have lent to us over the past 5 years in assisting us to develop this metric out for use and accountability. We're just borrowing it from all the hard work that they do in supporting the program within the California Department of Education. So in September of 2020, the state board had adopted criteria and guidance to award the State Seal of Civic Engagement for public school students who demonstrate excellence in civics education and participation, as well as an understanding of the United States Constitution, the California Constitution, and our democratic system of government. And now each LEA creates and develops their own local requirements and procedures and their own local criteria, considering the context for how they want to award the State Seal of Civic Engagement. And it's based on the criteria that the board adopted. So those are to be engaged in academic work in a productive way, to demonstrate a competent understanding of the United States and California constitutions, functions and governance of local governments, tribal government structures and organizations, the role of the citizen in a constitutional democracy, and democratic principles, concepts, and processes. They need to participate in one or more informed civic engagement projects that address real-world problems and require students to identify and inquire into civic needs or problems, consider varied responses, take action, and reflect on efforts. They need to demonstrate civic knowledge, skills, and dispositions through self-reflection, and exhibit character traits that reflect civic mindedness and a commitment to positively impact the classroom, school, community, and/or society. Now that all of these requirements came through Education Code sections 51470 through 5155474 in order to direct the state superintendent and the state board to adopt these criteria. You adopted the criteria, and we began collecting student level information beginning in the 2023-24 school year. And that prior to that, we did have information on the number of seals that had been overall requested, right? So when you, in order to award the seal, you need to reach out to CDE and say, I'd like 75 seals. Now, we don't know if you're actually awarding 75 seals, right? We just know that you anticipated that you were going to award 75 seals. So that's the number that you've requested. The offices collect that information and have been reporting out on that. But beginning in 2023-24, we set up a data collection adjacent to CalPADS that allows folks to enter the data specifically for those students so that we know exactly which students were awarded the State Seal of Civic Engagement so that we can track that through our system. And this is how the data looks for 2020-21 with 5,310 seals requested. All the way through 2024-25, where CDE requested 21,284 seals. Now, we received in our adjacent to CalPADS, not even in CalPADS, we received 20,425 students that were reported by LEAs as having earned those seals. So as far as data coming in, this is probably the highest match rate we've had in a very long time with adding new data in, so we can be very confident that we can say over 20,000 students, right, in the state, and almost, I would say probably all of those, right, really did earn the seal, and we're capturing a very good number of those. So how we looked at evaluating the impact of adding the State Seal of Civic Engagement is as follows. We looked at how all of those students in the 2024 school year, those 20,425 students, and we looked to see where they already placed in the CCI. So were they already prepared for college career by their LEA? And almost 80% were. So those students, no matter if we adopted this or anything else, would not impact our CCI in any way, right? We don't give bonus stars, right? We don't have, you've been prepared 7 different ways on our dashboard. There's no extra credit in that sense. So what we've heard from you is that you want to see how this would expand access, right, to the College Career Indicator and readiness to students who are not traditionally already being seen as prepared. So in that count, we see 19.5% of students, or 3,980 in the 2025 cohort, that we would be looking at to see, well, if we added in the State Seal of Civic Engagement, would this make an impact? And we considered 4 different options for inclusion of the State Seal for your consideration. The first would be that it would simply be a standalone metric. So if you earn the State Seal of Civic Engagement, you would be considered prepared by your LEA or school. The second would be that it would be the completion of that State Seal along with meeting UC-CSU course requirements, or as we talked about before, a kind of UC-CSU plus, right? We would add that to that metric. Another way of looking at it would be for our CTE pathway completers. For option 3, so if you completed a CTE pathway along with a State Seal, you would be seen as prepared. And option 4 is just simply a combination of both options 2 and 3, right? An amalgamation. So, or you can do either of them. So you can either have UC-CSU met and a State Seal, or a CTE pathway completion and a State Seal. And we would recognize both of those as being part of prepared. This is your shorthand to that because that was a lot of words on the other slide, so we hope that this one's a little bit easier to read. This is what we would put in a flyer, right? And here's the impact that that would have on these 3,889 students. So option 2, just the UC-CSU Met and State Seal, would add an additional 842 students to the prepared category. Option 3, State Seal and Civic CTE Pathway, has a very similar number of 854, but the combination of the two is 1,696 students. So as you can see, the percent prepared would move up to 52% moving forward. You also made quite a few requests about making sure that the distribution of this was seen as across the state, right? That this wasn't just impacting one LEA, right, in one area, and wanted to make sure that this was representative of an achievement that would be impactful across the state. And as you can see, if we look at option 4, the most inclusive option, that would impact and affect 186 schools in 73 districts in 23 counties. So it might not be a lot of students, but it is a lot of impact across the state. So you can see that perhaps these programs are small but mighty moving forward. An expansion of them could see, expansion of awarding the seal to more students could obviously inflate the number of students, but that's a very large number of districts and counties for a very small number of students. Therefore, the board recommendation from CDE is that the state board adopt and approve option 4, the completion of the State Seal of Civic Engagement, along with either meeting UC-CSU course requirements or successfully completing a CTE pathway. And I will pause if there's any questions around any of the data we presented. Oh, I feel like I won that one. There we go. All right. This one is a little bit more robust. This is the majority of those 21 pages, right? Our career measures, internship, student-led enterprise, and simulated work-based learning. So again, this has been a long data collection since 2019-20, meaning that all of the board predecessors before you set in motion the ability for us to begin collecting this data. And so in response to the board signaling that they wanted to have more inclusive opportunities for our career-based education and career opportunities being offered at our LEs and schools, CDE began collecting information in CalPads directly around student-led internships, student-led enterprise, and simulated work-based learning, as well as collecting data on students' success on the Armed Services Vocational Aptitude Battery Test, or ASVAB, and which we will be discussing at the May meeting. While we started collecting that data, something magical happened in the world where maybe some students weren't able to go out and have work-based learning experiences because a lot of people were not working out in the world during our COVID times. And that really took a beating to our data submission right in the first few years, because that was just an opportunity that wasn't availed to students during the 2 years of COVID that we're dealing with at our high schools and schools. So in August of 2023, our technical design group, in reviewing that data, when we thought about bringing it to the state board, recommended a pause, and CPAG agreed with them that we would pause moving forward. And then in September of 2023, the board agreed with that decision as well to collect additional data. Last July, as Cindy mentioned, we brought to you a lot of items moving forward and requested information about what we would like to do with this data, if we'd like to continue collecting it, stop collecting it, and move forward with action. And you signaled that you would like to continue to collect that additional year of data, move forward, and make decisions this year. So here we are. We collected a lot of data over the years since 2020-21. And as you can see from the numbers displayed, overall, in general, the numbers have ticked up in each of these categories for collecting student work-based learning. And again, I will remind everyone, this is in CalPads, right? It is a formal piece of our end-of-year submission within CalPads. So we're up to 21,776 students this past year that had internship data submitted, 9,322 that had student-led enterprise data submitted, and 61,618 students who had information around work-based learning data submitted. Now, the data that was submitted might not be complete in all cases. Some folks may have submitted, we had students do that. How many hours did you do? The hours are blank, right? What course did they take? The course is blank. So is this information full and complete and a full reflection of it? Not yet, right? Because we are not using it, so folks may have submitted it halfway. So I do want to caution that with the data in that while all of these, it's 61,000 records, there's also a large portion of those records that are reflective of 1 hour of experience in student simulated work-based learning, or 2 hours, right? So very happy to have that data, right, moving forward, but it might not be all of those are robust experiences in the same way that you'd be looking at considering it. So therefore, in wanting to present something for the State Board of Education to adopt, CDE looked at how to recommend work-based learning moving forward. And we analyzed this work-based learning data that we've received over all of those years and worked hand in hand with our College Career Transition Division, or CCTD, and educational partners to define what data points led to high-quality work-based learning. We then evaluated that impact of what those measures would have on the CCI cohort of 2025 and the students that were either approaching prepared or not prepared by their college or career. And at this time, I will turn it over to CCTD's Mindy Parsons to walk you through the work that they did in developing that high-quality criteria.
Good morning, Mindy Parsons, Division Director of the Career and College Transition Division. Thank you so much for creating the space to talk about the College and Career Indicator. I'm very excited about it. So as we look at work-based learning measures, I want to start with highlighting the 12 essential elements of a high-quality college and career pathway. This was developed by the California Workforce Pathways Joint Advisory Committee, which includes members from our State Board of Education and our Community Colleges Board of Governors. So it was first adopted in 2018 and later updated in 2020. This framework guides our LEAs as they design and implement high-quality CTE programs. These elements ensure pathways remain student-centered, equitable, aligned with regional workforce needs, and focused on meaningful student outcomes. A critical component of CTE pathways is the inclusion of work-based learning. This includes internships with industry partners, simulated work environments, and student-led enterprises where students operate real or simulated businesses with applying both technical and employable skills. So to identify what high-quality work-based learning looks like in practice, we conducted outreach to select LEAs. So using CalPads, we identified LEAs with strong participation in internships, student-led enterprises, and simulated work-based learning. We met with these LEAs, which included county offices of education, school districts, and our regional occupational programs to learn a little bit more about their structures and practices regarding work-based learning. So for internships, and I know we talked about this in January, but an internship is a work-based learning activity which allows students to apply classroom learning in a workplace setting. It could be paid or unpaid and must be tied to a course. Now, the criteria that we talked about included 50 hours or more that a student would participate in this internship. It would be sponsored by the LEA. It would be supervised by a certificated staff member. The student would receive a 3 or higher on employer performance evaluation, and it would be completed as part of a CTE concentrator or capstone course or through a CTE work experience education. And again, the gold star for our CTE pathway is an intro concentrator capstone course. So we're talking about that concentrator capstone course, the second and third course within a pathway. So for work-based learning student-led enterprise, again, that's a student-led enterprise, involves the development and operation of a revenue-generated business operated outside of the classroom and must be operated by the student, be ongoing and not a one-day event, and tied to a course in which students develop a business and marketing plan. Again, the criteria that we discussed with those select LEAs included 50 or more hours, and it would be completed as part of a CTE concentrator or capstone course. For simulated work-based learning, again, this is where students gain career experience while at school through an emulated workplace environment that is aligned to the classroom curriculum and must be tied to a course, and of course an instructor, be a workplace experience within a school environment in conjunction with the business or industry, and needs to involve work-related and/or technical skill development. And again, this criteria is very similar to the last one, 50 hours or more, completed as part of a CTE concentrator or capstone course. So to broaden our data collection, Kimberly and I had the opportunity to present on the College and Career Indicator at the Educating for Careers conference. We were able to run real-time survey about the work-based learning indicators, and we had more than 400 educators respond, which gave us valuable statewide input. So the results were very clear. Respondents believe a high-quality work-based learning should require approximately 50 hours, and that the CTE capstone course is the most appropriate setting, so that last course within a CTE pathway. Respondents also overwhelmingly agreed that internships should be supervised by a certificated staff member, and of course all of our teachers within the state are credentialed, and include a performance evaluation with demonstrated student outcomes. But importantly, these results closely aligned with what we heard during our initial LEA outreach, which strengthens our confidence that these recommendations reflect practices already valued by educators and workforce partners across the state. So we hope this information is helpful as the board considers these proposed career measures for the College and Career Indicator. So I'm very honored to present Fabrizio Lafario, Superintendent of the Valley Regional Occupational Program, to share examples of high-quality work-based learning programs that are currently being implemented by students.
Thank you, Dr. Person. Madam President, members of the board, thank you very much for having me here. My name is Fabrizio Alfaro. I'm the Superintendent of Valley Regional Occupational Program. We operate in 3 counties, Fresno County, Tulare County, and Kings County, and we serve 8 school districts. And just wanted to show you a quick snapshot of our Valley RP. We serve almost 12,000 students, 750 being middle school and fitting into the pathways of the high schools. We have 189 teachers, credentialed teachers that work part-time, full-time. Dual enrollment is a big part of our program as well, with 5,600 students enrolled in dual enrollment, industry certifications, and then obviously work-based learning hours. That's very important that we've been collecting for the last 6 years. Just giving you a quick snapshot again about our pathways, individual CT courses, and again, a big focus has been on the work-based learning. Just wanted to show you real quick on the CCI reports that we do every year. Among the school districts that we serve, we have an average of 74.2% of the school district meeting the CCI standards for preparedness. And so you can see that the work-based learning, but also tied to the college and career readiness, how that is affecting the students and the pathways. I just wanted to show you real quick how Valley RP and general ROPs matters for our districts. We have the know-how for the CTE programs. And our models are reducing duplication, and we bring equity to all the school districts. I'll give you an example. I have a school district that has about 1,000 students enrolled total, and we have school districts that have about 15,000. We can create the same program, and we can have the same equity for those students in the small districts as much as the big districts, because when they come to us and they want to create, for example, a CNA program or a firefighting program, we can incorporate all of them and create the same opportunities. We share costs, and we have this regional approach to CTE. So I just wanted to show you what does high quality, industry-aligned, simulated work-based learning, student-led enterprises, and internship look like. Just wanted to give you an example. Last year we had over 4,800 students in simulated work-based learning. And I just want to make sure the simulated, it's not a VR type of simulation. These are labs, these are shops, and these are again, labs and that students are doing with tools, equipment, and skills. They're aligned to industries. We have business partners that come to our meetings and they tell us what they want to see in the class. We purchase those equipment, we purchase the materials, we make sure that the students are trained and the teachers are trained with professional development, and we make sure that what the students see in the class, once they move into an internship or they move into a job, they see the same equipment and tools, and they see the same environment. Again, we replicate the workplace, industry equipment, clearly define the workplace, and then realistic work schedules and workflows. Just wanted to give you a couple examples of 2 pathways that we do simulated work-based learning. One is our urban rural firefighting programs with our first responders. We have a partnership with 8 fire departments. We built 2 different facilities to train students and firefighters together with the 8 fire departments. The students train alongside with firefighters, captain, chiefs, and so what they see in the training, they see it once they go to the fire academy. A student who is exposed to that type of training, once it goes to the fire academy, they're gonna have a lot more confidence in themselves to do the skills because they've already done it. Teachers, again, fully credentials with 10+ teachers, and the programs are already enrolled. So again, combining that in the CCI, the college and career readiness, right? So the students who are taking the courses, take the prerequisite courses to get into the fire academies. So when they graduate, they have both courses to get into any fire academy in the state. By the time they graduate, they've already been exposed to this, we call, simulated work-based learning. Work-based learning, they do internships, and then they go to the fire academy. This is just another image to show you what one of the centers look like. Talking about first responder, we have one of the largest wildland firefighting programs with the U.S. Forest Service and CAL FIRE. Just to give you an example, about 10 years ago, we have 15 students graduating from this program, and with the labor market research and with the need of the states, we went from 14 to 170 students graduating with national certification for wildland firefighting. And again, what they do and how they train, it's exactly what the industry looks like, because that's what we need to train students for. On our patient care pathways, again, simulated work-based learning hours, those are very critical for any nurse. When you also look at industry and a nurse practicing, even in a hospital, they are in simulations first, and then they go and look at patients as they train, whether they're training for an RN, LVN, or CNA. We have 700 students in CNA and MA programs. They're high school students graduating with these certifications. They're putting in almost 15,000 hours combined of work-based learning. It's incredible. And again, who are our partners? There are local hospitals, there are our local long-term care facilities, and our classrooms look exactly like the facilities. And one of the things I'd like to thank you for, it's all the support with the budgets, with the GSPP funds, with CT Incentive Grant Fund, K-12. This is what allows ROPs and LEAs to create that environment in the classrooms, because when the industry comes into a business advisory and they tell us what we need to purchase, those items are expensive, but at the same time are needed for all those work-based learning. And then we have a mobile clinic. We see 800 patients per semester. The students rotate through the clinic. We deploy clinics in very different ways. Farmers market. We have a lot of farm workers in our area, so we work with packing houses. We work with local hospitals, and the students see 800 patients with a mobile clinic. That's work-based learning. Another example of high-quality work-based learning is our student-led enterprises. And we've been able to develop several student-led enterprises. And again, like Dr. Parsons said, these are student-led enterprises where the students now, they've been doing the simulated work-based learning, they move outside the classrooms, and they're actually running business. And the infusion of entrepreneurship and business skills is gonna really help them across many different pathways. And so again, industry standards, professional tools, we follow other regulatory compliances and rural customers, and with exchange of funding, or with exchange of money. This is an example, I'll give you an example. This is an example of a student-led enterprise. This is one of our automotive shops. And the students, on one time per month on Saturdays, they perform light repairs and maintenance on vehicles for the community. So community members, they sign up and they bring the vehicles on Saturdays, and the students all day Saturdays meet with clients. They give them the report, they work on the cars, and then there's an exchange of funding. Everything that you see in here is exactly lined up with the industry. They spend hours, and then the industry is telling us what they need to see and what they need to have. Another example is building tiny homes. We work with the city of Fresno to build with an initiative for the unhoused and Fresno City College. So the students are actually building the tiny houses, but we're selling the tiny house to the city of Fresno to create this. So there is an exchange of money, and the students are creating this based on the needs of the business. And then lastly, but one of the most important is the high-quality internships. Like Dr. Parsons said, high-quality internships are internships where the students now are actually getting into the workplace. So after spending hours into the class with simulated work-based learning, student-led enterprises, the final step is to go into internships. The internships are rigorous. Again, they're using the same tools, environment that's seen in the class, but then nevertheless, there's a strong uplift from the administration. This is a year-long process, even if it's a summer program, between administrators, counselors that need to oversee the internships. We create MOUs with the businesses. We have an oversight for the summer internships, so there's a strong presence of administrators and counselors, and the students have to demonstrate the technical skills. And again, there are 50+ hours. Sometimes there are 50 hours, up to 150 hours, depending on the type of internship. Okay. I think I took a little bit more time, but if you have any questions, I'm glad I'm not driving down the freeway as I'm giving this presentation. And if you have any questions. Okay. I also have some folders. If anyone, I'll leave them here. If anyone would like to see some of those folders, that we have more information on those. Thank you very much.
Those pictures are amazing. Right? I just, when you think of how school has changed, right? Those amazing opportunities that those folks have. Similar to how we just looked at our state seal of civic engagement, right? I will narrow your eyes to this final chart after all of the charts, obviously, that we presented in attachment 1. But looked at the students who had completed a high quality internship based on that criteria that Dr. Parsons had spoken about that they developed at CCTD. And so for high quality internships, we had 6,206 students in the 2025 cohort that had completed a high quality internship, with 76% of those already prepared within the system elsewhere. So 1,490 students for us to evaluate to see if this would make an impact on their CCI preparedness. For student-led enterprise, that's 3,293 completing those benchmarks. And so again, 70% of those students were also already prepared by their LEA. So we're looking at a remaining 30% of 988 students. And then for simulated work-based learning, there were a total of 8,601 students in the 2025 cohort completing those requirements. And so we have, again, almost 70%, at 69.1% of those students already prepared in the system, so 2,654 students that we would be looking to evaluate. And so, looking at the spread and reach of this, I apologize, there are no counties on this count. We were unable to get that one, but you can see again, we're looking at a wide dispersion, right, of the students and the schools and districts that would be impacted with their accountability by adding high quality internships, student-led enterprise, and simulated work-based learning to the system. So this is the number of students who completed those 3 components. Now, what we are asking for from the board and looking forward in our proposed criteria is that we would add this to the CCI by through a CTE plus. So looking at the completion of a CTE pathway plus either of any of the 3 following, right? High quality internship within the CTE pathways concentrator or completion course, or through CTE work-based education. High quality simulated work-based learning within a CTE pathways concentrator or capstone course, or high quality student-led enterprise within the CTE pathways concentrator course. So this would be another addition to CTE plus. So CTE plus a high quality internship, simulated work-based learning, or student-led enterprise would show that a LEA or school had prepared a student for college or career. And you can see the overall outcomes for this are as follows. So for the high quality internships and CTE pathway, we would have 796 students at 181 schools in 79 districts. For high quality student-led enterprise and CTE pathway, 586 students at 104 schools in 58 districts would be shown as prepared. And for CTE pathway plus high quality simulated work-based learning, we'd have 1,158 students at 136 schools in 69 districts as prepared. So if overall we included all 3 of those simulated work-based learning, or all 3 of the work-based learning rather, measures within the CCI, we would see overall the CCI improve from a statewide reporting of 51.7% of students prepared by their LEA or a school for college or career, up to 52.2%. Therefore, the CDE's recommendation is as following. Approve the following proposed career measures and their respective high-quality definitions for inclusion on the CCI for work-based learning internship, work-based learning student-led enterprise, and work-based learning simulated work-based learning. Any questions on those sections?
Else does before I I'm going to try to keep these to clarification questions. I'm wondering, there's a very tiny number of students who move to the prepared category from this, but there's so many assumptions about who would qualify and how it would be a plus. And I'm wondering, as we are trying to move to enable college and career not to be such a separate pathway from career, whether it has to be only considered if you're in a CTE pathway, as opposed to an internship. A growing number of schools are trying to create internship opportunities for students irrespective of what pathway they're in, and trying to reduce tracking and, separation and segregation of students into different pathways. So I worry that making the assumption that we've made in the past that this is only really a CTE pathway undertaking might reinforce those old assumptions and prevent some students and schools from expanding experiential learning for students irrespective of their pathway. And I'm not sure whether the tiny number of students who would end up being added to the prepared category is partly because of the other hoops along the way. Not hoops, but the other elements of the definition around the way. And I know that's maybe a bigger question than we should tackle now, but I want to put it on the table. Did we think about or look at the question of allowing the internship to be added to, other pathways or other indicators?
So in the data that we have shared, again, the only pathway moving forward was using that high quality definition, which was exclusive to those course codes of either a CTE concentrator course, a CTE capstone course, or for internships was also one of the 3 work-based work experience education courses. There's actually 3. So with CTE, the number of courses that were reported, I believe, is on page 11 of 21, where we spoke that students had reported 196 different course codes. So 30 course codes were academic or non-academic. There were multiple reportings of courses such as homeroom or self-contained courses in classes. So we don't know if that was a glitch, but I can say that the overwhelming number, again, was 166 of the courses reported were CTE based, and that could have also included introductory courses. So it was a very small percentage and number of students that completed courses that were not CTE based.
That being true, we're also trying to be thinking about where does the system go in the future? And do we want to maintain a 2-tier system? How many, did you do the calculation? You may have it, I may have missed it, so I apologize, of how many students had met the standards for 50 hours of an internship, separate from the question of what course it was attached to and what pathway it was attached to?
No, we did not.
That would be a separate thing. My last clarification question is, do all employers use the same rating sheet all across the state for all internships?
Mindy is saying no.
There's a definitional criterion that they all have to get a 3 on an employer rating sheet, which assumes that there's a similar employer rating sheet that everyone's using.
And that is we have collected information for the past 5 years, requesting that information on a scale of 1 to 5, and a review of an employer. So that is a required piece of the data that's necessary for folks to be submitting.
Right. So they include that in their CalPADS information.
So they may not be using the same rating sheets, but they somehow can translate whatever they get from their rating sheet to the CalPADS requirement.
Right, if it was a successful, internship. Mm-hmm.
I'm just trying to figure out how that happens, but that's okay. Somewhere along the way, the translation gets made. Thank you. Those are my clarification questions. Are there other questions before we move on to the next indicator? All right. Yeah, Member Escobedo.
I'm just wondering, the 50 hours, how was that? Just curious, how was that originated?
You know, we started with those select LEAs. So there were 8 LEAs that, according to CalPADS, had really large number of students participating in these work-based learning opportunities. So we reached out to them, talked to them about what it would look like, how many hours, and so, you know, we came up with 50 just because with that conversation. And then we went out and asked at the Educating for Careers conference, where we surveyed over, you know, the respondents were over 400, saying 50 hours would be that minimum number. Now, we did get some respondents said 100 hours, and we're like, really, 100? You know, so, but a lot, that median number was 50. So we did get some 25 all the way up to 100. Yeah.
Just one more clarifying question. The small percentage increase is the assumption is the numbers now, right? Because it could be that if we accept these 3 criteria, especially the simulated, student-simulated
Student-led enterprise internships.
Increase significantly because it's more of an acceptable form, right?
Right, correct. And then we'd go out and really help in terms of that data integrity, making sure that everybody is including this information in their student information system that gets uplifted into CalPAD. So that was the biggest piece, is really going out educating. This is, you know, the and, you know, if you complete a pathway and your students are participating in these work-based learning opportunities, you know, this is how you would capture it.
So there's a possibility those numbers could expand.
Yes, we're hoping.
We should save some of this to the discussion. There's a deep dive on this that I think you and I both want to get into, but we just want to get clarifying questions at this point.
And as far as the numbers go, so I would point as far as the hours and the recommendations and the data we used, again, as that foundational information, page 11, page 13, and page 15. Have those distributions of the hours reported. And you can see there's a huge uptick at 101 plus hours, right? So there's a large, and that happens across all of them, a large contingent of students that are completing well in excess of the minimum of 50 that was recommended by folks in the field.
Just a point though, just so that folks are processing as we go forward. Adding the requirement then that those internships have to be attached to a particular course and have to be attached to a particular sequence of courses, et cetera, shrinks the number of people who are going to be eligible to get it to count on the dashboard substantially. And so that's, you know, the definitions piece of this has a lot to do with whether it will matter in the ultimate dashboard. So I think, if there are no other clarifying questions on this, we should keep moving forward because we still have more indicators to discuss.
All right, Cindy Cazanes again with the California Department of Education. I'm going to pick up the next couple of attachments. This first being around the dashboard alternative school status. So we are asking that you consider modifying the criteria to address credit deficient students. The dashboard principles that this addresses are 4, 8, and 11. So looking at each of those values. In terms of the background, you know, this item and the volume of letters we got and the reaction to what is being proposed and how we've changed the recommendation since then really got me thinking about, like, how did we originally approach this? And when I think about DAS, when we originally worked with the Gartner Center from Stanford on this and a large-scale report, there was a large task force that came up with these ideas. It was around the fact that we were actually going to have alternate metrics for DAS schools. So DAS schools were going to have a 1-year grad rate that we could use in place of the 4-year grad rate. The U.S. Department of Education later told us that wasn't acceptable. So the basis for this program was really around making sure that we were meeting students and those schools where they were at. Of course, since then, we've had to really walk away from those pieces because of the strong reaction from the U.S. Department of Education on our failure to get a waiver. The other thing that's happened since then is an introduction of a bill called 1505, which has drastically changed how charter schools are renewed and looked at through various means. And if you are a school that meets the criteria for the dashboard alternative school status, you also have a different means of going through the renewal process. And so something that was really designed first to look at high-stakes schools and looking at schools that serve large populations of high-risk students has now turned into something that we have heard from the field. If they don't get a DAS status, they won't be renewed. That was never the intention of this program. This program was always around since 2003 to look at, again, schools serving large percentages of high-risk students. So in terms of the education code, we've also tried to clarify and make this a bit more digestible in terms of what we're looking at. So Category 1 has been defined in education code for a number of years as the schools that have always been considered alternative schools. I think of our juvenile court schools, our community schools, the schools that are continuation schools. When we shift over to what we're looking at today, it's our Category 2 schools, and we're calling them application-based alternative schools, just to make sure that the distinction is there. And those are our charter schools and alternative schools of choice. Over the years, these metrics have shifted. The board really made the biggest changes to this back in 2017, 2018, when other additional information were added in. And today we're really talking around students who are credit deficient. One of the letters mentioned you added in youth on one of the metrics, and specifically that's the pregnant and or parenting youth. And when I think, and I've spoken with our comprehensive sexual health consultant at the department, that's always been the definition for those students. And so adding in the word youth at the end is simply helped to clarify the population of students we're expecting these schools to serve. So the other question we got is, what are the makeup of these schools, right? So the majority of our Category 1 schools, again, defined under education code, you see the whole breadth, right? You see some elementary, you see middle, high of being the bulk, and then K-12. So the majority of DAF schools in general, over 800, are within Category 1. What we're really talking about today, again, is Category 2, those schools of choice, alternative schools of choice, and charter schools. And as you can see, neither of those categories serve elementary or middle, but they do serve the K-12 space. We have seen schools over the years, I actually saw that in another item that you're considering, I think tomorrow, that you've seen schools drop out of the DAS program because their actual demographics have changed. They shifted their population to not focus on high school and at-risk students. So this is a program that, again, that has changed and evolved over since its original adoption back in 2017-18. And in terms of this original adoption, schools, it was said from the beginning, schools are required to maintain documentation that they continue to meet the criteria. Every year they were on the list. There was a 3-year process in which the department would do a renewal. But one of the biggest things that we've heard since that original adoption, and especially over the last couple of years, is the challenge that schools had in actually self-reporting the data to the department. They would often call and ask for technical assistance on how to complete their applications. So one of the things that we have been working on for the last couple of years, and have actually put a hold on reopening this process due to this work, is how do you shift that data burden from the schools to the department? The department is already collecting a lot of information from schools. In fact, we get criticized for collecting too much information or repetitive information. And so the irony is not lost on me on the fact that this is something that's coming to bear. But like every other piece on the dashboard, we use CalPETs. We are using CalPETs to make sure that what we put out on the dashboard is valid, reliable, that folks can have that's integrity in the system. And so we're really trying to shift that with these actions that you've taken over the last couple of meetings. So with your action today, the goal is to restart this application process to allow several schools that have been waiting. In fact, one of them just reached out to me this week. When are you going to reopen the program? We think that we have this new school that would really meet the criteria, so they can show up on the school dashboard, the California school dashboard in 2026 with this designation. The renewals for our application-based schools, those 151 that are in a 3-year cycle, they are different 3-year cycles for many of them. We've paused that. So every year we've continued the list that we had back in 2024 with a couple of exceptions. Some may have closed and been removed from the list. So we would pick this up, and the criteria, the last piece of criteria that we're asking you to adopt today would be for inclusion in the 2027 dashboard. So we're giving over a year lead time for those schools, but also, again, for those new schools that have been waiting to show up on the dashboard as DAS, we would give them the opportunity in 2026. So in terms of the differences between the prior process that we talked about and the data burden being on the schools, the shift of this modified process allows, again, the department to use data that were already being given to begin this 3-year accountability cycle, which, again, would begin with the 2026 dashboard for new schools and for all others that have to go through the renewal process 2027. So the last two pieces, and the first piece, as I mentioned, we're recommending a pause pending our ability to actually do some impact analysis is around the length of enrollment. And the second piece that we are asking you to take action on today is around credit deficient. So we are asking that we be able to use information about a school's prior history because we don't know how many credits each school has or requires in order for a 9th grader to be a 9th grader or a 10th grader to be a 10th grader. And so if they are transitory already, we can say with some certainty that they probably are potentially lacking the credits they need to be in the grade that they are. And that between that and making sure that the student is in a cohort, so they're still in a valid cohort between the 5-year cohort, we'd identify them as credit deficient. So it is a very generous definition is how we phrase it, because by definition we are, again, not able to look at the actual credits that each student is given, but just by in terms of enrollments, and again, if they're still in their cohort, we would allow them to meet this definition. So this is really the revised change is simply removing from the enrolling schools credit requirements because that cannot be validated within CalPEDS is the action before you today. So again, the bolded pieces of this recommendation are new. This is something that we've, again, with the reaction that we got from the letters, thought it would be important to take a pause on that. So the recommendation before you today is to adopt the revised credit deficient definition and delay requiring high-risk students to have a minimum enrollment of more than 30 days at the application-based DAS school until the CDE can provide the board with impact analysis for consideration of this metric. So with that, I can hop into open up for questions as needed.
Could you just go back to the slide previous to the one that you just were showing, which is just disappeared from the screen, so that everyone can just take a look at the revised credit deficient definition, which is the thing we're going to be voting on. It's a fine definition. I'm, in my own mind, trying to parse what's different with the previous one.
It's literally the removal of the last 6 words. So removing from the enrolling schools credit requirements. We do not know what the credit requirements are for every single school in the state of California. So by removing that, it gives us the ability to, again, look at whether or not a student had a prior enrollment. So by default, we would say that they're credit deficient. That's how we would operationalize this.
Basically, just inferring the credits from past history is what would be rolled into the operationalization of that definition. Yes, Member Yoshimoto Tauri.
Thank you. I just want to make sure I'm understanding this correctly. So by virtue of moving from a traditional school to an alternative school, students would be deemed as credit deficient?
Yes, and it doesn't even have to be a traditional school. It could be a charter school to another charter school, but that your original enrollment in grade 9 was not in that school. So we spoke with a school locally that serves credit deficient students. They typically are getting students as their second year, so they may be 10th graders, but they probably more likely have credits as 9th graders, but their first enrollment was not at their school, it was at a different school, and they moved into this space because it met the needs and was serving that population of students.
And that's because right now schools in Category 2 are self-reporting, and we want to move away from self-reporting.
We would like to make this, yes, more.
I guess my only maybe concern about that is I do know of students who have gone to alternative schools because they needed more flexibility, but that weren't necessarily credit deficient. And also students who go straight to the alternative school and don't start at another school.
Yeah, and I think that's where we see, majority of our students in Category 1. And you don't have to demonstrate credit deficient in Category 1. Those are automatically enrolled. So all of our continuation schools, or all of our county, our district community day, our students are automatically, this does not apply to them because it's, by ed code, they're defined as alternative schools. So it's a small population of 151 schools that we're looking at applying this to.
The students who are not, who believe they will not be successful but have not yet been unsuccessful in another school and want to go to an alternative school, do they have a place? Do they have a category? I don't see a bullet for them. Students who have either failed in traditional school or are expected by their parents not to succeed, and they send them to an alternative high school instead of, a traditional one. Are they?
So if they're not being served in Category 1, which is where 825-ish of our schools exist, the majority of our students that are in alternative education are being served. We then have to look to Category 2 and all of these definitions. And what you described, potentially, they started at a traditional school or they started at a school that hasn't met their needs. We're going to say that they are most likely now credit deficient by changing their enrollment to School 2.
Yeah, I mean, they may or may not be. They might be, sneaking by with D's in every subject area. I mean, we know a lot of kids who just don't do well in traditional schools. And anyway, Member Yoshimoto and Member Olken, you're both, and Member Lewis, you're all reacting. So, did you want to go ahead, Member Lewis?
Based on what you just said, I'm just thinking about my experience with the alternative schools in my past district. So wouldn't those students that President Darlene Hammond just described, wouldn't they just be going to the school as a school of choice? But would they not be considered in that percentage that the DAS school has to meet to be qualified as DAS, right?
Right.
So you could have a population of students, some of them just enter for whatever reason to be, that's my school of choice. Because I know we had those students. So it's really the percentage of students that fall into the other category, right? Category 1, that would, if you meet that, isn't there a 70%?
Category 1 doesn't have a 70% threshold. The 70% threshold and the items that I just showed on the next slide apply to Category 2. Category 1 assumes that you are an alternative school student. That's what Education Code has defined our alternative school space. So I think a lot of schools in your old district, was it Kern or Bakersfield? Yeah. At Kern, you absolutely had a number of I mean, it's a large district, so you were serving, you had continuation schools, potentially even a community day school. So that does not, the 70% and the criteria that we see on this high-risk piece does not apply because it's already, you're already statutorily in as a DAS school.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to confuse you. So. Okay, so maybe this helps. So the majority of schools, and I would allege that Kern probably has, you know, many of these in that high school, that top row, are already statutorily in as an alternative school. We don't have to have this application and demonstrate a need of serving 70% high risk because by statute, that's what this school is supposed to be doing, right? Those schools. So that burden, there is no burden on a Category 1 school. They're automatically in.
But those are schools that are not serving students of choice particularly. Those are, yeah, they require this Corda associated or continuation or, yeah. Go ahead.
I actually, well, are we still in clarifying questions?
We're clarifying what schools we're talking about.
Yeah, I'm not sure I have a clarifying question. I think my questions are more trying to understand logic and discuss, so I'll hold.
Okay. Vice President Glover Woods.
So my clarifying question is this, and it may help Cindy to go back to, I can't even remember which slide it was, that showed the, maybe back one more? That's the one. Okay, so here's my clarifying question. Category 1 schools we're not concerned with as it relates to this because they automatically are categorized as DOS schools. For Category 2, which are schools that are applying for the status, 70% of their population needs to serve the types of students we saw on the other slide. However, yeah, so 70% of the students of the school that it's applying for DOS status needs to fall within this, one of these qualifications. While they may have 30% of students that may be enrolled at their school for other purposes. Am I correct with?
Correct.
Okay, and again, we're focusing on schools that are applying for DOS status that serve 70% or more of students that fall within these multiple categories, even though they may have students enrolled that are not.
That's correct.
Thank you.
That we were exploring is whether every student who is not succeeding in another school is going to meet a credit deficient standard. Is that right?
That's right.
Yeah.
That's what's on.
I think I can add a clarifying question that maybe, so just make sure I understand. What you're saying is in order to clean up the data, in other words, in order to rely on data solely from CalPADS, that's number one. And number two, in order to relieve the data burden on charter schools, the proposal is that all students who transfer into a DOS school would be deemed credit deficient, and so they would count in the potential 70% that needs to be met.
Absolutely. As long as, and for the credit deficient piece, that's how we would operationalize it.
So that's just at least whether that we think that's actually true or not, that all those students are credit deficient, that's what the proposal is.
Credit deficient without having to count their credits.
Correct.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Thank you for the clarifying question and answer. Vice President Glover Wood.
I'll add one more thing real quick, sure.
Oh.
Just real quick. It would be if they had a prior enrollment at a school, right? A prior high school enrollment.
Yeah, so if they transferred in.
From a high school.
Right?
And they are currently presently within their cohort has not expired. So they need to have, it needs to be before their cohort has expired.
So meaning if they transferred in for a fifth year
We would not, that is another category that we see is dropout recovery.
Yep, okay. I just want to make sure yep, okay, thank you.
Uh-oh, did we?
I was clear, and now I'm not sure I am. Goodness, that's a bad place to be, a very bad place to be. Going back to the statement, let me think how to best word this question. Would all students that enroll in the DOS application school be considered credit deficient, or might some students be considered credit deficient based upon their prior history, but may also fall in another category and not be deemed credit deficient?
Absolutely.
Okay, so we're adding credit deficiency as one of the qualifying groups of students.
It's existed. We're trying to
Changing the definition or adjusting it.
Yeah, we're trying to operationalize the definition so that we can utilize the data that's already being given to us from schools to, so yes, so they may not be credit deficient, it may actually be something else, and we can pick these other pieces up. Homeless is a program record, right? Foster youth we get from our Department of Social Services. It is validated. That is a very, a precise definition. So these are all the pieces that we would look at to get to 70% of the students.
I am now clear. Thank you.
All right. Okay.
Did you have your hand up, Member Olkin? No?
No.
Okay.
All right.
So hold on to that precious moment of clarity. Thank you so much, Cindy and Kim.
We have just a couple more attachments, and these are much shorter than what we've been doing. So I promise we'll get through this and get you to lunch soon. So our priority one, teacher assignment data, is something we have been working on as well for a number of years, actually prior to COVID. And what we're talking about today is refinements to terminology and options for presenting intra-district comparison data. So the work plan that we have today is around both of those pieces, specifically introducing the feedback that we received back in January, and then considerations for moving forward for May. We will take this to the California Patricia's Advisory Group meeting at the end of the month, and so that's something we really want to make sure. We've been touching base with them each time this has come up and get feedback from them as well. So the pieces that I'm into bolding these days, so the bolded text is what we're focused on, is the extent of disparities, any disparities across school sites within a school district. This was something that was brought to you in July. There was a lot of feedback around this, and there was a to-do list from you all. So really, I'm just going to skip ahead because we've been talking about this for a bit. Really, the pieces are around what you asked for in 2025. So in 2025, we added a new dashboard card to each school. So now you can see it at the school level. And that information leads you to view more details, where we can see information around the percent of teachers who are clear. The cards that we use on the dashboard, you had asked us to label them as teacher assignments. So that's the other piece there. And really what you had asked us to do after the July meeting was to ensure that the teacher assignment data terminology on the dashboard is accessible and aligned with terminology used in SARC, that we clarify the word clear, and go from there. So let's move into engagement. State board staff arranged 2 check-in meetings, which was great, to not only bring forward education management, but the civil rights and equity groups to get feedback on a couple of things. First, on the new teacher assignment card that was on the dashboard in 2025, what did they hear from the field? How is it being perceived? How is it being utilized? And then ideas for any sort of statutory direction around the extent of disparities within teachers' assignments within schools in an LEA, so that interdistrict piece. And then just having a conversation around the teacher data terminology, which is not clear to many people, even though we use the word clear. So just all joking aside, it is something that was really brought up a good robust feedback session. So in terms of the feedback we received, the new teacher assignment cards and the LEA details are being used by some to support teacher quality conversations among equity groups and community-based organizations. There was definitely a loud voice in the sense that rural LEAs in their schools and county Office of Education run court community schools are still experiencing these workforce challenges and staffing challenges. We also know that and have heard that the word clear can be confusing, given that it does not indicate that teachers hold a clear credential. So there's terms within the credentialing community that are similar. And then the other piece has consistently been around this word ineffective, which is in our ESSA state plan and is used on the teacher assignment monitoring outcomes report, which is on DataQuest. That they don't like that term and it's unpopular among interest holders and is actually seen as pejorative to temporary permit holders and misassigned educators serving in California's classrooms. We don't use that word on the dashboard. I want to be clear, we actually use the word clear in teaching assignments. So one of the things that we are suggesting and wanted to get feedback from you all today on is aligning the terminology. So changing the word clear on the dashboard to fully credentialed and properly assigned. This would be on the assignments card as well as the local indicators dashboard page. And a consideration that terminology be updated on the teacher assignment monitoring outcome reports to align with the dashboard terms. The other piece is adding a second teacher assignment data table to meet this requirement around intra-district transfer. So this is an example of a district who has not only an elementary but a middle and a high school. They have a count of schools for each of those types of schools. And then the suggestion, and I think this actually came from a letter that you received last year from the equity groups, is highest percentage fully credentialed and properly assigned, and then the lowest percentage of fully credentialed and properly assigned. So this provides yet another view of data that is already available through the DataQuest reports, but it is a summary of that to be put on the dashboard. So with that, we are requesting feedback and direction from the board on updates to the terminology and options for displaying intra-district county teacher credentialing and assignment data on the dashboard. And if there's no clarifying questions, we can definitely hold until you have your discussion.
I'm not seeing any
Maybe a quick clarifying question on the labeling. Besides clear, what are the other labels?
That's the only term that we use on the dashboard.
It's the only term. Okay, so we don't use ineffective.
The other terms are all are not specified in that statute that we started with, but they are part of our ESSA state plan and they are reported out on DataQuest. So there's 6 other terms.
The ineffective term was required by the feds for their reporting.
Okay.
And we report to them with that only.
Thank you.
All right. Yes, Vice President Glover Woods.
Cindy, just to clarify, the box for the open response,
Yes.
will that remain?
Yes. So that is one thing that we did add was a narrative box right underneath this table. And of the 10,000 schools, we had about less than 250 take us up on that. So we found that they were overwhelmingly from charter schools, talking about their what was going on in their local context. But we now with this knowing how many and how many how much more opportunities we have to have 9,500 or 9,700 schools actually fill it out. We can spend some time on that this next year to point that out. Okay, I'm going to return over the remainder of the presentation to Kim.
Luckily, my entire coffee was already expired, so we're good. I just spilled it and it's fine. So no, we're good. It was all good. That's how we've been here for a while. All right. Long-term English learners, student group, and the suspension indicator. This one should be lovely for all of us. We are looking to move forward 2 specific actions in response to your requests to help assist changes to the LTEL student group, right? That was added to the 2025 dashboard, to the 24 dashboard rather. And specifically those are with regards to amending our suspension 5x5 tables for LTELs. And then for CPAG later this month, as well as the May State Board meeting, we'll be looking at adding reclassified students as an additional level to the LP for LTELs. So stay tuned for that. Today's discussion centers around principles 5, 8, and 11. So in 2025, we evaluated the dashboard metrics to ensure that LTELs had valid results across all of the indicators after LTELs were added as a student group into the 2024 dashboard. And we noted that the age-specific student group for LTELs, meaning that you needed to have been an LTEL for at least 7 years or more, may have been assigned incorrect 5x5 tables to the suspension rate indicator. And so we dug into that. Whenever we see something that looks off or strange, right, we do our due diligence and look in. So we evaluated the current suspension rate indicator to determine whether a modified application of our 5x5 color grid for LTEL students was warranted and therefore would provide a more accurate and equitable reporting of outcomes for these students. And this work has continued from last year. We didn't make it over the line in July, but we're here hopefully today to help out with that. So as I just said, we added LTELs for the first time in 2024. And then again, that definition on the dashboard is specifically just a student who has not attained English language proficiency within 7 years of initial classification. Now, the suspension rate indicator is our precious indicator that has 6 separate 5x5s for distribution on the dashboard. And the reason why is because suspensions look very different for different school types and different district types. And so when the board first adopted our suspension rate indicator, we wanted to make sure that we were equitably assigning what was a good outcome, right, for schools and districts to the proportion of suspensions that they were seeing. So we know that there are very few suspensions that occur in our elementary school spaces. And when we looked at the data, we set those expectations accordingly. However, there are many more suspensions at our middle schools, right? And so while we wanted to reduce those numbers proportionally, the number of suspensions that are on average at our schools is a very different number than those are at our elementary schools, and similarly our high schools as well. So overall, as a reminder, the requirement for our suspension rate indicator to perform well is for your suspension rate to go lower, right, and to have a lower rate. So we have 3 5x5s for districts, elementary schools, high school districts, and then our K-12 schools and unified districts. And then for schools, we have 3, elementary schools, middle schools, high schools, and then, just for funsies, for our schools that are K through 12, we apply the district K through 12 5x5 to schools that have that distribution as well. So there are technically 6 5x5s that with their own sets of cut scores across all of those indicators. Now, as you can see here from the 2025 dashboard and looking at our population of LTELs, while there are some students who have had English, have been an English learner for 7 or more years in grades 4 and 5, there are just a few of them, right? Obviously, the proportion of those students starts ticking up in grade 6 and moving through grade 12. Therefore, other than, while students may be in an elementary school setting of a K-6, right, school or a K-8, they're not taking up the majority of those grade spans, right? They're taking up just grades 6, 7, 8, and then our high school grades accordingly. And then when we look at the counts of suspensions for LTELs by grade level, I have circled and put them in boxes for here to see that for our LTELs at elementary schools, right, there are a significant number of suspensions happening in grades 6, 7, and 8, and none in those grades before that, right, or grades after. And similarly for K-12 schools, you see a large proportion of suspensions happening again in 6, 7, and 8. In the attachment, you can look through and see, we didn't copy the slide here because it was very not 508 compliant, but specifically you can see that the cut scores and expectations for our students in our elementary schools is much lower, right, as I said, than our middle schools. But when you're looking at a school that just happens to be a K-8, right, they're an elementary school, they've labeled themselves as such, they have LTEL students there, but we're holding their LTEL students, which are only 6th, 7th, and 8th graders, to an expectation of behavior, right, that is for all of the other students, right, proportionally, they have students who are represented in grades kindergarten, or TK, kindergarten, 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th, as far as a rate, right? They have a lot more students in their denominator because of the rate that's being presented. So it's not really an apples to apples comparison. We're essentially looking at how middle schoolers, right, in grades 6, 7, and 8 are being suspended at an elementary school setting, because the only students who are, LTELs are only middle school students. So it would be silly to hold them to a higher threshold, right, or rather a lower threshold of expectations than it would be for a middle school. So that's what we're looking to do. And this is through the application of the middle school 5x5 on these elementary schools. We saw that 28 schools exited the red because of our changes to that, and 44 schools would exit the orange if we changed our LTEL 5x5 from using the elementary school requirements to a middle school requirement. And then you can see here for district types as well, elementary school districts. We have quite a few elementary school districts, again, with those LTEL students and walking through. And when we applied the unified K-12 school district 5x5 table to that LTEL student group, we saw that 13 elementary school districts exited the red for LTELs, and then additionally 8 elementary school districts exited the orange. There was a question that came up around why the unified K-12 school distribution was selected. Our technical design group looked at either applying the unified K-12 school designations or high school. High school has an actual higher threshold for suspensions, and our TDG felt that the unified K-12 school expectations were more aligned with those requirements than they were than the high school ones. So that is why we chose the unified K-12 school 5x5 for the districts. So our recommendation is as follows. We recommend that the LTEL student group be represented within the suspension rate indicator by the middle school 5x5 at the school level and the unified K-12 5x5 at the district level. Any clarifying questions that I can assist with? Okay, last one. Our participation rate for English language arts, mathematics, and science indicators. This is also a moving forward, a holdover from last year where with just action this month, and we're hoping to get this action so that we can provide information to the field prior to testing beginning shortly. So it is around the SBE approving the removal of the participation rate grace periods from the ELA mathematics and science indicators. This is on principles 4, 8, and 11. Now, for those of you who are not intimately aware of our academic grace periods for our academic indicators, in 2016-17, we developed these indicators within the accountability department and our business rules to address concerns of large assessment windows and student movement within those windows. During that time, we had schools that actively began testing very early in the year, so as soon as they possibly could, and then those testing continued all the way until the last day of the school year. This was a time of computer carts being pushed around from classroom to classroom, right? And the duration of the assessment taking a long period of time. And with the new assessment, not knowing how long it would take students to complete them, schools scheduling out 2 weeks per grade level, right, to test and to get the computer carts around to everyone. and moving forward. So it was a very different type of test administration that we began during 2016-17. And so we heard concerns from the field about what things would look like for the participation rate. And therefore, we developed a series of grace periods intending to hold schools and LEAs harmless for testing students who transfer out too early or transfer in too late. So the unintended outbound transfers, just as the window opened, would be excused from the participation rate, and unintended inbound transfers during the last days of the testing window would be excused. What this looked like in application was that if we had a very short window of testing, there were no grace periods. If you had a window of testing of 14 to 30 days, there was a 14-day grace period afterwards. And with 31 days or more of a total window, the grace period before was 14 days and the grace period after was 14 days. This is a sketch of one of the many diagrams trying to explain this to the field as to how the grace periods work. And specifically, I just point to that little purple arrow that's showing. The windows for all assessments and these testing windows don't begin until the very first student logs in and starts beginning testing at that school in that subject area. So you can set up a window for as long as you need it to be, right? And it's only until you actually begin the testing that we would count your window to begin. So LEAs sign up for testing windows separately with our assessments division. They tell everyone that's the date that they can begin testing, right? But we don't actually start looking at that until they begin moving forward. Now, as a part of our 2025 and this year's 2026 accountability work plan, we started reviewing some of the feedback that we had received around the validity and reliability of our grace periods for all of these indicators. And specifically, it started coming up with our science indicator and our alternative assessment for our science indicator, as well as the fairness in adjacency to our English learner proficiency exams that do not have any grace periods attached to them. And so from inquiries in the field, we went through and decided to look at specifically what was going on with our grace periods and if this was something that perhaps was an outdated idea that we could move forward from. So specifically, reducing the need for those grace periods brought up greater access to individual devices, obviously improved technology, so many more devices right around, and additionally, the shorter duration of the assessment administration for the CASP in general. So in looking at what the actual impact of removing the grace periods was, and I will clear this up. I saw a couple comments from folks previously, but as far as statewide impact, 2,000 to 3,000 students would be added overall to the entire academic indicators for the entire state. So less than 0.1% of students. Those would be added to our participation rate overall for schools and districts. So we saw a very minimal impact on the percentage of schools and districts and student groups that would not meet the 95%. So that was a 1% impact that we saw. And then also a minimal impact to color assignments for LEA schools and student groups. Only 1 to 2% of all schools, LEAs, and student groups, every color distributed along that, would be impacted or affected. Therefore, moving forward with the 2026 accountability plan and the 2026 dashboard, we are recommending the removal of grace periods from the participation rate calculation for ELA, mathematics, and science indicators. Are there any clarifying questions?
Any clarifying questions? All right, thank you. Are we ready to take public comment?
Very quickly. So just to let you know, we've been busy as always. We see you so often, but we also see everyone else in the field. So we had 2 policy work group meetings with a total of 42 participants between the last meeting and this, as well as 7 in-person and virtual presentations with around 679 participants. Would you like me to review the recommendations before or just go to public comment?
And repeat them.
Okay, I know, we'll go back to the beginning, when you saw me the first time. Our
I
recommendations.
think the most important thing is to clarify the one that changed.
Yes. So for CCI, the recommendation is to approve the proposed career measures and the respective high-quality definitions for inclusion in the CCI for work-based learning internships, work-based learning student-led enterprises, work-based learning simulated work-based learning, as well as approving the State Seal of Civic Engagement for inclusion in the College Career Indicator as a plus metric in combination with either meeting UC-CSU course requirements or successful completion of a CTE pathway. For number 2, and the bold is the difference in motion, dashboard alternative school status, approve updates to the application-based DAS criteria, adopt the revised credit deficient definition, and delay requiring high-risk students to have a minimum enrollment of more than 30 days at the application-based DAS school until the CDE can provide the SBE with an impact analysis for consideration of this metric. For priority 1, this is just providing feedback and direction on the updates of the terminology and options for how to describe and display interdistrict county teacher credentialing and assignment data on the dashboard. For 4, it's adopting the proposed revisions to the suspension rate indicator 5x5 for LTELs. And for 5, it is removing the grace periods for the participation rate calculation for the English language arts, mathematics, and science indicators. Okay.
Thank you. We are going to put the public comment slide up. It is up, and we're going to open the phone line for public comment. Those wishing to make public comment on the phone can use the telephone number and access code displayed there. We will start with public comment in the room. I do want to note before we go to public comment that the over 1,000 written public comments we received related to the DOS criteria have been attended to. We have seen the letters, appreciate the comments, and the CDE recommendation, as you know, has been changed and does not include the 30-day minimum enrollment criterion at this time. We'll do further analysis of that and bring it up at a future meeting. And so I encourage callers to address the decisions before the board today. And in order to be able to hear from everyone who would like to provide public comment, while ensuring we can move through the board's remaining items of business at that meeting, we ask that for those signed up or calling in to provide public comment, if you are providing comment regarding the DOS criteria that repeat the substance of the large volume of public comment, please simply state whether you support or oppose that recommendation about the revised criteria for a future reference. And we are going to open the dais and then the phone line for public comment now.
There are 16 people signed up for in-person public comment. Please remember to state your name and affiliation for the record when it's your turn to speak. Will the following people please line up at the microphone in the back of the room? Lindsay Paoli, Shelley Haynes, Corinne Manley, Lindsay Reese, and David Vieira. You may begin.
Good afternoon, members of the board. Again, my name is Lindsay Paoli, supporting AVID from Sacramento County Office of Education. Thank you for the opportunity to comment and for taking the time to consider additional measures for the College and Career Indicator. Expanding the CCI is an important step in ensuring it reflects the full range of ways students prepare for success after high school. As shared earlier, for over 45 years, AVID has partnered with schools across California to close opportunity gaps and prepare all students for college and careers. 90% of AVID graduates in California complete the A to G requirements, compared to 52% statewide, and 80% of AVID graduates enroll in post-secondary education, compared to 62% statewide. AVID is a sustained, intensive, and evidence-based system that equips students with the durable skills that employers consistently identify as essential for workplace success, while serving as an accelerator for rigorous coursework and other key CCI outcomes. AVID would welcome the opportunity to engage further as the state continues strengthening how the readiness is measured and supported for all students. Thank you.
Good afternoon, members of the State Board. My name is Shelley Haynes. I am here as the superintendent representing Crescent View West, authorized DAS school authorized by Fresno County Superintendent of Schools. I'm here to share that credit deficiency should remain a DAS certification criterion with no changes to how it is currently calculated because it identifies students who are significantly off track toward graduation. If this issue cannot be satisfactorily resolved, I encourage the board to extend current DAS status for 1 year while the policy is reviewed and clarified. Thank you for your consideration.
Good afternoon. My name is Corinne Manley from Vista Real Charter High School, a DAS school in Ventura County. Our students often arrive far behind in credits and at risk of not graduating. That's why credit deficiency as it stands must remain a DAS criterion without changes to how it is calculated until we see and understand a clearly operationalized proposed definition and understand how it will actually impact the DAS schools across the state. If a 30-day enrollment threshold ends up being considered in the future, it should exclude all students enrolled 30 days or fewer, not just higher risk students. I respectfully encourage extending current DAS statuses and processes until the policy is more carefully reviewed. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Lindsay Reese, and I represent San Diego Workforce Innovation High School in San Diego County. We are a DAS school. I respectfully encourage the board to extend current DAS status for 1 year while the policy is thoughtfully reviewed. Credit deficiency is a critical DAS certification criteria because it identifies students who are significantly off track towards graduation. It's one of the clearest indicators of students that have seriously been underserved and are low performing academically. The proposed new methodology is less precise than the current methodology and would lead to more calculation errors, not less. We have a high bar for determining credit deficiency and could easily show backup documentation if tested. Since the board does not yet seem clear on the recommendations currently set forth, the DAS certification criteria should remain unchanged. I respectfully urge the board to extend the current DAS status for 1 year while they continue to review this policy. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam President and members of the board. My name is David Vieira, former and superintendent. I'm speaking on behalf of the educators working in DAS schools across our community. While appreciating the CDE's effort to strengthen the integrity and consistency of DAS criteria, we urge careful consideration of potential unintended consequences. Many DAS schools serve students experiencing significant instability, youth who are highly mobile, credit deficient, navigating foster care, homelessness, or involvement with the justice system. These are precisely the students the DAS framework was designed to support. The proposed revisions to the credit deficient definition and 30-day enrollment requirement risks excluding some of the very students alternative schools exist to serve. We respectfully encourage the board to maintain sufficient flexibility so schools serving the most unstable, high-risk populations are not inadvertently disadvantaged. Thank you for your consideration.
Will the following 5 people please line up at the microphone? Nicholas Watson, Carlos Machado, Wayne Ashbrenner, Laura Kerr, Julie Crandall.
Good afternoon, President Darlingham and members of the board. I'm Nicholas Watson, speaking on behalf of the California Charter Schools Association. We appreciate all the work that CDE staff has invested in these policy changes, but we have concerns about the current form of the proposal. We do not support it. We ask you support an extension of DAS status for existing schools while CDE works with DAS schools on a better approach to updating these important policies. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Wade Ashbrenner, and I represent 8 Altus schools, which all are DAS schools. As you consider the updates to the DAS application, we respectfully urge the State Board to pause any proposed changes and extend the renewal criteria for current DOS schools. First, you must ensure transparency and accuracy in the use of eligibility data, particularly data coming from CDE and CalPADS. Schools should have an opportunity to review and correct eligibility determinations, including those based on CalPADS. Schools also should be able to correct missing and inaccurate CalPADS records, which often occur when students transfer between schools. Secondly, clearly define the term and methodology for determining credit deficiency, which you guys have done some hard work today. Because CalPADS was not originally designed to determine credit deficiency across different school credit systems, it is critical that the definition and methodology are clear, accurate, and developed with input from schools serving these students. We thank you for your leadership on this important topic.
Good afternoon. Carlos Machado with the California School Board Association. CSBA appreciates the work to refine the dashboard, but we must ensure these updates support LEAs. Regarding the college and career indicator, the new tracking requirements could create a heavy local administrative burden, particularly for small and rural districts. We urge the board to consider the infrastructure needed to manage this data. We also have deep concerns regarding court and community schools. The current multi-year cohort model often masks the intensive local efforts to engage these students whose transitional status makes long-term metrics a poor fit. We ask the board to consider more equitable approaches for these specialized settings. Finally, teacher assignment data should be used to identify state-level policy barriers, not just highlight local disparities. Transparency must be linked to a unified strategy of support that helps LEAs address staffing challenges. Please refer to CSBA's written comments for more technical details on these and other recommendations. Thank you.
Laura Kerr with the Charter School Development Center, representing over 80 DOS schools. We are deeply concerned about the many changes to DOS determinations that have been made without board approval. These changes narrow eligibility and lack transparency. Sole reliance on CalPADS introduces errors and omissions inherited from other schools. DOS schools need the ability to review and correct data. Other changes restrict who counts as at-risk youth, and still more, tinker with how the 70% is calculated. Each of these can impact DAS status and jeopardize at-promise student access to needed school options. To prevent inadvertent closures of schools providing critical options for high-risk students, we urge the board to conduct a formal review of all past and proposed changes to the process and to extend DOS status for another year while the SBE addresses these issues. Thanks.
Julie Crandall, Principal Superintendent of Home Tech Charter in Paradise. We are a Category 2 DAS school serving TK through 12. I do want to clarify that applying for DAS is not too cumbersome for the site. In fact, it's one of our highest priorities. We serve an incredibly high number of students who are vulnerable, high risk, and fit into many of the categories that you've discussed here today. We're heavily invested in ensuring our accurate reporting in our DAS applications. Unfortunately, we have found time and time again that the CalPADS system does not always accurately report a student's history. And we usually find this with DAS reporting our criteria, such as suspensions, expulsions, and habitual truancy. So we respectfully ask that the board consider looking at this more clearly, talking with some of the DAS schools so that we can explain what it is that we do and how important it is as we go through our process.
Thank you, Speaker. Your time is up. Will the following 6 people please line up at the microphone? Natalie Shin, Lorraine Richards, Lindsay Tornatore, Diana Vu, Rob Manwaring, and Cynthia Soares.
Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Natalie Shin, here on behalf of Californians Together. We are in strong support of the proposed revisions for the suspension rate indicator for long-term English learners and want to thank the board for your attention to this critical issue. Long-term English learners often experience multiple systemic challenges, and these revisions ensure that any discipline disparities affecting them are accurately measured, visible, and addressed through a statewide accountability system. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Lorraine Richards, and I'm a classroom teacher representing California Teacher Association. Thank you for this comprehensive item and the opportunity to provide input. CTA would like to provide comment on both DAS criteria and the Priority 1 assignment data. CTA strongly supports the proposed changes to the DAS application. The existing system for application-based dashboard alternative school status, which is specific to alternative schools of choice and charter schools, relies on the school's self-certified data. This process does not allow the CDE to verify the data that is put into the application. The proposal to streamline item 3 streamlines the process and shifts responsibility to CDE to confirm eligibility. We also support aligning terminology for the Priority 1 teacher assignment data. This will help to increase transparency and provide parents and families with a clearer picture on teacher assignments. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Lindsay Tornatore on behalf of the California County Superintendents. I'd like to lift up the letter we submitted with our positions, input, and requests and briefly highlight a few items. On the DAS issue, first, we want to appreciate all of the work CDE has done to propose revisions to the criteria. As we all can see, this is a very complex topic. Broadly, the superintendents support any changes to the DAS criteria to ensure that DAS status is reserved for the schools that the DAS program is intended to serve. We appreciate CDE's responsiveness to the concerns from the field and look forward to the data analysis on the minimum 30-day requirement impact. Regarding teacher assignment data, we believe the addition of a second data table would be duplicative of what is already reported in the SARC and publicly available on DataQuest. We support transparency around teacher credentialing and welcome continued discussions with board staff and partners. Finally, we support removing the grace periods, but request the change take effect with the 2027 dashboard and timely communication be provided to the field before the 2026 dashboard release. Thank you.
Good afternoon, board members. Dinah Vu on behalf of the Association of California School Administrators. ACSA supports including the state seal of civic engagement in the CCI. As a standalone measure, this would preserve LEA's flexibility to implement civic engagement opportunities that reflect their local context and the diverse ways students participate in civic life. This approach also helps ensure broader and more equitable access for students, particularly in alternative education settings, while encouraging LEAs to expand civic engagement opportunities. Separately, ACSA supports the term fully credentialed and properly assigned, which will help reduce confusion. At the same time, ACSA recommends avoiding the addition of new data tables that may introduce unnecessary complexity or lead to misinterpretation. Prioritizing clarity and simplicity will ensure that the dashboard remains a useful and accessible tool for families and communities while minimizing the confusion about how teacher assignment data should be understood. Additionally, ACSA remains concerned about the use of the term ineffective and appreciates the board's support and alignment on this issue. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Cynthia Soares. I'm the director of the Yuba County Career Preparatory Charter School. And to simplify my public comment is that I support the public comments that have so far been made in relationship to the DAS credit definition that is under consideration. I appreciate that the CDE staff have taken the other 30-day criteria off of your agenda at this time for further analysis of that. But simply put, I oppose the definition that is currently on the agenda for your consideration and hope that there can be some more conversation and clarity about how that will be defined. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Hello, Robert Manwaring from Children Now. In our letter, we put in a place a provided display of how to show the distributional effects of the teacher assignment monitoring data. As you've heard today, DOS schools have very different students at their schools and need different things. We think that you should report disaggregating not only by elementary, middle, and high school, but also by alternative ed schools because they have very different rates of fully assigned teachers. We think this is a critical equity issue in how districts distribute their qualified teachers across school sites. We also support adding the seal of civic engagement and suggest the recommended option 4, which is either the seal plus A through G or the seal plus the CTE pathway. and we support adjusting the performance standards for long-term English learners on the suspension rate. Thank you so much. Oh, and one last issue. If you could break down the assessment item into multiple sub-items, it might spur greater public engagement because there are
Thank you,
so many
Speaker.
issues.
Your time is up. We will now move to public comment on the phone line.
Thank you. First caller with the
I'm
last
so
board.
sorry, Haley, one moment.
Did you have a comment?
I apologize, the binder moved before I could sign it. So, Leangela Reed on behalf of the Small School Districts Association. I'd like to align our association with the comments of our colleagues from the County Superintendent's AXA and CSBA, particularly relative to teacher misassignment. With smalls, you have very unique circumstances, and we feel that the information would be duplicative, as reiterated by my colleagues. Also, it's important that we continue to make this a usable item. With regard, I also want to speak on behalf of the California Association of Career and College Readiness Organization. The more we can put into the CCI, the more engagement we will have, the better it will be. So we really want to continue to encourage us to build that out and appreciate the board's work and staff work on that. And if you get a chance to visit Fabrizio's programs, I highly recommend it. You will come away a better person. Thank you.
We will now move to public comment on the phone line.
Thank you. Caller with the last four digits, 7084. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute, and your time starts now.
Hello, my name's Michelle Herzog. I'm representing Californians for Civic Learning, representing several civic learning leaders and organizations across the state. We strongly, strongly support the inclusion of the State Seal of Civic Engagement in the dashboard. As we know, the State Seal has created a lot of interest in moving civic engagement forward in schools, but not to the numbers that it should. We believe strongly that adding it to the dashboard will incentivize schools and districts to not only get more students to earn the seal, but to implement high-quality civic engagement programs, even beginning in the elementary schools. We heard a lot of interest in this in item 2, and we appreciate the board's support of civically engaging our young people in our American democracy. So thank you very much for your time, and we hope you can include this in the dashboard. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, ending in 0161. Please start your public comment.
I'm Erin Gorentz, Executive Director at Pacific View Charter School, located in Oceanside and Moreno Valley. We serve students who are credit deficient, formerly incarcerated, parenting, and young people who need a flexible pathway to graduate. Our program attracts high-risk students who have typically been unsuccessful elsewhere and need our supports to make it to graduation. We are very concerned that the recent changes could harm our community's most vulnerable students. Please require state board approval of all changes, including past changes made without public engagement, maintain all eligibility categories without narrowing, and extend current DOS status while resolving these issues.
Thank you. Next caller, ending in 3015. Please start your public comment.
Hi, my name is Ileana Kiriakos, Superintendent of Options for Youth, a DAS charter school network serving communities across California. We serve students who are credit deficient, previously disengaged from school, parenting youth, and students who need a flexible pathway to graduate. These are young people we care deeply about and believe in. I want to highlight a concern with the proposed requirement for continuous 70% high-risk enrollment. DAS schools experience enrollment fluctuations throughout the year as students transfer, return to schools, or re-engage after falling behind. Removing DAS status if enrollment drops below 70% at any point does not really reflect the reality of the students we serve, especially when the state board already requires recertification every 3 years. We also ask the schools have the ability to review and correct eligibility data before determinations are made. We respectfully ask the state board to reject the continuous 70% requirement and protect schools serving high-risk students. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, ending in 4835. Please start your public comment.
My name is Bill Dotson, Director of Motivated Youth Academy, an application-based DOS charter school in San Diego County. We are opposed to the recommendation in item 3, attachment 2 on DOS eligibility. We serve high-risk students, with our largest student group being those who are credit deficient. Our DAS status expires this June. Next year, we renew our charter. If MYA loses DAS status, our school could face presumptive non-renewal based solely on ill-fitting dashboard indicators. School accountability should recognize student context. It should not unintentionally disadvantage the very students it is intended to support. I urge you to extend DAS status 1 year and require state board approval of all changes that affect DAS eligibility until these issues can collaboratively be resolved by the state board, the CDE, and educational partners. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller ending in 7369, please start your public comment.
Good morning. My name is Krista Woodruff, Superintendent of Sage Oak Charter Schools. While our school is not designated as a DAS school, many DAS charter colleagues serve students who are credit deficient, formerly disengaged from school, parenting youth, or young people who need a flexible pathway to graduate. Traditional school districts often refer students to DAS schools because they have a reputation for being able to support some of our most vulnerable young population. I've heard countless stories from my colleagues about students who are on the verge of dropping out, but through the support of their schools, they were able to graduate and completely change the trajectory of their futures. I respectfully urge you to oppose the proposal to further reduce the students counted in DAS eligibility criteria and to extend DAS status while the state board reviews all past and proposed changes to DAS eligibility. These schools are doing life-changing work for students who need it most, and we need to protect them from inadvertent closures.
Thank you. Next caller ending in 2979, please start your public comment.
Hi, my name is Elizabeth O'Neill, and I am the Director of Data Analytics at EDI, where I support multiple alternative charter schools. I share the concerns, particularly about the definitions for credit deficiency, and I am asking the board respectfully to please make sure there is full public review and State Board of Education approval of all past and proposed changes to these eligibility categories, along with very clear data definitions and enrollment methodology or timelines that just do not exist right now. There are too many questions. And in light of that, I would respectfully ask the board to extend DAS status 1 year while these issues are addressed. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller ending in 8945, please start your public comment.
Good morning. This is Suzanne Cooey with the Charter Schools Development Center. Without DAS status, schools serving high-risk students face charter renewal using indicators that mostly do not measure their impact. Let's be clear about the goal of DAS status. Is this a school that the dashboard indicators fit? Wards of the court was eliminated because it's not in CalPADS. Without board approval, pregnant parenting and credit deficient got restricted to youth. Now, the DAS application webpage suddenly says DAS status will be dropped if the school does not continuously maintain 70% enrollment of high-risk students. We urge the board to conduct a full public review of all past and proposed changes, including those that have not gone to the board for review, with engagement of schools. Let's remember the goal. This is about whether school accountability should be based on dashboard indicators or not. Narrowing DAS eligibility is the wrong direction. We see solutions that protect needed options, and we're standing by to find those solutions together. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller ending in 8937, please begin your public comment.
Good afternoon. This is Cristina Salazar on behalf of the Riverside County Superintendent of Schools. I'd like to highlight 3 key areas. First, on the state seal of civic engagement, we remain fully committed to graduating students who are academically prepared and civically responsible. That's why we support option 2, earning the seal along with the A to G requirements. Secondly, on the CTE programs, we serve more than 13,000 students each year, providing hands-on, industry-aligned learning, so we strongly support incorporating internships, student-led enterprises, and simulated work-based learning into the college career indicator. And lastly, on the teacher assignment data, we align our comments with the county superintendents and AXA. We support aligning terminology to fully credentialed and properly assigned for greater clarity. However, We oppose adding a second teacher assignment table to the dashboard. The data is already publicly available and would be a duplication. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Next caller ending in 5991, please start your public comment. Oh, they dropped. Okay, next caller ending in 2199, please begin your public comment.
Good afternoon, State Board of Education and President Linda Darling-Hammond. I am Dr. Rudy Cuevas, and I'm the Superintendent of Youth Build Charter School of California. We respectfully request that the State Board keep all eligibility categories as initially conceived, keep recertification every 3 years without a new requirement to meet the 70% threshold every day, ensure that schools can review and correct eligibility data, require full public review and SB approval of any changes to eligibility categories, data definitions, enrollment methodology, or timelines, and extend DOS status 1 year so schools can prepare for renewal without sudden rule changes. Students need access to high-quality options. Preserving a stable, transparent, and inclusive DOS eligibility criteria is in the best interest of students and communities. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Next caller ending in 9797, please begin your public comment.
Alexa Adkins with the Manzanita Band of the Kumeyaay Nation with approval from Tribal Chairwoman Angela Elliott Santos. I am opposed to the recommendation on DOS eligibility in item 3. I am also deeply concerned about changes that have not been brought to the board. My concerns were summarized in a letter on the matter I submitted on March 6, 2026. In the spirit of collaboration, we invite the State Board to take part in a talking circle with tribal representatives and educational partners on these matters before taking action and changing anything. This approach will create an environment where all voices can be heard, including the students whose futures are most affected by these decisions. Talking circles are an important cultural practice that foster respect, listening, and thoughtful conversation. By coming together in this way, we can share perspectives and work collectively toward solutions that support the well-being and educational success of our community's youth.
Thank you. Next caller ending in 1619, please start your public comment.
Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Paul Delgadillo, and I am a 7th grade student at South Junior High School in the Anaheim Union High School District. I support including the state seal of civic engagement on the California school dashboard. At my community school, students have real opportunities to participate in civic life. I took part in Youth and Government Day with the City of Anaheim, where I learned how local government works through a city mock trial. I also serve as a senator in our South Senate, where students work together to solve real problems. This year, we studied water quality on campus, partnered with Anaheim Public Utilities, and advocated for filtered drinking fountains that are now being installed. In my game-based learning with Minecraft education class, we designed solutions to community challenges in our district's Reinventing Communities world. It shows how civics can be integrated into CTE and inspire real change. Recognizing the civic engagement on the dashboard would show that these experiences matter. Thank you for supporting students who want to make a difference. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller ending in 2250, please begin your public comment.
Good afternoon, board members. Raquel Morales with EdTrust West. Currently, many LTELs are held to an elementary level suspension standards despite being predominantly enrolled in grade 6 and above. Shifting the middle school and unified K-12 5-to-5 tables provided a more equitable and statistically reliable measure that reflects the actual grade levels of these studies. By ensuring our accountability system accurately identifies and supports the unique needs of LTELs, we can better protect their access to the rigorous academic opportunities they deserve. We urge the board to adopt these revisions to ensure for access to academic opportunities for our LTEL student group. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller ending in 3609, please begin your public comment.
Good afternoon, State Board members. Jeff Rice, founder and director of A+, the Association of Personalized Learning Schools and Services, representing a total of 119 flex-based personalized learning public schools serving more than 128,000 students in California. About a third of our members are DAS classified, many of whom you've heard from today. We are also concerned that any changes to current eligibility criteria, particularly in light of today's new proposal regarding credit deficiency, without further review and analysis of the potential impact of these changes that may result in the declassification of any of these existing DAS schools, would have a devastating effect on many of our most troubled, vulnerable, and challenged student population, resulting in the severe reduction in viable options available to them. I respectfully request that the State Board delay any criteria eligibility decisions at this time in favor of further impact analysis to preserve these critical options for California's most challenged students. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Next caller ending in 5467, please start your public comment.
My name is Brian Gillespie. I'm a director with Options for Youth, a DAS network. Our students are often credit deficient, disengaged from school, or facing significant life challenges. The dashboard doesn't capture the progress students make during their time with us, so we use alternative metrics established with our authorizers. 7 of our schools are currently preparing for renewal. We're finalizing our renewal petitions now. Changing DAS eligibility midstream creates uncertainty and risk in this labor-intensive process. We respectfully ask the board to extend our DAS status as these issues are resolved. Second, we are concerned about the current proposal to only consider a student high risk if enrolled for 30-plus days. That would distort our high risk count. Instead, it would work to extend the 30-day enrollment minimum to all students in the calculation, not as a requirement to consider a student high risk. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Next caller ending in 8674, please start your public comment.
Good morning, Rachel Murphy with Public Advocates and the LCFF Equity Coalition. On the College Career Indicator, we support the department's recommendations to include the work-based learning pathways in the State Seal of Civic Engagement. We uplift our previous request to modify the indicator to measure student preparedness for both college and career, not one or the other, and at a minimum separately report on the number and percentage of students who met the college readiness requirements, career readiness requirements, and both. On priority 1, we appreciate the department and the board's engagement with education partners, including the LCFF Equity Coalition, related to teacher data and terminology. We support the proposed change from clear to fully credentialed and properly assigned on the dashboard, which is language that aligns with the Williams standards set forth in the Ed Code for priority 1. We support including the interdistrict comparison chart and recommend that alternative schools be included in their own row alongside rows for elementary, middle, and high schools, and also recommend including a link to the district's DataQuest page displaying percentages for each school to improve local transparency. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller ending in 4364, please start your public comment.
Good afternoon, Lucy Salcido Carter with the Alameda County Office of Education. I want to express our gratitude for the proposal for the new career measures for the CCI, and also reiterate some of the comments made by my colleagues at CSBA on this item with regard to the challenges that court and community schools have with the CCI. Our students are very mobile. We often don't have them for very long, and the long-term measures and multi-year cohorts make it very difficult to capture our students' successes in this area and the dedicated efforts our educators are making to support our students in preparing for college and career. We look forward to additional conversations to address these concerns. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller ending in 3122, you may begin. Caller with the last 4 digits, 31.
Hello, my name is Heidi Gaska, Superintendent of Excel Academy Charter Schools. While we are not a DOS school, I have witnessed several of my colleagues who lead DOS schools have tremendous impact on our most vulnerable students. I'd like to raise several concerns about the proposed changes to DOS eligibility criteria. First, we urge the board to reject the proposal to only count students as high risk after 30 days of enrollment. DOS schools serve highly mobile students, and this requirement would exclude many students who clearly meet high risk criteria simply because they recently enrolled. Second, the proposal to require schools to continuously meet the 70% high-risk threshold is far more restrictive than the state board's existing 3-year recertification framework and could create unnecessary instability for schools serving the state's most vulnerable students. It's also critical that the schools have the opportunity to review and correct eligibility determinations, particularly when CalPADS data is used, since errors from prior schools are common. Finally, we strongly encourage a full public review of all DAS eligibility changes with meaningful engagement from affected schools before these policies move forward. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Next caller ending in 1385, please start your public comment.
Good afternoon. This is Sarah Lillis with Teach Plus California. Regarding the priority 1, the teacher assignment data, we appreciate the board and the department's efforts to ensure information and language on the dashboard is understandable and consistent, and we support the proposed change from clear on the dashboard to fully credentialed and properly assigned. We also support the adoption of the chart to illustrate the interdistrict comparison and recommend the alternative schools be included in their own row in the chart alongside elementary, middle, and high schools. We also recommend including a link that will direct parents and other interest holders to the district's data quest page display. We recognize this change in terminology is just one of several the board will be considering over the next several months, and we appreciate the board's signal that language and words matter. As the board takes on more of these discussions, we urge you to continue to focus on how the end users, students, families, and educators understand the terms being considered. While consistency is important, it is even more important that the words being used are understood and meaningful so that local communities can engage in local planning and accountability. We recommend that as more language changes are proposed, staff can engage directly with educators, families, and students to gather insight into the utility and clarity of these terms, and that the changes be proposed over 2 board meetings to allow time for public input. Thank you.
Thank you. This concludes public comment for item number 3.
Great. Thank you. We are about an hour later than we thought we would be, and so we're going to try to have an efficient approach to discussing these. I want to give Vice President Glover Woods an opportunity to add any comments, and then I'm going to propose a way that we could break up the conversation to take the low-hanging fruit and then move on from there.
Well, my comments very brief. I can pepper in during board discussion. Again, just thank you for all of the data that has been provided. It's quite valuable. And I also align myself with President Darling Hammond with let's talk about the low-hanging fruit, if you will, and then look into the other areas. I do have a question, but I can save that, President Darling Hammond. Okay. So I do have a question. I don't know, Cindy or Kim, whichever one. On slide 72, there is a statement on the last bullet, and we can put that slide up if it will be helpful, that says renewals for current application-based DOS schools have been paused pending SBE action on updating eligibility criteria, and CDE will resume the DOS renewal process for inclusion on the 2027 dashboard. My question is, does that bullet mean that current DOS status will remain for another year until the criteria is finalized?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Say that again for me.
Yes. So what this slide says is that first, I'm going to start with the second bullet. Any new DAS application-based schools meeting the criteria would be authorized for 2026. And why it's important you take this action today is we do have a handful of schools that have been really excited about coming into this status who are most likely eligible for the criteria. We have to get those eligible schools through the application process and into our directory by July. So, you know, if we don't take this action today, you potentially would lose the ability for those schools that have been established since we last had the application open. For existing schools that are, you know, everybody's on a 3-year cycle. The 3-year cycles may be different. This criteria would not restart until 2027. So it would be effective with the 2027 dashboard.
Okay, may I ask one other question in relation to that? Within the time frame between now and 2027, is the department's intent that there would be opportunity for dialogue, conversation around the criteria to finalize it, or is it this is the criteria, everyone has a year to get ready for it, but there will be no further discussion about criteria, depending on how the board takes action?
board action today actually does not put into effect the 30-day piece, which is the minimum enrollment. The criteria that you are being asked to take action on is around credit deficient. The other pieces that have been referenced you've already taken action on. So with today's action, we are not asking you to reopen every single piece of the criteria. So I hope that answered your question.
I think my question was, is there opportunity for dialogue and conversation with educational partners, particularly those who have DOS status, between now and 2027? So as things are being paused, as their DOS status continues, will there be opportunity for any conversation and adjustments as needed?
I think that the conversations can definitely continue. We've had many, especially in the last week, with folks. So it's not, please know that when we give you that last attachment and the amount of contact we have, we are out there and we are talking to people. I do worry about your last statement, adjustments as needed. Like, are we reopening every single piece of this criteria based on what we heard today? And I hope that that's not the case.
Okay. And I'm not saying one way or the other, but I just want to get clear. Okay, thank you.
Chief Deputy, please go ahead.
I think what I can add to that, that's a really great question. I mean, as we're adding this piece around the impact analysis, I think part of that can include that additional conversation with those who are affected. So again, I do want to reiterate, we are trying to make sure that this can happen because we actually do have programs that are waiting to be included. But yes, I think as part of that impact analysis, we can have some follow-up conversation focus groups.
All right, I think we're ready to open up the discussion. What I'd recommend, and thank you, Cindy, you're allowed to sit for the moment. We may have some more questions. If you want to stay, you're welcome to do that also. I would propose that we take up, there are 5 recommendations. Numbers 3, 4, and 5 are the priority 1 teacher assignment data, long-term English learners suspension rate indicator, and English language arts, math and science grace periods. And those I heard very little concern about. I would like to open up any further discussion on those 3 and entertain a motion for those last 3 recommendations, then go back to the meatier ones and take up number 1 and 2, and then take up take those up in that order. So is there any, we are asked to provide feedback and direction on the terminology for the teacher assignment data. And the proposal is fully credentialed and properly assigned to replace the clear designation. And then there's also the question about whether we would recommend that alternative schools be on their own row, so to speak, in the data. And then any recommendations about the display of high and low. Yes, Member Patillo-Brownson.
So I'm glad we're circling back to some of these less controversial items, maybe. But I was thinking about one of the comments around this idea of clarity versus consistency in terms of language that communicates and conveys, particularly to families, what is the point of particularly the credentialed and properly assigned designation. So one easy thing, I think, is just to actually just name it as credentialed rather than fully credentialed, and then the absence of that being something like provisional. The table, I also think falls into that category of there may be some inconsistency as to how we look at that information, but I think some of the concerns about that data already being publicly available, but pretty hard to find, definitely tips the balance, at least for me, for the inclusion of a table. The remaining question I think I have, though, is whether the table should be calling attention to the distinctions between elementary, middle, and high school, which is one sort of cut of the data, versus what I actually think of as much more top of mind when I think about fully credentialed teachers, and that's whether fully credentialed teachers are disproportionately assigned to low FRL schools. And that's a very different indication rather than elementary, middle, and high school. And I think that would be something that actually would be worth including.
I think that when you'd have to get down to the level right now of the SARC to then trace to the schools. Yeah. I don't think that question though is on the table right now. So, but it's good to have it in the conversation.
This is an evolving document. I think what is presented, gets us part of the way, and I just want to signal I think this is part of the way.
Thank you. Other comments? Vice President Glover Woods, and I'll encourage us to be expeditious.
So as it relates to number 3 on the recommendation, I am comfortable with the updates to the terminology that have been shared. Also the chart showing the 3 levels of elementary, middle, and high. I do concur with Member Patella-Brownson with it would be helpful to see data at some other points with this, but I do think it's a step in the right direction.
Okay. Member Yoshimoto Tari.
I agree in concept in the future also, because that is the major way we would want to look at the data by unduplicated student account, perhaps, or free and reduced lunch. I think the terminology is fine. You raised a question for me, Member Patilla-Bronson. We say fully credentialed. If I were looking at it as a non-educator, I would say, does that mean there's a partial credential?
Well, and the answer is yes.
The answer is yes.
The fully credentialed terminology is used for someone who has a preliminary or a clear credential. Yes. We also have an intern credential, which you hold while you are preparing to teach, but you have not yet met all the standards. So it is a term of art, the fully credentialed.
So I just ask that if we use the term fully credentialed, that we're clear with and use accessible language for people who might be trying to understand the complexity of our credentialing system in California. And I liked the public comment idea and the example of perhaps putting DAS in the table separately, because it is different than elementary, middle, high.
Mm-hmm. All right.
I just want to say about I like fully credentialed and properly assigned as well, only because I could have a credential to teach construction, a CTE credential, but be placed in an English class. And so I just think that that's important to differentiate.
And, we're talking about this one place on the dashboard, but there are multiple places where the terminology is also consistent with this and where you can get the deeper dive. So I'll just add my voice to say I think the fully credentialed and properly assigned makes a lot of sense. It also makes sense to me to have the alternative schools as a separate row, as many people raised. I'm always interested in more data about where different teachers are. I mean, we do get this, analyzed by folks at different times, but I think that's a separate question from what we're taking up right now. And the display is another question that I don't know if anybody wanted to respond to, so that we can then say we've given any feedback that we want to give to the department on this. All right. So we have given you our feedback on that. That actually is sort of more like an information item for us to respond to. Let's take up the recommendation for the long-term English learner suspension rate indicator, which is to adopt the proposed revisions to the suspension rate indicator 5x5 for LTELs. Is there any further discussion on that recommendation? May I get a motion? Vice President Glover Woods.
I move that we adopt the proposed revisions to the suspension rate indicator 5x5 for our long-term English learners.
Who's whispered second? Was that Member Yoshimoto Tari? Okay. All right, any further discussion? All right, we need to take a roll call because we have Member Roscoe Gonzalez on the Zoom.
Member Yoshimoto Tari.
Yes.
Member Rodriguez.
Yes.
Member Patillo Brownson.
Yes.
Member Roscoe Gonzalez.
Yes.
Member Olken.
Yes.
Member Lewis.
Yes.
Vice President Glover Woods.
Yes.
Member Escobedo.
Yes.
President Darling Hammond.
Yes.
Member Ajike.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, and then the fifth recommendation is the English language arts, math, and science indicators grace periods, and removing those from the participation rate calculation for those three indicators. Is there any further discussion of that recommendation or questions? May I get a motion? Member Olken?
I move that we accept the recommendation to remove the grace periods from the participation rate calculation for the English language arts, mathematics, and science indicators.
All right.
Second that?
Thank you, Member Rodriguez. We'll take a roll call.
Member Yoshimoto Tari.
Yes.
Member Rodriguez.
Yes.
Member Patillo Brownson.
Yes.
Member Roscoe Gonzalez.
Yes.
Member Olken.
Yes.
Lewis. Vice President Glover Woods.
Yes.
Member Escobedo.
Yes.
President Darling Hammond.
Yes.
Member Ajike. Motion carries.
All right. So we can feel like we've accomplished something. Let's move to the number one, which is the college and career indicator, which asks us to approve the both the three measures: work-based learning internships, student-led enterprise, and simulated work-based learning, and also in that same one to approve the state seal of civic engagement for inclusion. And their respective definitions or add-on status. And I think that's where it gets a little bit more complex. I'll lead off with a couple comments on that. I raised some questions about the high-quality definitions for the work-based learning. And then I was struck by one of the comments that we just got in public comment about students in alternative schools who aren't able to be part of a long-term CTE pathway and have a capstone and so on. And I do believe that things like these work-based learning measures, which we had wonderful presentation from ROP that was terrific, there's so much value in this work, ought to be as available as possible to all students, both if you're pursuing, an intention to go to college and if you're not, and if you're in a DOS school. And so I worry about the piece of the definition that attaches it to certain courses. I think the other aspects of the definition could be mobile across settings, that you could have a 50-hour internship with, all the expectations in a DOS school, in a school that is not, have a set of CTE pathways, but is trying to be sure that there's experiential learning. It could be attached to whatever the course is. So that piece of the definition, I think, restricts us. You see that the number of kids who end up becoming prepared based on this is very small by the time we put all the features around it. And I feel like the direction of our education system is to expand experiential learning, to expand meaningful learning, to expand relevant learning to as many students as possible in as many ways as we can. And I don't know that we want to keep it in I'm happy for all the CTE students who are currently in well-designed programs to do that, and I don't know if it should only be available there. So I don't know if there are other, yes.
I just wanted to add, as I was listening, I was thinking the same thing about, first, I really do appreciate the time and thought that went into what makes for a high quality work-based learning experience, because I think there are lots of things that students could participate in that don't move the needle in terms of their understanding of what could be open to them beyond secondary school. So I really appreciate that. I wonder, however, about tying those work-based learning experiences to a CTE pathway because it presupposes sort of college or career rather than college and career. So if you, for example, did 50 hours of a high-quality internship program and fulfilled the A through G requirements, that feels to me like an indication that you're college and career ready. I wonder if part of the reason it got tied to CTE programs is because of the course it could be tied to. I wonder if there's a logistical issue with decoupling that work-based learning experience from CTE, but for me, in theory, it makes sense that it would be decoupled, that you could do it, that in conjunction with some other measure, perhaps, you're demonstrating college and career ready.
And I think the intention of having it attached to a course is to be sure that it is something the school has offered, that is something that they do. It may be tied to, the way in which they're doing dual enrollment, any number of other things as well. But you could imagine it being, you've got a 50-hour internship as part of with the local newspaper as part of an English course, a journalism internship. Vice President Glover Woods.
I think when we look at this particular indicator, I kind of lift back up that the indicator is to give us information on how well schools are preparing their students in these particular areas. And thinking about some of the complexities of schools that are not our traditional type of high schools, I can see where it would be challenging to link the work-based learning measures to a completed CTE pathway or the concentrator or capstone course, particularly when part of the criteria is already that it is connected to a course, if I'm understanding and reading the definition correctly. So I can see perhaps keeping the 50-hour requirement, but not including it has to be completed as part of a concentrator or capstone course for students that would be served in those alternative settings, which we would want to provide high work-based experiences for their students.
Member Escobedo? Member Rodriguez?
And when you're looking at the work shifts, especially in lieu of the AI integration, and I'm just wondering, when we look at new jobs that may not be connected to any of these courses, or jobs that are no longer needed and you have those courses, we need to really be a little bit more open-ended, especially now than ever, because of the work shift that's happening.
Things are going to happen at an astronomically rapid speed.
Exactly.
And I think, to the extent that we want kids to have these wonderful experiences, which I really appreciated the presentations that we got, that really make it clear how invaluable the experiences are, making it more widely available. Member Yoshimoto Tauri, did you have your hand up a minute ago? Yeah, okay. And then Member Rodriguez.
I think there was a comment made earlier about not creating a two-tiered system of college or career, and I just wanted to second that I think it's really important that we're preparing students across the board, and that at the same time, students have different entry points. Some students may opt to go to career first and then go to college, or some may go to college and then career, some may do both at the same time. So this CCI indicator to me is different than some of our other indicators, which are sort of very standardized and concrete and formulaic. This to me is a much more open-ended indicator that has multiple ways to show, multiple measures and ways to show that students are preparing students for college and career. I just wanted to acknowledge Superintendent LaFaro for coming today, taking time away from your from Valley Regional Occupational Center. I think his examples were the rigor that we want in our programs so that we have seamless transition into career. And I feel a little bit of that tension as we're talking about this, and also the seal of civic engagement about the level of rigor and the tension between being as inclusive as possible. So I just wanted to sort of name that elephant in the room because that's very present for me in this moment.
So Cindy is at the podium. I know she wants to tell us something. Member Rodriguez, I have not forgotten about you. I will come to you as soon as we hear this comment from Cindy.
I was asked to clarify, if we, delay this, or if we want to reopen this criteria, there's not really time available in our schedule to do it for 2026, so this would have to be moved to 2027. This is also a plus of the CTE pathway plus one of these things. So it's always been in the career space where we're trying to add more metrics. That's how we've been evaluating each of these components. So I just want to clarify, because I think there was some confusion around it being on the college side. This is on the career side.
Well, I think that what we're saying is we would want to put it on both sides, that it could go in either place.
I guess then the question would be for you is what is the plus piece of it? Is it plus A through G or something along those lines? So just, we're asked to tease that out.
Yep.
I might propose that one possible solution could be to put them separately, the 3 bullet points, separately under approaching, and then as a plus to count towards prepared, as a thought.
I think that it already is a plus, because it's a plus with the CTE program. Yeah, so I'm just wondering what you were suggesting is different than, how what you suggested is different than what was already proposed.
I think what's being proposed is that the work-based learning, the student-led enterprises, and the simulated work is that we're being asked to approve it as a plus.
To CTE.
With CTE.
Not to academic and what's.
Right, with only CTE.
Cindy was just saying is that if we were proposing it as a plus to academic, we'd also have to suggest what that indicator would be.
Or academic.
Yeah. So it could be A through G, or it could be a 2 plus 3, a 2 and a 3 on the SBAC. Right? Those are examples of places where there already is a plus required for it to be fully prepared. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's right. It's those 3 places. And one proposal would be to allow it to be attached to any of the 3. I want to get to Member
So
Rodriguez.
what I was saying-
Who's been waiting, if I could, please. Yeah. Member Rodriguez.
Thank you. And I was also going to thank our presenter from ROP, because that was a phenomenal presentation and definitely something to aspire to. Although I also want to acknowledge how difficult it is, and especially with the quantitative ability to whether a common rubric that all workplaces are using, and being able to transport this to other areas in our state is difficult, right? Because of the different logistical factors. So that's, and also some of the other factors that have been mentioned, why I'm hesitant to codify this.
So I think I want to just propose there are 2 ways to think about this. One would be to go ahead and approve the measures without the existing definition and, explore what the definition is. The other is to approve them with a decision that it would be attached to any of the 3 standalones and to any course within those. Yes. Vice President Glover Woods, and then I think Member Olken again? Yeah, okay.
I just wanted to say that the idea of attaching it to any of the 3 doesn't feel as restrictive as only as part of the CTE concentrator or capstone course. And I do recognize, to Cindy's point, how essential it is that we do make a decision so that it's reflective on the 2026 dashboard. So I like the idea of saying prepared is the work-based measure plus A through G, UC, or I should say UC CSU, capstone concentrator, or SBAC score to be determined, 2 or 3, I don't know.
Member Olken?
I just wanted to suggest, in theory, that makes a lot of sense to me, what you just said. And that is not something that we have any data yet to see how many more students that would impact. You know, we got to see, there was analysis done basically by the department for the recommendation that was brought to us. And so I'm wondering if another possible way to move forward would be to vote on the existing proposal and then ask for next year to look at also to look at what it would mean to have those work-based learning opportunities be a plus for the what we currently consider college indicators, so that we're sort of moving away from the idea that it's one or the other. It's just another way of going at it.
I'd be in favor for having all 3 indicators, given that it's not, I don't see it as harmful as adding them as plus measures. It's not taking away, it's actually being more inclusive. But I would be interested in the data. And I just wanted to answer Member Oken's earlier question, is how was my proposal a little different? We didn't really talk today at all about what qualifies for an LEA in terms of what criteria applies for approaching. But I'm looking at my little cheat sheet here on my computer, and we do allow, for example, CTE pathway completion by itself counts towards approaching, or 1 semester of a dual enrollment course with a C- or better by itself counts as approaching. A to G completion by itself counts as approaching for a school district. And so I was also suggesting that maybe we consider these 3 bullet points as alone, not as a plus measure, but alone. Perhaps I'd be curious to know what would that be to have them just be standalone measures and count towards approaching, and that the plus measure count toward prepared.
So we're getting into a and Cindy, I saw that you came up and then went back to sit down. Do you want to tell us something else? Vice President Glover Woods, do you want to speak?
So what I'm kind of hearing, because I want to be sure that I'm calibrating my thinking as well. First of all, to say, I don't think adding the academic measures takes away from the data that we've received that have already showed how many students would qualify based on the CTE piece. It would just add to it. It wouldn't take away. So deciding to add the academic measures along with the CTE, I don't think can be detrimental in our thoughts. And the other point that I would just add to Member Yoshimoto Tower's idea of approaching, the only qualifier I would add to that is we would need to be sure that it at least is inclusive of the 50 hours. I'd be very concerned about approving something for approaching that doesn't have the 50-hour requirement.
I think that there's a set of things with the 50 hours that we're not talking about deleting, right? We're just talking about what it would, what need to be attached to, and as a course or as a plus, and broadening that, just so we don't go down into the rabbit hole of the other 5 bullets under the definition. Did you want to make a motion?
I can. But I do need to clarify something before the motion, which is, as it relates to the SBAC score, I don't think we've had conversation. I heard 2 or 3. I'm not sure what is already existing.
It says 2 in one and 3 in the other.
Maybe I will take the opportunity. This is Cindy again, just to uplift, I think what Member Olkin had said, that we haven't provided you any data on these metrics on the academic side. And so I would just ask, we've been trying to be very pragmatic about how things get added and making sure that it's adding extra students. If you gave us the opportunity to do that on the academic side, we could bring back something. But this proposal was asked just to look at the career. That's why you're only seeing a career look. So just to give you that perspective.
And would that be possible to have those data in May or June, or May or?
Oh, we have a couple other things that we're already preparing to bring you in May and June. So we're running out of time on
I think that Vice President Glover Wood's point is that it will only it may not increase it by much, but it will only increase it. And it's very tiny now. It's not adding very much to the number of students who are approaching prepared or being prepared in the current context. But the other thing that these things do is not just tell us who's doing what now, but they provide incentives. And so, for example, if we can define this in a way that it provides an incentive for students in these different contexts that we're talking about, it can promote opportunity in the longer run. Did you want to make that motion?
Yes, I can make the motion. Going back to the recommendation, so I move that we approve the following proposed career measures: work-based learning internship, work-based learning student-led enterprise, and work-based learning simulated work-based learning, with the high-quality definition proposed adding the CSU-UC requirement.
Let me try.
Thank you. I'm struggling through this one. I was so close, but yet still so far, because I want to be sure the motion is very clear.
Removing the constraint that it be attached only to a CTE course or capstone, and allowing it to be a plus measure with the academic measures, A through G, SBAC, as well as the CTE pathway measure. It's SBAC 3, yeah.
All right, can I interrupt real quick if this is possible? I just want to make sure that everyone's aware that there are many academic measures, so that includes A through G, SBAC, AP, 2 AP courses, AP tests, IB, so there's a number of the academic side, and so just want to make sure that that is all, everyone knows that as well.
Those are all core as opposed to plus?
So they're the only core with standalone is pre-apprenticeship, or that would be on the career side, but the 2 AP courses, that's just 2 AP. Also 3 on one SBAC test and 3 on the other, that's also standalone. But then other things are already plus, so things like 1 AP plus something else, A through G is a plus. 1 dual enrollment class is a plus, so there's a number, most are plus measures as well.
They're the base for a plus.
They're a base for a plus, yes.
I think our intention is that it be able to be attached to any of the academic measures that are a base, or the CTE pathway, which is the base for CTE. Thank you. All right. Cindy has another comment.
Another suggestion or idea is, what if we bring back the plus, like the broad broad swath of academic for you to make a decision in May. Regardless of whether or not we have data, you can actually see where things lay right now and whether or not to add them as a plus or not a plus, just so you have it, because right now you have none of this context in front of you, and I'm worried that you're maybe headed in a direction that is going to make it a little messy.
I think that would be fine. So I think that we can say today that we're going to enact this at the next meeting.
Okay.
Cindy, just to clarify, in doing that in May, would it still be able to be reflected on the 26 dashboard?
I think think so, yes.
Okay, okay, then I think I'm ready
We're just
for.
not going to see the simulations that you're used to, but we can at least give you a metric so we're not thinking out what are the 13 different pieces we need to talk about. So,
Thank you. Appreciate that.
sorry, I should have said that earlier.
I'm ready for a motion.
We don't need a motion. We're going to postpone the adoption of the proposed career measures, the work-based learning measures, but we will take them up in May. Now we get to the seal of civic engagement. I'm kind of working up to, so that portion is to approve the state seal of civic engagement for inclusion as a plus metric in combination with meeting actually UC CSU course requirements or CTE pathway. This also raises for us the same question. If we could broaden it to any of the core indicators, we would get a lot more incentive for people to be using the seal of civic engagement.
I was just going to say yes to what you just said, although I think Allison will raise that herself. But it seems there's even a step back that we just want to confirm where these decisions are pointing towards, which is we've been considering these as separate. So you're either college prepared or career prepared, and we're saying we think that these indicators demonstrate preparedness for post-secondary success, and a combination of what we previously thought of as college and career indicators satisfy this for us. And I just want to make sure that's what we're saying, because I think that's the reason that the recommendation is very specific is on this one is because it was about that. It was about college, right?
Well, I think there's a different, broader point, which is I think ultimately we're wanting to make the point that we want people to be college, career, and civically prepared.
100%.
And this index should become the college, career, and civic readiness index.
Yes.
In some fashion, because that is, at the root of the rationale for public education.
So I appreciate, and I just wanted to make sure we specifically say that, because in asking to look at things at our next meeting, that's what we're saying. That's what we're indicating, right? And it feels like a really positive and intentional point we're making.
To that point, there were 4 options for this indicator, the first of which was as a standalone. And to the point you were making earlier, in the approaching prepared category, that one may want to be considering civic engagement as being, important. Remember, Yoshimoto Tari, I want to be sure this side of the room is also, I'm looking over here to see in case you want to chime in. Did you want to make a point earlier? You had your hand up.
Just that, and I don't know if we have the same flexibility with the state seal of civic engagement that we do with the previous discussion around internships and others, but in terms of looking at it in May. But I think there seems to be broad support, even as we look at public comment, to include the California Seal for Civic Engagement. It's whether we include it as a standalone or as a plus measure, and there was mixed feedback on that. 2 of our biggest organizations statewide had different opinions about it. So I think, again, for me, there's a tension between having rigor and standardization and being as inclusive as possible. And I wonder, whenever this comes back next, if we also have a broader conversation about that approaching category and an understanding of the broader framework of how we believe the CCI, what message it sends to the field, and whether it's part of our strategy that this incentivizes more students, more LEAs to offer these things that are now part of the CCI. But really, my initial question is, do we have to make a decision today on CCSC or SSCE, the State School Civic Engagement? Or is this also can be lumped together with the May conversation?
I think the intention of the board is going to be to adopt a seal of civic engagement as part of the indicator, but then in what way is the question?
So if we go back to the actual item, and I'm not sure that it's in the slides, but it's page 6 of 21 is the table, and it's the 4 different options. I do think, to your original question, Member Yoshimari Chowdhury, that we, it does work different than the work-based learning measures, right? We looked at it against the UCCSU requirements and the CTE pathway. The rigor piece was real. That is something that we've heard somewhat consistently in the field, that it's not ripe for a standalone. But perhaps as it matures, and maybe there is more, I'm not sure what the word is, rigor there, that it could turn into a standalone. But I guess my question would be, what do you need to help make a decision in May? What are we not providing you in this item around this particular piece that it would be helpful to bring you in May? Is there another option beyond the 4?
I think that the point that we were just making in the last discussion about the range of academic indicators, for example, which you helpfully suggested we could actually take a look at in May, I think is probably the same kind of question for the civic engagement indicator.
And also within the context of approaching, because we weren't really talking about that today and what constitutes approaching. So more holistic look at CCI and what constitutes for approaching. We also have a section that what constitutes for students with extensive support needs. And those are all varied in this, as we look at the totality of it. So.
Is that helpful, Cindy? Does that answer your question as to what we'd want to
We need
say?
to have a conversation after this, but yeah, we can definitely get a little bit more guidance from the liaisons, because this sort of went in a different direction than we were.
Maybe we can, yeah. And we could try to, those of us who are in that role, try to be very clear when we come in about what the various options are in a way that is laid out and color-coded. So I think what we were deciding is that we are going to postpone the adoption of these measures until May, and we're going to evaluate the ways in which they can be added, given being clear that we are ready for them to be added in the appropriate way. Now we're up to the DAS alternative school status recommendation, which was that the SBE approve updates to the DAS criteria by adopting the revised credit deficient definition. The portion about minimum enrollment of more than 30 days is not in that recommendation that we're considering. We did hear a lot of comment about everything from the field, both the definition of credit deficient and also the enrollment definitions. So I want to be sure we have a moment for conversation about this. Questions, comments?
I have a question. I think it's for Cindy. Sorry. My question is, if we have data around the proposed definition change, how that would impact the DOS schools?
If we have data around operationalizing this using CalPads, I do not have data around that. We've been, I think, waiting for all these different pieces to come into place before actually implementing the model, knowing that it's about transitioning to making sure that the data that we have is valid and reliable, and that we're able to stand behind this definition.
Okay, great. That's my first question. I'll hold for now.
Member Yoshibano-Tari, and then Vice President Glover Woods, were you also halfway raising your hand? I couldn't tell for sure. Member Yoshibano-Tari.
I'm using up all my spoons today. There were a number of public comments that asked for an extension of DOS status for 1 year. The same slide that you pointed to, Vice President Glover Woods, slide 72. And I don't know, I don't think this is even up as an action item, but it's a grave concern of mine that bullets 2 and 3 on slide 72, that there are schools currently whose renewals are on pause. Their DOS renewals, their application, their ability to apply, right, has been paused. So if they're up for renewal, let's say this June,
It's been extended. So let me clarify. The pause means that they just keep, the DAS renewal stays in place until the new criteria are implemented.
Okay, I'm not sure that that's clear with the field yet, based on the public comment and based on conversations I've had. So I think it would be, and some people didn't know that this was up until they went in to look at their renewal. So I think it would be helpful. And I have the same concern about bullet 2, which is around I know there's schools that are pending. So I think it would just be helpful if we could, I know you're engaging the field as much as possible, but I think to Deputy Superintendent Robertson's point is to engage the field as much as possible, particular Category 2 schools in the coming months. Thank you.
I just want to reiterate that I'm in support of us allowing for those applications, the new applications, people waiting for DOS approval, for those applications to get processed, while at the same time keeping the renewal status for schools that are currently DOS schools until, I guess, until the 2027 dashboard, so that there's opportunity to look at some of these nuances that we've talked about today. And I'm not quite sure that the way our recommendation is stated allows for that clarity, but I'd like to see that. That's what I'm in support of.
So this is the group of schools that are dashboard alternative status through application, right? It's complicated in that it's really important that they truly are serving a population that that merits having a different way of assessing if they're being successful, right? That's number one. It's really important that they're serving that population. And it's important that the way that we're deciding whether they serve that high-risk student population actually is fair, or actually is based on who the students really are. So the thing that I have some pause on this is, and this is my understanding at least, is the current way we determine credit deficient, whether a student is credit deficient, is by the school themselves analyzing the student's transcript based on their requirements and certifying if that student is credit deficient. The proposal is to say any student who transfers into a DOS school is probably credit deficient, because why else would they transfer in? That's my understanding. It's hard for me to see that actually helps us move closer to being certain that the DOS schools are actually serving at least 70% of students that they who are eligible, if that makes sense. And so that gives me pause about this recommendation. You know, on the one hand, one could say it's like a generous way of thinking about the numbers, meaning maybe their students are going to be counted as DOS who who really aren't high risk. They just happen to want to go to an alternative school. But I don't know if it makes the data cleaner, which I think was the point.
So we heard a lot of commentary from the field also about concerns that the proposed new definition and its application would be, I'm not sure if the concern is that it would be, well, that it might be flawed in terms of the way in which it's received by the schools, that might, there's not a high level of confidence that we heard, that it would lead us to proper designations.
And that's why I asked about the data.
Yeah. So I, personally, my own view, I would not adopt this recommendation at this time until we can get greater clarity, because I think what we're hearing from the field is, a lot of consternation about what it would mean and how it would impact them. I don't know if somebody wants to push forward differently, I'm open to that. Vice President Glover Woods?
I'm going to push just a little bit, particularly thinking of those who are pending the status that may definitely qualify based on the current criteria. I'm concerned about not allowing for those applications to be processed.
Would you like to make a motion on that so that we are clear about that proposal?
I need to think of how I would word the motion specific to that. So I'm not sure, President Darlingham, I'm sorry.
Member Lewis.
Could we, just a question came up. If we do that, if we move forward with that, could we do that without adopting the new regs? We could.
I think what Vice President Glover Woods is suggesting is that we encourage the department to move forward with the existing criteria to approve those who are waiting. Is that what you're saying?
That is what I'm saying, but the other portion to it goes back to my earlier comment, which is the maintaining of DOS status for those who currently have that status until we work out all of this other. So there are two things happening. One, process the applications of those who are waiting to find out about their status. And then the other portion is everyone who has their DOS status remains with their DOS status for this next year while we work out the criteria that would impact 2027.
Well, that is the motion before you. It would not affect the renewals until the 2027 dashboard. So unless I'm not getting that right, that is the motion before you. Allowing for the CalPADS data to be used, starting with the 2027.
I think that's what Vice President Glover Woods is saying. I think she's
Is
not
what you're
addressing
trying,
that question.
is what you're suggesting that we maintain the current definitions, the current, what's the right word? Criteria for determining credit deficiency, and we reopen the DOS status application using the current definition?
To clarify, the current definition is using the CalPADS eligibility criteria, which we've not been able to implement because of this last piece. So if you're not, if the board's
So
not.
that's the part that was changed by statute, was that we're supposed to, is that what you mean when you say the current definition?
The current way to operationalize restarting this whole process, restarting the application process, is to shift the burden of looking at the data to the department.
Why?
Well, because we found that the self-certification process was rigorous for schools to go through, and we also found that there were errors and that we had schools that shouldn't have been DAS schools.
Right.
We had to later go in and remove their DAS status.
Right. So, okay, so it's sort of back to the idea that in order to we have to change it to CalPADS because we think that will be better, not because it's required by law.
Make it more valid and reliable, and since this is high stakes
Yeah.
for accountability, and now it's high stakes for renewals, we need to have some faith in this process, or risk this flexibility even going away altogether, right? There's an integrity issue going on right now with this status.
It's based on what you've said in slide 73, correct? That's kind of the basis for the change. And so if we don't move today, then none of that happens.
Right.
That's, I'm confused.
I'm just conscious that I'm conscious that we're about an hour and a half past lunchtime. It's hard to make good decisions in this moment. There's a lot of confusion on the board. Unless there's someone who feels strongly to make a motion to move forward with the recommendation, I would suggest we postpone this.
I think just because of the discussion and the level of confusion.
There's clearly a lot of concern in the field. And until we understand that level of concern and what it's based in and how to understand and respond to it, it's hard to know how to make a good decision.
I'm in agreement with you. What I thought I heard Vice President Glover Woods trying to get us to is to make sure that our postponing our action today does not unintendedly hurt schools that are waiting. And those that, I still don't understand what it means that current application-based DOS schools have been paused, because I thought I heard Ms. Kazana say that they actually they're carrying their DOS status for another year. But I just want to make sure nobody's unintendedly hurt by our non-action today. Otherwise, I'm in favor.
I think that the motion you wanted to make was to move ahead with the existing criteria. Do you want to make that motion, or?
Okay, I move that we move forward with the existing criteria so that the new DOS application-based schools can be authorized for 2026. Right, pending. So I move that we utilize the existing criteria for any schools pending new DOS application-based status so that those applications can be processed for the 2026 dashboard.
All right. Is there a second? Second. Thank you. Let's take the roll.
Member Yoshimoto-Tari.
Yes.
Member Rodriguez.
I'll abstain.
Member Patillo-Brownson.
Yes.
Member Orozco-Gonzalez.
Yes.
Member Olken.
Yes.
Member Lewis.
Yes.
Vice President Glover Woods.
Yes.
Member Escobedo.
Yes.
President Darlene Hammond.
Yes.
Member Ejike. Motion carries.
At this point, I think we have done everything we can do on this item. We are going to adjourn for 30 minutes for lunch, and we will see you back here at 2:20. Thank you. Now that we're reconvened, do you need to call the roll because of, okay. I would like to reconvene the board and take up the regular consent items, items 4 through 10. We'll now open the phone line for the queue for public comment on those consent items 4 through 10. Members of the public wishing to provide comment on these items may do so in person or by calling the telephone number and using the access code provided on the slide that is shown now. Are there any speakers signed up to provide comment in person?
Yes, there are 3 people signed up for in-person public comment. Please remember to state your name and affiliation for the record when it's your turn to speak. Will the following people please line up at the microphone in the back of the room? Steve McDougall, Natalie Shin, and Lorraine Richards.
Members of the board, Steve McDougall, representing CFTA Union of Educators and Classified Professionals. Just want to speak briefly to items 5 and 6, respectively, in that order. 1, until the process that we currently use to determine funding for non-classroom-based charters, we still are at risk of having funds be misappropriated, as have happened in the past by those few unscrupulous charter operators out there, present or future. And then regarding item number 6, with the passage of 1505, we were supposed to leave control locally on charter-based decisions, but yet it is continued to be circumvented. I know I should be saying that to the legislature, and I will when I get an opportunity, but I thought I would say it here as well. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Lorraine Richards. I'm representing California Teachers Association as a classroom teacher. At the last meeting, we raised concern about the proposed list of IMRs, which at that time did not meet the requirements in the regulations that the majority of the IMRs must be current K-12 teachers. We appreciate State Board of Education and CDE addressing those concerns by reopening the IMR application window to recruit more classroom teachers, as well as a collaboration with CTA to broadcast this opportunity. A special thank you to Board Member Orozco Gonzalez, who supported the recruitment by recording video to encourage participation, which was shared widely with CTA members. As a result, the list before you today reflects an additional 136 candidates, which would bring the number of classroom teachers from over 50%. We strongly support this list and look forward to future opportunities to collaborate. In the future, we would also like to explore ways to increase classroom teacher participation by making it more feasible with substitute coverage and sufficient funds to cover their expenses. Thank you.
Our third speaker does not appear to be in the room, so we will now move to public comment on the phone line.
Okay, thank you. Caller ending in 7643, please start your public comment. Moving on, caller ending in 2957, please begin your public comment.
Hi, my name is Rosa Gutierrez. I support the 7-year renewal of Vibe and Bay Point Academy Charter School renewal. Because I like the school, my baby is very happy to be there.
Sorry, we're currently taking public comment for consent items 4 through 10. If you could please call back during the item that you wish to speak to, which is item 13. Thank you. Next caller ending in 8722, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now. Oh, they dropped. Okay, last caller ending in 3587, please begin your public comment. Caller ending in 5251, please start your public comment.
Hi, I just wanted to call in. My name is Susanna Diaz from Bay Point Academy, and I wanted just to support the 7-year renewal.
Sorry, please call back during item 13. This concludes public comment for the consent items 4 through 10.
Given that there's no further public comment, I'll ask for a motion on consent items 4 through 10.
So moved?
Member Rodriguez, and a second. Member Escobedo? To call the roll.
Member Yoshinomoto Toweri.
Yes.
Member Rodriguez.
Yes.
Member Patillo Brownson.
Yes.
Member Orozco Gonzalez.
Yes.
Member Olken.
Yes.
Member Lewis. Vice President Glover Woods.
Yes.
Member Escobedo.
Yes.
President Darling Hammond.
Yes.
Member Ajike. Motion carries.
We're going to move on to item 11. This is the study session on California's differentiated assistance and statewide system of support. This item is information only. And I want to give a couple of thoughts about what we're doing here today and how that relates to where we've been and where we're going. We're going to try to deepen our understanding of several components that will help the board get closer to determining updates to the differentiated assistance criteria by July 15th. We're charged by the legislature for doing so. This is an extension of November's study session, which highlighted both the strain on our current system-wide system of support and the opportunity to build a more coherent, preventive, and sustainable measure. Several themes emerged from that study session. First, more time is needed across the system to implement targeted improvement strategies. Second, greater coherence and focus would help reduce churn and allow support providers to work more deeply with districts. Third, the system should become more proactive with stronger universal supports that prevent challenges in the first place. And fourth, a shift from compliance to productive support is essential. Other challenges beyond capacity constraints include the reality that small districts are almost never eligible for DA, in part because they don't have subgroups that are large enough to show up in the subgroup calculations, as well as the whack-a-mole effect, where different combinations of student groups and indicators trigger eligibility from year to year, making it difficult to deliver coherent, systematic interventions. We will begin with CDE, setting sort of a background on the current differentiated assistance structure, how it fits within the broader statewide system of support, how federal assistance works, and the upcoming shift in CSI eligibility that would create a new pathway into differentiated assistance, linking the federal system with the state system of support. Next, we will hear from Jason Willis, who will share one set of recommendations developed through the CCEE Statewide System of Support Core Working Group, which was facilitated and authored by Jason and by Heather Huff. Jason will walk us through areas of consensus, areas of disagreement, and some viewpoints the board may want to consider from that working group. Lastly, we are fortunate to hear from Dr. Antonio Castro, who will provide the perspective of a district that has received both differentiated assistance and targeted assistance. His experience will help ground today's discussion in the realities that districts face as they navigate the system. While this is not a legislative hearing, I would like to place this study session within the context of the governor's budget proposal. Two elements intersect with our forthcoming decisions on DA criteria. There are proposed changes to the DA funding formula. The proposal emphasizes strengthening universal and preventive supports and providing more consistent funding so county offices of education can support districts from being eligible for DA in the first place, as well as reducing any financial disincentive associated with entering differentiated assistance. Second, in response to concerns about short timelines and misalignment across systems, the proposal would extend the criteria cycle to 3 years, aligning it with the LCAP cycle. The governor's proposal would also expand the board's jurisdiction to design a more effective, stable, and coherent system of support. As the department will outline shortly, there are multiple pathways to DA eligibility. For purposes of this discussion, I encourage us to not be constrained by the current criteria, but instead consider how we might best provide universal and targeted supports for our local educational agencies in ways that are effective and efficient for them. Looking ahead, there will be opportunities for public engagement on potential criteria changes through interest holder input sessions. This feedback will support the development of a more coherent and effective system. that ultimately we hope leads to improved outcomes for students. So today's study session is really intended as a learning and exploratory conversation, not a decision-making session. The goal is to build shared understanding that will prepare the board to discuss specific options in May with a final decision in July. So our guiding question for today, as we listen, is what system design features and criteria might most effectively identify districts' needs while supporting coherent, sustained improvement for students? And with that, I'm going to introduce our introducers, Erica Torres and Cindy Cazanes from the California Department of Education, to get us going. Thank you so much, Erica.
Good afternoon, President Dr. Darling Hammond, Vice President Dr. Glover Woods, Chief Deputy Superintendent Dr. Roberson, members of our State Board of Education. My name is Erica Torres, and I serve as Deputy Superintendent here at the California Department of Education. It's such a pleasure to be with you today. I'm going to begin by providing some background information with regards to our statewide system of support, and then we're going to provide detailed information regarding the eligibility criteria. So just as a reminder, under Assembly Bill 121, the State Board of Education is required to update the performance criteria no later than July 15th, 2026. These updates must align with the findings from the state-funded evaluation of the system and its implementation, and also ensure that the resources and supports are appropriately focused where needs are the greatest. And so just to give a quick recap of our November 2025 board study session, we shared that differentiated assistance is part of the California statewide system of support, which is designed to ensure that every local educational agency, including school districts, county offices of education, and charter schools, have access to the supports needed to improve student outcomes. So differentiated assistance, as we know, is triggered by data, but it is driven by collaboration. It's centered on the belief that every student group matters and that improvement efforts should be grounded in local context, capacity building, and shared accountability over time. During that study session, we also discussed overall trends, challenges, impacts on the system, and opportunities moving forward. So as we know, under California Education Code Section 52059.5, the state established a single coordinated system designed to build the capacity of local educational agencies. At its core, the system focuses on three main goals. First, supporting LEAs in continuously improving student performance in the state priority areas. Second, helping address achievement gaps between student groups. And third, strengthening outreach and collaboration with educational partners so that local control and accountability plans truly reflect the unique needs of students, families, and the broader community. And so at the center of this work is a collaborative structure that brings together both state-level partners and regional lead agencies. And at the state level, the system is anchored by three key partners: the California Department of Education, the California Collaborative for Educational Excellence, and our State Board of Education. In addition to these state partners, the system also includes 7 geographic lead agencies located across California. And these agencies serve 3-year terms and work directly with local educational agencies to provide technical assistance, share expertise, and support continuous improvement efforts at the regional level. So together, these partners form the foundation of the statewide system of support to help ensure that assistance is coordinated across both the state and the regional levels. And so California's system of support includes 3 levels of assistance. Level 1, which is universal support. It's available statewide to all LEAs, and it includes tools, resources, and professional learning. Level 2, which is differentiated assistance, is triggered by data and led by the county superintendent or CDE in partnership with the district. Level 3, which is intensive support, is reserved for persistent, multi-year challenges requiring deeper collaboration and expertise across agencies. So this tiered structure is really designed to ensure that the level of support matches the level of need and that we are building a stronger systems through sustained relationships, ongoing learning, and shared responsibility across state and local partners. But before we discuss the eligibility criteria, it's really important for all of us to remember why California designed the dashboard the way that we did, which is to ensure that multiple measures of student success are considered. So California Education Code Section 520-64 directs the state to use evaluation rubrics that provide a holistic, multi-dimensional assessment of school and district performance. The dashboard was intentionally designed to move California beyond a single indicator accountability system. So for many years, student success was often defined primarily by standardized test scores. I think we all remember those days. However, through research, policy development, and our collective experience working with schools and communities, we know that student success is far more complex than any single measure. And throughout my career as an educator, school social worker, Healthy Start coordinator, and leader in dropout prevention and re-engagement, I have seen how academic outcomes are deeply connected to factors such as engagement, school climate, wellness, and belonging. And these conditions are not peripheral to learning, they are foundational. Research on whole child systems, including the work related to community schools, reinforces this understanding. When schools attend to climate, attendance, mental health, and family partnerships, academic outcomes often follow. The California School Dashboard reflects the statutory intent by including both academic and non-academic indicators as part of a holistic view of school performance. And that design was deliberate. Multiple measures provide a more accurate and actionable understanding of how schools are serving students. The statewide system of support was designed to strengthen systems, not simply respond to academic outcomes after they decline. So measures such as chronic absenteeism, suspension disparities, or graduation rates often signal deeper challenges that require support. So maintaining multiple measures in determining eligibility helps ensure alignment between our accountability system, our statewide investments like community schools, and the support structures that we provide to local educational agencies. So at this point, I'm going to invite my colleague, Cindy Cazanes, to join us and to walk us through the dashboard principles, which also reinforce the importance of using multiple measures to support a holistic approach to accountability.
Thank you, Erica. I'm back. You don't have to make any decisions with me today. I promise. Cindy Cazanes with the California Department of Education. In thinking about what I was asked to present on today, I reflect back 10 years ago, I had a daughter, and I was at home watching this very meeting where they were talking about differentiated assistance criteria. It was March, it was May, and there were big decisions that were made. And I think Member Oakland's seat was where Patricia Rucker sat, and Member Rucker has she has a loud voice and a great voice. But she said we're moving away from multiple assessments to multiple measures. And so when we looked at really the criteria that you currently have the ability to change, which is let me step back. The existing criteria simply is what you see on the screen. The criteria needs to be based on performance by pupil subgroups, either across 2 or more of the state and local indicators, right? So I've bolded that because there is actually a lot of flexibility in that. And when I looked at the dashboard principles and the ones that really spoke to me as to places where you have placed value but is not in statute are the following. So the first being that we report each indicator separately. There are some states where they combine things. They combine English language progress and something else, right? And so California's distinct way of making sure that we didn't have a single number. We weren't an A through F state. We weren't an 800 state anymore. Was something that you all had the opportunity, your predecessors rather, had the opportunity to determine. The other piece is the weighting of indicators. In other states, they may weight academic heavier than you would see your college career indicator or your school climate indicator, or even chronic absenteeism may only be weighted at 25%. And so that is something that when you adopted these principles back in 2022, we've continued this, for the last almost decade now that each indicator is weighted. But again, it doesn't say that in education code. You have a lot of flexibility here. The last piece, or second to last piece, is Dashboard Principle 5, that you value high performance and growth equally. So this looking at improvement over time, so looking with our color, of course, our prior year and our difference from prior year to create status and change, and then ultimately a color. That is a design feature that the board adopted as well. And then finally, I think this is what we're talking about today, is really that we're subject to continuous revision and improvement. And you saw that with 4 hours of discussion around an accountability system that's been in place for almost a decade, that there's still tweaking that is need to be made to making sure that we are measuring and accurately showing a reflection of how schools and districts are preparing our students. So there are 4 different ways that county offices and districts, and then our charter schools are able to determine that they're eligible. We determine that they're eligible for differentiated assistance. And those 4 different ways really primarily are around the state indicators. So we're looking at student group performance in 2 or more of the state indicators. Method 2 is around just local indicators. Method 3 is the combination of state and local. And then method 4 is something that's been added in recent years. And some may say that you shouldn't call it differentiated assistance, call it technical assistance. But right now it's still under differentiated assistance. And it's failure to complete, to submit your CalPADs on time. And in future years, it may be that you also told us maybe after the fact that you gave us data, but then you've realized that you gave us the wrong data. So again, that does happen, unfortunately. And so that is method 4. The charter school space has a little bit of tweaks in the sense that you need 2 or more years of data to create these criteria. So let's look back to, well, the last time we met in January. We did provide you this information. I don't think I provided it to you by the methods, but the overwhelming majority, right, are in that method 1. So all about state performance on state indicators, with only 1 on local indicators, none of the mixed, and then 11 from our new CalPADS differentiated assistance criteria. The other piece I was asked to talk about is something that we've never seen come into effect, but it will this year. So in the Every Student Succeeds Act state plan, it was adopted back in 2018, it feels like it's now coming to haunt us. We had to address what happens when schools don't improve and they don't exit from comprehensive support and improvement. We've never been in that situation because we've never had 4 years of schools being in comprehensive support and improvement. We've always had to re-identify, right? So this is our first full year, full cycle of the 3-year cycle, and 2026 will be year 4. So what our ESSA state plan said was that if they did not exit within 4 years, they would become eligible for differentiated assistance. Their LEA would, that is. So just to refresh, because it's been a while since we've talked about comprehensive support and improvement, there's two different categories. The first being the low graduation, which is where you find our DAS schools. So all schools with a 3-year graduation rate, so average of below 68%, and that does not matter what your funding type is. It could be Title I or non-Title I. The second type of CSI is called low performing. And that's when we have to look at anybody who was not identified because of graduation rate. We then look to see if you're Title I funded, and if you're Title I funded, did you meet any of the following criteria? All red indicators except for one of another performance area, or 5 or more indicators where the majority are red. So what does this look like? We picked some flowers, so petunia and daisy. So we're looking at petunia middle and daisy high. Petunia middle is our example of low performing. They were low performing for 2023, 2024, and 2025. And we're doing some predictive analysis, and we're seeing that they're going to be in for 2026, which means they would now be eligible, GUARD and Unified would be eligible for differentiated assistance under this new criteria that has to be implemented. When we move into the high school space, Daisy High is also struggling and has a low graduation rate of under 68% for and meets the criteria for all 3 years, plus predicting 2026, they would meet for 2026. They would be in for differentiated assistance. They're the same district, so it's only one district being eligible for differentiated assistance. So this is the citation in the federal statute that requires this rigorous state action. And again, how the board decided this would be what they agreed to was, again, moving schools that were not progressing into differentiated assistance. So we have been signaling to the field since 2023 that this is coming by putting a flag in our data file for the Every Student Succeeds Act Every Student Succeeds Act assistance file, and we've also been talking about it sort of on the presentation circuit. So we have 224 schools from this last file that have either a 3 or a 4-year flag. And of those 224 schools, they represent 168 LEAs that may become eligible for differentiated assistance. So I was asked to break that down between LEA type. So the first row is our county offices of education, where we see 36 schools in CSI for at least 3 years as of 2025. That represents 20 county offices of education, and of those 20 are currently in differentiated assistance. So all. For school districts, we have 102. 62 are that represents 62 LEAs, and of those, 58 are already identified for differentiated assistance. And then for charter schools, you are your own LEA, so it's 86 and 86. So you can see that we do have a significant number of LEAs that are already currently in differentiated assistance that would have this new category, but we do have a gap of those that have never been identified and would move in and be eligible for differentiated assistance. The other piece I was asked to look at is looking at it by non-charter or charter space, just because, especially with the low performing versus the low graduation rate. And so we can see the overwhelming majority of all these schools are in the low graduation rate. They're not in the low performing, because we did see a tremendous amount of exits this last year due to improvements of these schools. So with that, I wanted to pause and ask if there was any questions for Erica or myself.
One thing that would be great for folks to wrap their heads around is the criteria for going into CSI. Since you're tracing that forward, could you do that for us? Give us
Sure. So again, for CSI, you either have the low graduation rate, it's the 3-year graduation rate averages below 68%. You're identified, and that is for, doesn't matter the type of funding you receive, it's Title I and non-Title I schools. Then we look at whoever's not identified under low graduation rate, and we look at Title I funded schools. And this is you have to get up to 5% of schools. California's typically been, between 7 to 8.5% of our schools identified using the criteria here. So the all red indicators except for one of another performance color, and then the 5 or more indicators. And that is, again, that was negotiated as part of the ESSA state plan that was adopted by the board and approved by the U.S. Department of Education.
I just want to make sure. I just want to understand the math. So on slide 24, which is CSI differentiated assistance. Yeah, so there are 29, I think, or 31.
Yeah, I'm realizing as I was presenting the slide, I probably should have figured out the difference between those two numbers. That's okay. So there's either 29 or 31, depending on how you do your math, who have never been identified for DA, but who have been CSI for 3 years. They were not identified in 2025. They've already been identified in prior years, but they are currently not eligible.
Thank you.
And remember that they have to be, for most of them, a Title I school to be identified for CSI. So
That's actually, and I think that's where this chart really is impactful. Only 18 of them had to be Title I schools. The low graduation rate doesn't matter your funding. You have to be over the 68% to not be eligible. Well, just a personal privilege, you're going to hear from Ventura, and you almost rarely get to hear from Western Ventura County, which is where I grew up. So I wanted to acknowledge Lisa Salas and Antonio Castro's in the room, and just a grand welcome because, again, you don't get to hear from that part of the state very often.
Good afternoon. I was waiting for somebody to call my name. I'm so glad to be here with you today.
Jason.
Thank you, Dr. Darling Hammonds. Well, good afternoon, President Darling Hammond, Vice President Glover Woods, Dr. Roberson, members of the board. So glad to be here with you today. I'm going to talk a little bit about the work that the CCE's core working group has been doing over the course of the last year, and in particular discuss its intersections in a number of ways with this board's consideration of the performance classification that you've taken up at the direction of state law. As I said, Jason Willis, I'm a senior policy fellow at WestEd, also have the privilege of teaching at the McGeorge School of Law, not just a couple miles from here. And I'm joined today by my colleague, Heather Hoff, who is sitting behind me. She'll be coming up to do the question and answers. That's how we decided to split things up today. And I want to go over some of the content first to just create some context around timeline and some of the identified challenges, and then transition to discuss the results of the core working group, and in particular, some of the things that they were finding. So I think importantly, this work has not been ad hoc. It has not been shotgun. We've been at this for nearly a year, working very intentionally with a cross-section of LEA leaders, County Office of Education leaders, as well as representatives from the Department of Ed, State Board of Education, and obviously the CCEE. The initial convening that you can kind of see here in May of 2025 was preceded by a series of interviews that both myself and Heather conducted, both with all the work group members, but also some of the primary policy architects of the LCFF, and those that in particular were very interested in the development of the statewide system of support. And the impetus for this work, why we had come together, really came from the field. CCE for years has been hearing about some of these disconnects, parts of the system that weren't connecting in the way that we had intended. And I say that with a great degree of humility. Like Cindy, I stood before this board nearly a decade ago, offering suggestions for how the state could go forward with the statewide system of support. So to hear that from the field, in a place where I participated and I helped to offer advice and suggestions, I feel just as obligated as anybody in this state to help support creating more cohesion across those elements. You can kind of see the kind of progression that we've gone through. The attachment of the core working group's recommendations that was published in December has been quickly followed on by a design team. The focus of that design team is really to now take those recommendations, which largely are guides, and ask the question, how do we actually put these things into practice? How do we do this in a state as large and diverse as California? And that work continues. We'll be finishing up that work towards the end of this fiscal year. And so I think the points of emphasis that this work has been really broad, deep, and iterative are important to point out. So what you see here are just some of the, let's describe them as buckets of some of the challenges that came up from the practitioners themselves. And I think importantly, of all of these, we find that they push the system, and by that I mean specifically the staff and the professionals engaged in actually creating these processes and procedures and engagements with LEAs towards compliance, not improvement. It is a phenomenon that we have started to document, but we see very, very often. We think that this might be further emphasized by the fact that there's just a lot going on, maybe too much, for practitioners in the field. And so just to briefly touch on each of these, in terms of the unstable and broad identification, this has really led to the kind of sizable shifts of year to year in terms of the systems that are coming in and going out of DA. I think most of that has already kind of been brought before the board, and that it's captured a vast majority of eligible districts. We document in the core working group report a significant number, perhaps so significant that the amount in allocated resources through the statewide system of support could never nearly provide the type of rigor and quality and side-by-side work that's necessary to help those systems move forward. You pair this with the overload and fragmentation that I mentioned before, and just the fact that there's so many mixed messages around what priorities leaders should be paying attention to. And while the support has been standardized, right, that has been an important part of the development of differentiated assistance inside of the statewide system of support. It has created structures that even as staff and county offices of education have turned over, has been a staying point. That we still find the support to be inconsistent, at least from the perspective of the core working group, and that it's very reactive. I don't think I have to tell anybody on this board or anybody in this room that the work that happens at the state often happens at LAC. What I mean to say by that is the work that's happening on the ground with practitioners is constantly moving, right? And by the time we can kind of get our ducks in a row, if you will, and put that out in the field, those practitioners are months ahead of us in terms of the work. So one of the questions becomes, what is the role that the state might play to find itself more in sync with the work that practitioners are doing on the ground on a day-to-day basis? And finally, that there was no operational escalation procedures. It was and has been articulated in law, but we have not seen that as an opportunity to really provide additional levels of meaningful support to school districts. So what do we make of these challenges? The result is a series of iterative components that you see listed on this slide. This is the compilation of months and months of work of this core working group and subsequently the design team. And while the slide itself would infer that there's a very linear relationship between these elements, I think it's really important that it not fool anybody, that these components are not, in fact, linear at all, that they are very much dynamic, working with one another, that as you are pushing on one, others are being pulled or redirected in other places. So in this way, the intention here, and probably need a better graphic for it, is that it's truly an ecosystem. It's an interconnected, evolving set of components, both individually complex and together would incentivize growth and capacity of our professionals, and therefore that no single item can be addressed without the consideration of others. The analogy that I want to offer, and I've touched on this a number of times, but I think it's super important. I think most folks in this room have probably been on an airplane. And at any given time, the pilot probably has turned on the autopilot to maybe have a bite to eat or chat with his or her co-pilot. And the analogy that I would bring in terms of thinking about this is not looking at just a single part of the system, but having to consider other parts of the system as you were thinking about the refinement, is very similar to the autopilot feature in an airplane. The autopilot feature uses essentially a number of other instruments to basically allow it to autopilot the plane without the pilot steering. And in particular, this includes things like controls, surfaces, feedback sensors, and other pilot interface. So if somebody is going to recode the programming around the autopilot, it's essentially a series of ones and zeros, you can't do that alone without being concerned with how those other sets of items are going to react. And in fact, if you are just looking at the autopilot, if you're just looking to change some of the code underlying that program and not address those other features, you're more likely to get into more trouble by just looking at that one feature versus looking at them all together. One of the things that we think was really important, and this came directly from the core working group, was to identify some anchors. And the two anchors that this group of professionals came together around, the first, coherence and alignment, and the second around reciprocal accountability. And I just want to offer a little bit of context on each, and then I'll turn to talking in particular about some of the recommendations of the core working group concerning more of the performance classification that we're discussing here today. The first around coherence is that those that work in coherent systems will often tell you that it's just as hard to stay focused on a few priorities as it is to say not yet or even no, right? But that's the tension that practitioners have to live, or anybody in a system has to live, in order to maintain coherence. And the importance of that raises for us that you have to make decisions, right? Like I used to be told, my superintendent would tell me, that's why you get a paycheck, Jason, to make some really tough decisions, to say, these are the things that we're gonna continue pushing on, and when feedback comes from the community or from parents or from teachers or other staff, we can make appropriate adjustments and shifts. On the other side of these anchors around reciprocal accountability, obviously accountability, very common term for us here in public education, but the core working group advanced this notion of a model that was a little bit different, and in particular, that it is a two-way street, that as LEAs are responsible for improving outcomes, as they should be because they are the individuals and professionals on the ground working with students, that everyone else, by that I mean county offices of education, SELPAs, the CCEE, the Department of Ed, and even this board itself, are held to a simple but historically elusive standard. That we need to be able to provide the right support at the right time. And I would even go further to say that part of that support is helping to clear the path for LEAs to stay on a direction that they know is good for kids, because there is so much that practitioners are contending with on a day-to-day basis. So just to give you a quick look, these are the 6 recommendations that the core working group had come up with. And in particular, I'll spend a little bit of time on, a little bit more focused time on number 3 around rethinking the identification and needs assessment. And as you know, consistent with my comments, we'll pull in a couple of these other adjacent recommendations for context as well. Before I move into that detail, I did want to just hit on a number of these items that in particular, the first recommendation when we look at setting clear non-negotiable goals, some very wide consensus from the group that it would be very helpful for the state to set those kinds of goals. It doesn't mean they can't change. In fact, they should with feedback from the field. but setting that direction, allowing folks to stay on a sturdy path to align resources is something that the working group was very favorable to. The other one that I'll lift up is really around number 6, building a learning infrastructure. Over the last decade in public education, this notion of continuous improvement has been very often used and practiced within our schools and school districts. And part of the notion of continuous improvement is that the feedback you are getting as the decision maker, whatever that be, in terms of changing the system, informs your next set of actions. And a lot of what this working group found is that when we think about the continuous improvement cycle of the state's policymaking, regulatory, and guidance to the field, and then how feedback comes back up to the state to inform future policy is not as clear as it might be. And so needing to build what we described as a learning infrastructure is really important. That state leaders that are here in Sacramento, that are making very important decisions on nearly a week-to-week, if not daily basis, should be more ingrained and more informed by what is happening in practice to help push forward better policy and regulation in the future. Okay, so let me spend a little bit of time on the recommendation 3. And the first place that I want to unpack is really this recommendation 3.1 that states that the refinement of quantitative identification measures should focus on the highest set of priority outcomes. And in particular, this comes about because of this notion that if we're really serious about driving outcomes for students, that it should be tied more directly to teaching and learning. That if the focus that leaders are having in systems, that principals are trying to focus on, that teachers are trying to focus on, that we should be clear about what it is that we intend and hope to have as an output. And why this matters, in particular, because it gives signals to the field about where we should be driving a lot of our resources. Not all of them, and I'll address that in a moment, but that's our work in public ed. Our work in public education is to educate, to teach, and to help students learn and create opportunity and access in an equitable manner. And that's where we were hearing a lot of feedback from the work group. And one of the things that's important, and I'll touch on this is across a couple of these parts of recommendations, is that we took the temperature of each of the work group members. What I mean to say by that is I'm not standing before you and saying that everything that's coming out of that core working group is a monolith, that everybody agreed, that everybody had consensus. In fact, I will raise a couple of issues in which that is absolutely not the case. And I think that what that signals is where those places of great alignment are, let's lean in there, because clearly there's something there that we can get some asset from. But in places where there is some discussion or debate, we need to spend more time there and understanding not just what those different perspectives are, but specifically what's underneath of that, right? Get past the basic, get past the simplicity. And on this one in particular, I think that there's a lot of nervousness. I was in Oakland Unified and Stockton Unified during the days of API. I remember how they were calculated. I remember when those scores, that single score would come out and how schools would react or not, how the central office would react, sometimes in a very positive way and others in a not so positive way. I understand deeply the behavior that could potentially drive. And I want to be clear that in the discussions that we had about this item specifically, that was not the tenor. Nobody wants to go back to that. But what we are hearing is that you can still you can still look at multiple measures to drive your system. In fact, practitioners do it all the time. And that what we were hearing is that the state, in the way that it presents performance for schools, it presents performance for school systems, should perhaps be more reflective of what's actually happening on the ground.
Jason, could you take about 3 more minutes to round up your comments? Because we're trying to catch up a little bit.
Okay, I will help with that in 2 minutes. I want to offer this description of a way that this might occur. So this represents a kind of a three-tiered pyramid that articulates not a singular lens around performance, but really a multi-dimensional way that practitioners often function, the base of which is really thinking about how high-quality system practices occur. And this is reflected in the report. That is then led by a set of what you might describe as leading indicators. There has been plenty of research to suggest that these leading indicators, think about it as it's smoke before the fire, if you will, are actually very helpful in understanding how to intervene and to create a preventative system as opposed to going too deep in terms of symptoms. And particularly with these leading indicators, things like chronic absenteeism, suspension, and other indicators on the dashboard are many of these leading indicators that are used. And so that this simply regards, again, the way that practitioners are thinking about this work. I'll say here simply in this associated recommendation that the alignment and streamlining identification across programs is really important, that as state entities come in to do reviews, that we're finding them happening in very ad hoc and unaligned ways. One of the components that the core working group has really been looking at is really associated with recommendation 3.3, in which we would introduce essentially a holistic and systematic review process. Think about this as something that would be modified off of what we do for WASC or some other way in which peers to those practitioners are coming in to look at what's happening in those systems that helps to identify some of the bigger and deeper issues that are happening in the system that build off of that quantitative indicators. And finally, I won't spend too much time on this for sake of time, but that the high quality kind of coordinated district support that comes as a result of both those quantitative data and the systemic reviews would really need to be recalibrated. And specifically, I think it's important to think about a shift here, that when we think about dashboard identification, what we were hearing from the core working group is that it would shift away from being the kind of final identification to really just being an initial filter, and that the systemic reviews, or something that might look like it, then become a mechanism to truly differentiate how support is flowing to these systems that are being led by county offices of education. So in closing, just a couple things to underscore. Thinking about several elements of the system redesign at the same time, thinking about quantitative data as an initial filter, not final classification. And finally, as you all are thinking about and considering changes to these performance criteria, that one of the biggest drivers that we've seen from administrators is really around how they see things as valuable. And the closer and closer that you all as state decision makers can get to seeing the same value that practitioners see, I think you will be pleasantly surprised by how much additional effort they are willing to put in, despite the fact that they already put a ton of effort in to really move the system forward. So thank you, President Darling-Hammond, for the extra time.
Welcome. Thank you. And before we get into the Ventura unified discussion, are there any comments, Chief Deputy, that you'd like to make around the process?
Yeah, appreciate that. So I've been able to participate in this process representing the California Department of Education along with Dr. Erica Torres, and I've really appreciated sort of the container that's been built for robust conversation. It really allows all of us who really are on the provider side, I think as we talk about really talking to site leaders, district leaders, teachers, we definitely want to bring in much more of the teacher voice to what Jason is identifying about that practitioner piece. This really has been those of us who are on that more provider side, and it's been a robust conversation where there's been agreement and disagreement. I think one of the things that you've heard just even in Dr. Torres's opening remarks is that for the California Department of Education, we really value multiple measures. I think in you referencing the API, I was over at OUSD, SFUSD. I've been at Alameda County Office of Ed and have a real sense of when we narrow things too far, just what that does for the practitioner. And I'm hearing that. I'm already hearing that, whether it be the emphasis on chronic absenteeism, looking at the suspension indicator. We still have a big issue when we take a look at our African-American students, our Latino students. And so these are things we have to really be thinking about in a community schools approach. Again, you heard Dr. Torres and Cindy Kazanis reference that. So you can just see kind of what the range of perspectives are that is happening in our state system of support. I think it's helping push how we think about how we do all of these kinds of supports. But I do think it's important to lift up that there are many perspectives in this process. And so we got to make sure we're bringing even more perspectives closer to the classroom that help us understand truly practitioner voice in what's happening.
Thank you. So I think at this point, we're going to move to Ventura County. We'll call you up when we have questions, which will be when the board discussion begins. Thank you so much. And we're going to hear from Dr. Antonio Castro, Superintendent of Ventura Unified School District, where Cindy Kazanis graduated with, no. Oh, sorry. It's a different district within the county, but nonetheless, an auspicious place, who will share his district's experience with navigating both universal and targeted supports within the system of support. Welcome, Dr. Castro.
Thank you, Board President, Darling Hammond, Vice Presidents, Glover Woods, members of the State Board staff. It's a privilege to contribute to the discourse that elevates the power and promise of public education. As stated, my name is Antonio Castro. I have the honor of serving Ventura Unified as the superintendent. I'm in my 5th year with the district and my 4th year as superintendent. We could spend a lot of time going through demographics. I'm just going to highlight a couple of things that we're going through. We are a long-standing district, like some people from Santa Paula. We've been around for a long time and take a lot of pride in where we come from. We have multi-generational families that have gone through schools. That is a deep level of connection that is valued in our community. Consequently, we value relationships and accessibility to all decision makers in trying to create a very flat system. Although we used to be a much larger district, like many districts around the state, we are currently at 14,000 students. You can see some of our demographics there. We are experiencing extreme declining enrollment rates. As you know, Ventura County has hovered between 2nd and 4th in terms of the rate of declining enrollment across the state. We are now in the process of working through a school closures advisory committee because it's become so pronounced. That work starts next week. Our board has been, for the last couple of years, exploring educator workforce housing for a variety of means, as other districts in the state have been doing. And finally, and this is an important piece that will be threaded throughout my presentation, I continue to benefit from a board of education that is committed to addressing district-wide areas for improvement. I'm not going to get into the details here. I'm just going to, you can see them yourself, and later on, if you have questions, I'm just going to call attention to a couple issues that we have looked at our eligibility for differentiated assistance as a symptom of need. We have addressed these areas of need through a commitment to understanding our data, examining short and long-term trends, and investigating the status quo. So you'll see that in 2022, we were eligible under 4 student groups, and now currently, we are no longer eligible for differentiated assistance. We heard earlier the interconnectedness with our federal accountability system, I'll just call it ESSA. We have 27 schools in our district. If you count up all of these, you'll note that we just fall a couple short of almost every school in our district in 2022 have been eligible, meeting that criteria for federal assistance. And currently in 2025, we have only 2 schools that remain eligible for TSI. actually just want to go back real quickly because it pertains to a future point. VOSD may be unique in this regard, but even though school site plans and the SIPSA process are required for schools receiving Title I funds, we mandate that all of our schools invest in the SIPSA process. They all complete that process. I'm not going to read through the details to the right. This is the CDE guidance, but one of the things that Mr. Willis pointed out was that the dynamism of the conditions that unfold either on an annual basis or every other year basis across a variety of metrics. And those of you who've been in public education for a while see how even the metrics, the points of comparison, change over time. That's happened multiple numbers of times throughout our processes. This is just another unique one in that even trying to explain to our community that we should be very proud of the work that we've done in improving grad rates, it always comes, in this case, this also comes with a caveat. We have to say, well, we're very proud, but also we can't compare this result to results that have taken place before 2016. And the energy that it takes to remain committed to having an entire system working hard and achieving, this is something that also adds complication. I also want to note that the results in 22 and 23 should serve as an indicator that the focus for having a multi-year adherence to a system of support is critical, because that, if you take a look at the trajectory from 21 through 24, 25, you'll note that that looks like a dip. That is a result of a data anomaly, but those things happen. And that happens as a result of changeover in staff, new systems, new student information systems as well. I don't have time to highlight all of the areas of improvement across our district that you saw earlier, but I do want to call to attention the comprehensive improvements that we've seen with our students with disabilities. I hope that you would see, sorry, I'm trying to work on two computers. As you take a look at the outcomes for students with disabilities, I want to just call attention to a couple of key points that in Ventura Unified, we believe that this is reflective of a tenet that all students are general education students first. We have a belief in the application of the least restrictive environments. Case in point, our board dedicated a robust discussion on the continuum of services late through last night. We believe that these are identified areas of need emblematic of our entire system. I'll talk in a moment about our FCMAT process that was self-imposed and self-sought, but part of the focus on students with disabilities is strategic, right? In many districts, the students who were found eligible as being a student with a disability, it could be due to overrepresentation, disproportionality, even disproportionate low-income students, often foster youth. So what we see is students with disabilities and special education in general as an intersection of need reflective of the entire system. Oh, and recently, so we just found this out last week, so I snuck it into our presentation. We were recognized as one of 13 LEAs for a Model SAR program. As proud as we are of that, I think what's important for the board to be aware is that this is just another opportunity for us as a district to take an evidence-based approach to improving our systems. There are defined pathways to success, and so we were able to study other districts like ours that were able to improve this. We didn't have to make it up on our own. Another area, which is always important, it's easier to seek assistance when you need to improve. And this was an area where we needed to improve. Ventura Unified lagged behind other districts in our post-pandemic recovery for ADA. We had been, prior to the pandemic, hovering around 97 or 98 ADA. Just a couple years ago, we were still stuck at 93. We are now at 95% ADA. Okay, so trying to highlight just a few of the major areas and major components that have helped us be successful over the last few years. The first one, and some of these aligned with Mr. Willis's presentation, setting strategic priorities. The LCAP we consider to be strategic to our overall improved outcomes for unduplicated students. It serves as a planning, implementation, and communications tool. It is the focal point for aligning student needs, coordinated responses, and allocation of district resources. We feel that this is a critical role for county offices of education, assisting districts with not only compliance, but equally as important, working collaboratively to ensure a through line from state priorities to the classroom, and it being reflective of the district conditions. That said, I do want to make sure, very similar to what I said, that Ventura Unified is like a lot of other districts. That does not mean that our community nor our board necessarily are in agreement about the best way to proceed using the LCAP. So for example, what does stakeholder engagement look like? What does stakeholder feedback, should it look like? Funding allocations, are they being used proportionately? Supplemental and concentration, should the LCAP be reflective of only supplemental and concentration funds, other funds, or should it be a completely budget document, which we've heard over the years that it should not be? But these are all questions that we wrestle with. Are the interim success metrics that we hold ourselves to, are they meaningful for the board as decision makers? And then of course, ultimately, we are a district that is over 55% unduplicated students, which means we have the ability to write a district-wide LCAP, but still there are tensions about what does it mean to have a district-wide LCAP versus those allocation of resources for specific schools, especially those that have demonstrated need over a long period of time. Also, the need for alignment and coherence, you'll see that this is a document, an artifact from 23-24. Really what this does is just is a visual to show the alignment between our board goals, our LCAP goals at the time. We have a new LCAP now. WASC goals, our SIPSA goals, and then although not noted, there is a portion that I asked the board to include in my superintendent's evaluation. So that is, there's a through line from board governance to our performance. Also to note, we have student board members, and in the reports I asked them to include the connectedness between the things that they report on their campuses and our board priorities. In 2024, with full board support, we contracted with FCMAT to conduct a comprehensive review of our SPED programs, including the connections with our student success team processes. We sought the authority and transparency of an outside public entity with independence and expertise. It served as a resource of validation in areas of strength with our emerging district practices and ongoing areas of need. Similar to the LCAP, however, the report findings and recommendations did not make our public conversations any easier, but it created an accessible process for our staff and our community to engage on an issue of great importance. In terms of implementing systems-based approaches, I can share now that I was proud to be a former County Office of Education Associate Superintendent of Education Services, with the benefit of having learned from the phased development and implementation of our differentiated assistance processes. That includes the principles of improvement science, the application of the equity lenses, and more recently, the inclusion of compassionate systems, our MIT methodology. Overall, and this is where I couple myself to those who've done the work, there's a humility that comes with this and a learning of times where we've experienced success, but also times we've had to learn from our lack of success. And so to date, having gone through these systems in the county office and led these processes in the district, what I've learned is that ultimately what we're trying to do is to surface and hold system tensions in a manner that honors the complexity of schools and districts, that illuminates root causes, that we focus on learning about student and family experiences and how our school systems either interrupt or facilitate predictable outcomes, the need to remain resolute enough to endure the dynamism of our education systems, and to remember that we are addressing issues formed through our individual and shared histories. Also, as previously stated by Mr. Willis, our system of support is broad. It is also very unmanageable and also unknown to people who aren't part of the system and haven't created it. They don't understand it. They don't feel like it's accessible. But then what I can share is leading Ventura Unified, our journey speaks in particular to the importance of humility, recognizing when you need help, taking the effort to find out who are the experts that you can rely upon wherever they exist, having the discipline of exploring what our broad systems can provide, and then taking the initiative for outreach and potential collaboration. I can't possibly list all of the collaborators that we've been fortunate to benefit from over the years, but some of them are our county offices, CDE, CCEE, FCMAT, obviously, my fellow superintendents and their staff, Access, CSBA, et cetera. And years ago, the positive outliers research that was done when I was at the county office, we reached out to those districts to find out how were they achieving the results that were so atypical from districts like them. Then moving on to focus on continuous improvements. It is, in my experience, the importance of any kind of community of practice, the networked improvement communities, NICs, the COPs, these are, in my opinion, critical for a variety of reasons. It's one of the reasons that I reached out, even though I wasn't required to yet, but it could have been on the horizon. I reached out to CCEE for support before it was a required element, because the paradigm of being purposely proactive as opposed to being under a deficit model, there's an energy that comes with that. And I want to thank CCE for being responsive to my outreach and allowing me to participate in the learning of other superintendents and districts that were further along in the DA processes that we were. In that, I experienced high levels of collective efficacy, mutual accountability. We shared our successes, learned from one another, and then also maintained one another's confidentiality. And so key takeaways, sustained district improvement benefits from adherence to a multi-year evidence-based approach. Just as stated, I believe that improvement networks are critical, catalysts for collective efficacy and mutual accountability. Although we didn't get a chance to talk about it, the distinctions between growth and achievement are critical, and focusing on growth is very important in moving our systems forward because we need that energy in order to maintain our focus on those long-term plans. And then in terms of not directly addressed, but I'll touch on it now, there is a clear distinction between technical and adaptive implementation. One of the reasons that we struggle, and you hear this in mathematics implementation a lot, and the studies are very clear, if our problem with mathematics was just a technical issue, it would have been solved by professional development and curriculum adoptions. There's obviously more to it than that, and that's what I mean by the adaptive change process is being something that needs to be considered. And then finally, winding back where we started, that alignment is foundational to achieving coherence. The coherence is not possible if it doesn't start with alignment. So thank you again for the opportunity to be here with you and to represent our district and our county.
So at this point, we do want to go to public comment and then come back and ask questions unless there's anything that you want to ask that's a clarifying question of any of the speakers. If not, we'll go right on ahead to public comment. And those who want to call in can use the phone number and the participant access code shown on the slide. Are there any public commenters in the room?
Yes, there are 13 people signed up for in-person public comment. Please remember to state your name and affiliation for the record when it's your turn to speak. Will the following 5 people please line up at the microphone at the back of the room? Andrea Ball, Carlos Machado, Natalie Shin, Lorraine Richards, and Diana Vu.
Thank you. Good afternoon. President Darling-Hammond, board members, thank you for holding this study session. Thank you to the department and the other presenters. I'm Andrea Ball, here today on behalf of the Orange County Department of Education. For over 10 years, the Orange County Department of Education, in partnership with Butte County Office of Education, has been the state lead on California's multi-tiered system of support, or MTSS. And as the state board considers the statewide system of support and the criteria for differentiated assistance and the approach, We want to highlight the role of MTSS as a powerful tool for school districts and county offices of education to align and bring coherence and consistency to efforts to improve teaching and learning and student outcomes. The tenets of MTSS reflect the ideals of the statewide system of support, a system centered on support rather than sanctions, responsive to local context, committed to resource equity guided by continuous improvement and building on trusting relationships. MTSS provides the structure for schools and districts and the county offices who support them to evaluate whether interventions are working, redeploy resources toward what does work, and ensure that every state dollar is used in a coordinated and coherent way at the local level. When effectively implemented, MTSS functions as the organizing container for statewide initiatives, enabling local agencies to align their multiple funding streams into one prevention-oriented system. As OCDE and Butte deepen their work with the statewide system of support, they are proactively working with county offices of education to provide additional training and materials to assist them in their support of districts through MTSS. So we encourage you to consider opportunities to strengthen MTSS as a proactive approach that increases coherence, alignment, and accountability for improving student outcomes. We submitted a letter that has a little bit more information and look forward to continuing the conversation. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Dr. Darling Hammond and members. My name is Carlos Machado. I'm with California School Board Association. I wanted to highlight a few items for you on this item. CSBA supports aligning differentiated assistance with a 3-year LCAP cycle. The shift replaces the yearly churn, as was mentioned earlier, with the stability needed for deep, sustained improvement. However, we are deeply concerned by the trailer bill language that would remove student group performance as a core requirement for DA. Equity and achievement gaps must remain the primary focus of this system. We also urge the board to prioritize the addition of guardrails that continue to center student performance, ensure small school districts aren't penalized for data volatility, and treat CalPAD errors as technical issues rather than DA triggers. CSBA appreciates the plan to hold input sessions. We look forward to participating in these sessions by bringing together a diverse group of local board members to help provide the unique local perspectives they have as you refine these criteria. Please refer to our written comments for more technical details on these and other items. We look forward to partnering with you to keep the system of support centered on student success. Thank you.
Time. Thank you, Speaker, for your time is up. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Natalie Shin, here on behalf of Californians Together. We support the vision of shifting eligibility for differentiated assistance to 3 years and aligning with LCAPs, but have significant concerns about the governor's budget proposal striking the eligibility requirements. We align our comments with our partners in the LCFF Equity Coalition and want to emphasize that any new criteria that is developed should be focused on student growth and closing gaps. We appreciate that the board is seeking input from stakeholders and also want to uplift the request from our management partners, direct staff to share more context and vision for these sessions, including the data analysis of any options under consideration. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Lorraine Richards. I'm a classroom teacher representing California Teacher Association. CTA has significant concerns with the statewide system of support core working group recommendations report in attachment 2. The working group itself is mostly state agency staff and administrators with only one teacher union staff member and no current classroom teachers. Several of the recommendations themselves are concerning. Recommendation 1.1 would focus on just reading and math academic outcomes, which leads to a test-driven system. It also disregards California's approach to the whole child. Recommendation 4.3 creates an accountability arm to the statewide system of support as an active means for escalation. The statewide system of support is supposed to support districts to improve, not punish them. Try the method flashlight instead of a hammer. These recommendations undermine the statewide system of support and give deja vu to No Child Left Behind. CTA urges the State Board of Education to reject these recommendations. Thank you.
Good afternoon, board members. Diana Vu on behalf of the Association of California School Administrators. AXA appreciates the board highlighting Dr. Castro and his exceptional work supporting student achievement at Ventura Unified School District as part of the statewide system of support. We also appreciate the board staff plan to hold additional educational partner input sessions and respectfully request that administrative perspectives remain involved to ensure coherent improvements that support effective implementation and meaningful outcomes for students. Further, AXA is part of an education management and equity coalition where our collective concerns includes timing. With just 4 months until State Board of Education's July deadline to take action, we respectfully request that some context, including data analysis and options that are under consideration, and would encourage the use of multiple years of data to provide a more stable and accurate picture of district performance, recognizing that a single year of data may not always capture broader trends of the impact of improvement efforts already underway. Thank you.
Thank you. Will the following 5 people please line up at the microphone? Lindsay Tornatore, Lisa Salas Brown, Dina Wilson, Evan Bartelheim, and Rob Manwaring.
Good afternoon, Lindsay Tornatore on behalf of the California County Superintendents. I'd like to start by thanking today's presenters for their thoughtful work in support of the ultimate goal to revise the DA criteria. The education management and equity groups have formed a joint coalition to engage on these criteria. As noted in our letter, we were encouraged to hear the board staff plan to hold input sessions before the July action. With only 4 months remaining, we asked the board to direct staff to share more context and vision on these criteria during these sessions, along with initial data analysis of the options under consideration. This would help ground the discussion and support more productive engagement as the criteria are redefined. Additionally, the county superintendent submitted a letter with 4 preliminary recommendations with the clear caveat they may evolve as new data and proposals emerge before July. Finally, it's important to recognize that while there's much work to be done, the statewide system of support is working. As Dr. Castro shared Ventura Unified's improvement journey, when LEAs create the right conditions and lead with compassion, students succeed and gaps close. The California County Superintendents are committed to partnering with LEAs and communities towards student success for all. Thank you.
Lisa Salas Brown, Deputy Superintendent of Educational Services for the Ventura County Office of Education. On behalf of County Superintendent Dr. Morales, we thank Dr. Castro for highlighting Ventura Unified's collaborative work and the data reflecting system-wide improvement. The district demonstrates the impact of aligned educational partners, district staff, community members, Board of Trustees, County Office, and SELPA, working together to support student success. Post-pandemic, as mentioned, there were 4 student groups. Now there are 0. Genuine community engagement throughout the LCAP process. Now suspension rates are 2.1% lower than the state average, and graduation rates 95.2%. This progress reflects the trust, relationships, and systems leadership cultivated by the district and its educational partners, including our county office and our county SELPA. Thank you.
Good afternoon, President Darling Hammond and members of the State Board. I'm Dina Wilson, Director 3 from Los Angeles County Office of Education. I've had the privilege of supporting LEAs throughout our county, including those eligible for differentiated assistance since the current model was initiated. County offices are well suited to support our LEAs and develop the relationships needed for systems improvement work, and we are best situated to understand the local context of our districts and schools. Just as we work with our LEAs within a continuous improvement model, we seek the State Board's reflection, we support the State Board's reflection and refinement of our current system. In this vein, it's important to use the same continuous improvement model and begin by recognizing the successes and strengths that we have seen over the past several years. Over the past 4 years, there's been a clear reduction in the number of DA-eligible LEAs and improvements across the dashboard for our multiple student groups. Let's build on these successes and make modifications as needed to mitigate the challenges we've experienced. The dashboard has been a moving target. The rules can be inconsistent, and measures such as the CCI have so many variables, the validity of the data becomes questionable and reduces the ability to make actionable interpretations.
Your time is up.
Thank you very much for your time.
Good afternoon, members of the board. I'm Evan Bartelheim from the Los Angeles County Office of Education. Thank you for this well-considered discussion regarding possible changes to differentiated assistance. I would like to emphasize the vital role of county offices of education within the statewide system of support, as demonstrated by LA County's recent progress. Between 2023 and 2025, the number of charter schools and districts that met the criteria for differentiated assistance in our county, which serves a quarter of the state's students, declined by 41%. We believe that much of this success can be attributed to the relationship-driven process and system improvement work that the county and LEAs engage in. To sustain this momentum, we believe that it's important to keep the DA eligibility criteria predictable by continuing to include them in state statute. Though less flexible, this would support the CCEE Core Working Group's recommendation to avoid frequent shifts to the metrics that foster short-term compliance cycles rather than the sustained system building required for lasting improvement. And while we agree that the eligibility
Thank you, Speaker.
criteria...
Your time is up.
Thank you.
Will the following 3 individuals please approach the microphone? Christina Salazar, Leangela Reed, and Sarah Petrowski.
Hi, this is Rob Manwaring from Children Now. I'm wearing 2 hats today. First, as one of the leaders of a joint equity and management group, some findings that we sent in a letter. One is around some concerns with the current statutory requirements for focus on student subgroups going away. Second is some requests for some specific data analysis. And then third, some recommendations around the input process and our willingness to partner in those efforts. Wearing my Children Now hat, we want to maintain a focus on multiple measures. And core to that should be the inclusion of a student growth measure. There's a reason that 48 other states have growth in their accountability systems, and it's the single highest weighted one in over half of states. We would like to see it move to a weighted system because that's the only way to maintain multiple measures that we can see and also narrow the focus on a smaller number of LEAs. We would like to see a new set of different indicators used for DOS schools because our current measures don't measure what's happening in the quality of those schools.
Thank you, Speaker. Your time is up.
Good afternoon, Cristina Salazar on behalf of the Riverside County Superintendent of Schools. Thank you for the opportunity to comment on today's study session. We want to express our strong support for the proposed trailer bill language that transitions LEAs to a 3-year cycle and that aligns with the LCAPs. Aligning these will create a greater coherence and has, which is a goal that we've been talking about today. And it'll also allow districts to engage in a more strategic continuous improvement. With just 4 months remaining until the July deadline, we are encouraged by the plan to hold partner input sessions outside of the formal SBE meetings. And as the work continues to move forward, we want to underscore the importance of using multiple years of data rather than relying on a single year when determining DA eligibility. A multi-year approach offers more of an accurate view of the district trends and reduces one-year, one-offs and ensures the support is directed where it's most needed. Thank you for your consideration.
You're taller than me. Good afternoon, Leangela Reed on behalf of the Small School Districts Association. I'd like to align SSDA with the comments of our colleagues from AXA and the county superintendents in that we think we would really like the decision-making process to be data-driven. We're very appreciative of this study session. It's very helpful to the field. We love to hear the conversation. We look forward to continuing the conversation in the meetings that we hope to come in the next few months because we're on a short timeline. If we're going to require the dashboard to be data-driven, then the decisions around DA have to be data-driven as well. Transparency for all makes us all better. On behalf of, particularly on the side of the smalls, we welcome the opportunity during these conversations to talk about the volatility for smalls. We talk about it for a student group. We don't talk about it for school size. And when you have 2 suspensions in a school of 150 and you go from blue to orange, that's something we have to talk about because I know that's not your intent.
Thank you, Speaker. Your time is up.
Good afternoon, President Darling Hammond and members of the board. I'm Sarah Petrowski on behalf of the California Association of School Business Officials. Thank you for holding this study session today. I want to lift up the Equity Management Coalition's request around transparency and clarity related to this important issue. Ensuring that student needs are effectively identified through the system of support moving forward will require 2 essential elements. First, the board should clearly articulate the new criteria under consideration and the policy rationale for those changes. Second, the board should conduct and share data runs demonstrating how the proposed criteria would have functioned using prior year data. These data runs are critical for understanding the real-world impact of the proposed changes and ensuring that any revisions strengthen the system of support intended to serve students and LEAs most in need. Without this information well ahead of the quickly approaching deadline, we are concerned meaningful engagement will be impossible. Thank you.
That concludes public comment in the room. We will now move to public comment on the phone line.
Thank you. Caller ending in 8945. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Hi, this is Suzanne Cooey from the Charter School Development Center. It's wonderful to hear the presentation calling out the distinction between achievement levels and growth. Regarding identification, to focus on LEAs that most need support, we continue to advise using ELA and math growth as part of the initial step to identify schools. We compared growth results for student groups that triggered differentiated assistance for each LEA. Many of the LEAs have student groups with growth in the average or accelerated performance categories. I'm talking about the ones that triggered the same groups that triggered the DA are getting the average and above growth in many cases. A more intentional system would even consider student group growth relative to student group growth norms. This would help focus DA on just those LEAs with below average student group growth relative to student group growth norm. Multi-year calibration is important as well, and we appreciate also the commenters noting multiple metrics. And finally, DAS-specific indicators are most certainly needed. We thank you so much for your progress in this area and would love the opportunity to share our analyses.
Thank you. Next caller ending in 2250. Please begin your public comment.
Good afternoon, Board. Raquel Morales with EdTrust West. In alignment with our equity partners and management groups, we would like to express our appreciation of the staff on the plan to hold additional educational partner input sessions. We would also like to raise two concerns, one around the budget trailer bill proposal, eliminating the equity focus of the current criteria's inclusion of subgroup performance. We believe that having that in statute is important to ensure that there's a focus on closing equity gaps. And our other concern is around the short time that the board has to take action. Overall, we urge you all to continue prioritizing efforts to close the achievement gaps while preserving high and consistent standards for student academic performance. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller ending in 8674. Please start your public comment.
Good afternoon. Rachel Murphy with Public Advocates in the LCFF Equity Coalition. We appreciate the board's continued discussion and uplift our coalition's guiding principles submitted in the fall. We urge the focus to remain on closing opportunity and achievement gaps and maintaining standards for student performance. Additionally, we recommend identifying those LEAs that are showing emerging performance issues, but who are not yet qualifying for DA, and requiring them to hold public hearings which address self-reflection and continuous improvement while also providing more robust technical assistance at the Tier 1 level. We also appreciate that the board is seeking input from interest holders on updated performance criteria, and we encourage the board to include a variety of student, family, and educator perspectives. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller ending in 4364. Please start your public comment.
Good afternoon, Lucy Salcido Carter with the Alameda County Office of Education. Thank you for this study session on differentiated assistance. I want to reiterate comments made by colleagues that we're grateful for the input sessions that are planned, and we look forward to learning more information about them so we can bring our best prepared selves to the table. In addition, ACOE signed on to the Ed Management Equity Partnership Letter, and in that regard, I also want to express our concerns regarding the trailer bill language that would remove the equity guardrails. We must keep accountability structures firmly focused on student performance and closing opportunity gaps. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller ending in 7959. Please start your public comment.
Hi, my name is Priscilla Nelson, and I support the 7-year renewal of Bay Point Academy's charter renewal.
I'm sorry, we are
My son-
currently taking public comment for item number 11. Please call back during item number 13. Thank you. Next caller ending in 9786, please. Next caller ending in 8722, please start your public comment. Okay, that concludes public comment for item 11.
Thank you, and I want to thank everyone who presented and everyone who commented. And we had intended to be ending this particular session at 2. It is now after 4. So I'm going to suggest we keep the item open and continue the board's discussion tomorrow so that we can move through the other items that we need to get through today. Otherwise, you will be here until midnight. So let's, if that's all right, we will keep this item open. Take notes if you have, burning thoughts and brilliant ideas at the front of your brow so that we can resume the conversation tomorrow. And we're going to move on to item 12, which is the Personal Finance Curriculum Guide, adoption of the curriculum guide. And the CDE recommends that we adopt the Personal Finance Curriculum Guide. This item will be presented by Mike Torres of the CDE. And we're always excited to see Mike. Where is he? There he is. And I'll just start as our room is clearing out by saying it's always a pleasure to see both of you. And we're very excited about the Finance Curriculum Guide. And because we are so positively inclined, we would encourage you to keep this as brief as you can. Because we are 2 hours behind our expected schedule.
You got it. You got it.
Thank you. We love you, and we want to hear everything you have to say quickly.
We'll keep it good. We know that this is quickly is what I heard. That's the operative word. So good afternoon, Dr. Darling Hammond, President, Vice President Glover Woods, board members, staff, and community. My name is William McGee, Deputy Superintendent of Public Instruction for the Building Educational Success Together branch. And so, as you mentioned, we're excited about this item, personal finance curriculum. I know that when I was in school, definitely learning about money was important. And as a site leader, we had students who wanted that. When I was director of Office of African American Student Achievement, our student board member actually put this initiative together for us, and we were able to roll that out. So without further ado, I'll turn it over to Dr. Torres and his team, who will guide you through this, and we will get you guys out of here quickly. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Deputy Superintendent McGee, and hello, President Darling Hammond, Vice President Glover Woods, Chief Deputy Roberson. I will make this pretty short. So we do have our timeline that I do want to share with you, and this started back in 2024 when the superintendent had started his initiative over improving financial literacy in the state. We then moved to have AB 2927 signed and put into place. We held very quickly a public input webinar to collect public input on what elements we want to see included in the personal finance curriculum guide in December of 2024. This body worked very quickly in January of 2025 to approve the foundational principles that were utilized to create the curriculum guide, as well as the timeline. We engaged writers very quickly in March. Seemed to be a very common trend with Curriculum Frameworks and Instructional Resources Division to work very quickly on our projects, and we're very thankful to our team and our writing team. In July, an initial draft was reviewed by the Instructional Quality Commission. Feedback was provided. A revised draft was brought back before the Instructional Quality Commission in September. at which point they offered additional perspective, some additional changes to be made, and then approve a full month of public comment period, the entire month of October, because we do truly value all of the different perspectives from across the state. We collected all of that public comment, brought forward a revised draft to the Instructional Quality Commission with revisions at their December meeting, and realized that we can bring this before you way before the May statutory deadline and the original schedule that you would be seeing this item. So we brought forth an item before you in January to say, hey, guess what? We're early on this one. You very happily approved, and here we are today to consider this personal finance curriculum guide. I do want to take a moment to thank the stellar work of our writing team and the Instructional Quality Commission. They were able to move very quickly to the finish line for this project, quicker than expected, and as a result, we're able to recommend this curriculum guide. We felt that having this available early for local educational agencies and schools and teachers is very important, considering they are gearing up and getting ready to implement and have courses available to students as early as 27-28. So I'd like to introduce the two speakers that we have here today who are going to go into more detail about the curriculum guide. First, we have Mr. Jeff Allen and Mr. Matt Hayes. Jeff is from Fresno Unified School District, and Matt is from San Diego, who will walk us through the contents and the supports of the guide that it offers to educators. And then after that, we'll be hearing from Instructional Quality Commissioner Lena Bradshaw, who is the Vice Chair of the Personal Finance Subject Matter Committee on the Instructional Quality Commission, and she'll be outlining the actions taken by the IQC during the development process. But we'll move on with Jeff Allen.
Hello, first off, oh, that was loud. Thank you all for this opportunity again. And yeah, as Dr. Torres just said, excuse me, the goal would be to go over the 7 chapters, right, very briefly, as we've identified, and just kind of express the fact that there's definitely a very specific intent behind each one. So starting with what you see here, chapter 1, it's to establish the context, right? So the history of personal finance education, both on a national and obviously state level. So we talk about the impacts, the drive, and the fact that it's somewhat of a national trend right now. We're up to 30 states. California was in 24, and we already have, I'm sorry, the 26th state, and we're already up to 30. So that tells you the speed in which this is moving across the nation. So after that introduction, we then jump into California specific, the legislation, Assembly Bill 2927, and then the subsequent ed codes. And then kind of set the stage for chapter 2, which is really diving into the actual content pieces. So we look in chapter 2, it starts off with actually a screenshot or a snippet of the legislation itself showing the 12 content pieces, and then the 13th as well. And you'll see we address that separately. So for each one of those content areas, excuse me, let me change that. For each one of those topic areas, we do what you see here. We introduce it with a why it matters, right? Trying to, again, build that context. And then we jump into the learning outcomes. The learning outcomes for the 12 content topics range between 4 and 6 learning outcomes for each one. And so then after going through the learning outcomes, we look at potential community impacts. And then there's a side-by-side that shows the standard alignment, which we'll talk about it on the next slide, and a possible student activity that you might see. So I do want to clarify, because this came up in a couple of the previous presentations about that student activity or student task and activity. It is not a lesson plan. It is not a step-by-step sort of introduction and then how you check for understanding or anything like that. It is just a quick little snapshot. Think of it as like a mini vignette, right? What you might see in this topic, just so that, again, people that are just becoming familiar with this these new topics might see, get in their mind's eye what they would see in a classroom. When you see addressing topic 13, the reason we called that out specifically is topic 13 is a vehicle to add additional topics. And so we spend a lot of time throughout the document talking about local control and context. And so we went out of our way to, through public comment, anything that was identified that made the curriculum guide, right? Additions beyond the 12, we tried to embed in the existing 12 topics to keep it tidy, so to speak. But we still call out that topic 13 is a great opportunity for LEAs to, again, cater this content to their specific student needs and their community needs. When we go on to, oh, I'm sorry, and I told you we'd talk a little bit more about those standards. Just realize that we, at the end of the Chapter 2, have each individual learning outcome aligned to the standards that you see here. So California Common Core standards, the Model School Library standards, and then the national standards for personal finance education. It concludes with one more graphic organizer at the end that just, again, at a very quick glance, will give those teachers an opportunity to teachers, community members, parents, families, whoever are going to be utilizing this, hopefully all of them. It will give them a quick look at, again, why these were the chosen topics, how this could impact their communities, and so forth. So we're trying to make it as user-friendly for all. Third chapter is a deep dive into the actual implementation. So we're trying to provide guidance to those district leaders, to those site leaders, on how to actually achieve the requirements of this new legislation and the ed codes. So we start with timelines. We try to frame it in two ways. One, what you really must do to be in compliance. But we also try to look at it from the standpoint of early implementers and so on. So we're trying to incentivize and trying to show those districts and those sites an opportunity is out there to pilot more curriculum, to explore different avenues and so forth. But again, at the same time, showing the timeline that if you don't have that flexibility, you must do these things by this time period. We explore leadership models, what it might look like for a small versus large district, what it might look like if it's being district-led versus site-led. I already mentioned benefits of early implementation. Staffing and scheduling, we look closely at the credentialing requirements. And again, at the end, if you guys have any questions about any of these things, please ask, but I probably won't go into that level of specificity, right? So we talk about single subjects and so forth, and then what it might be paired with, and limitations to doing a semester, those limitations that might appear in looking for those pairings, but also that there's the flexibility of a full year course versus the semester and so on. Then we spend quite a bit of time on the economics waiver. We explain that there will, with the graduating class of 31, when this becomes a mandate, there will be the opportunity of utilizing the waiver. And if you do utilize an economics waiver, we try to bring attention to what what your student population might be losing out on. With those pieces. So as a result, we look more closely later on, actually in Chapter 4, about economic reasoning skills that could also be introduced. But moving forward, then we look at the course development itself and look at a lot of things that we just wanted to make sure to draw to the attention, because it's going to have to happen at such a swift speed right now, the importance of getting that A to G designation, the timelines for submitting those course approvals, reminding districts that every district also is different and what their own internal timelines might look like. And so we just bring those things up. And then that chapter concludes with the importance of communicating that to the community at large, not just your campuses and your student population, and what that looks like to scale. Because again, in 27, 28, that first class will need to be offered at every California high school, but by 31, we're going to be hitting the entire graduating class. So what that might look like. Chapter 4 is really the heart, right? So Chapter 4 is looking at those curriculum resources. And so what we identify here is, again, just the importance of that local control and that it's not prescriptive, so that there are going to be a lot of opportunities for districts to put their own flair on this, right? But as a result, that we need to, our foundational principles and guidance was to identify all those free curricular resources. And so we tried to make it as user-friendly as possible by identifying what were comprehensive versus what were specialty. So on a comprehensive realm, we're looking at turnkey. We're looking at a curriculum provider that offers resources that cover all 12 topics, and that often includes slide decks, assessments, and so forth, right? Professional development. But we also looked at the specialty, realizing that if we could find those quality turnkey or comprehensive providers, then those specialty providers would allow those districts to, again, cater their programs to their own populations to best fit. When we look at the economic waiver again here, it is now with a dozen economic reasoning skills, and we try to identify that one of those credential areas that can teach. This course is obviously going to be a social science credential, so if a district was to utilize the economics waiver, we wanted to leverage all of those skills that that economics teacher already had. So we try to just call that out. And again, also pointing out that regardless of if it's an economics teacher teaching it, if they review, again, these economic reasoning skills, there will be less of a loss if they do utilize that waiver. And then the last slide that I wanted to go over with you is just what that looks like for a teacher or for that curriculum team that is trying to identify how they want to build out their program. So when you look at the comprehensive providers, you can see that it starts with an overview on each one, then access. And when we're talking access, we're talking about, again, do they have to form an account? Do they need to set up some sort of connection point? Is this just open source, what have you? Supports for diverse learners, and that's also that sample lesson. So we call out what those curriculum providers identified as their supports, and then we suggested that they provide us a lesson that show these supports in action, and so that's the one that we led with. And then delivery model and flexibility. So exactly what it sounds like. What are the options on delivery with this program? When it comes to specialty, we had 19 other identified resources. Some were they didn't hit all 12 topics. Some really only focused on one of the topics, but again, when we present those specialty providers, you can see in that little graphic down below, we present them both as an overview of what they have to offer in one section, and in another section, it just aligns them to the individual topic out of those 12. So we're, again, mix and match, go with a turnkey comprehensive. We're providing that guidance throughout. And then it moves on to, oh, I'm sorry, it wasn't my last slide. We move on to Chapter 5, which is the professional development, which obviously goes hand in hand with Chapter 4. So we start with those curriculum providers that we called comprehensive, the turnkey. And we looked at what professional learning resources they offered. Then we looked at any other professional learning that we could identify, again, free of cost, to provide teachers and districts and county offices of eds. And then ultimately, we landed at the end of this chapter with a spotlight on one organization or curriculum provider called Next Gen Personal Finance, because they had the most robust of all the PL, and in fact, one that was utilized by many other providers. And with that, I'll turn it over to my colleague, Matt Hayes.
All right. Good afternoon, board members, fellow San Diegan, Dr. Escobedo. Good to be here. So we recognize that students begin their personal finance studies not as blank slates, but they have experiences with finances. Very often they are contributing to their family economics and making decisions on how to stretch limited resources. And we also recognize that there's a tremendous opportunity to develop something that is really relevant for students. And so Chapter 6 kind of centers some ideas around inclusive, effective, and engaging personal finance courses. And so we focus on areas like the integration of universal design for learning and differentiated instruction, use of culturally sustaining pedagogy, targeted supports for multilingual learners, including long-term English learners, engagement through inquiry, inquiry-based and project-based learning, integration of financial technology and digital literacy tools, and an alignment of instruction and assessment to support student learning and continuous improvement. And then, like, really connected to this chapter is Chapter 7, so bringing this home with the last chapter in the curriculum guide. Again, we recognize that personal financial education works best when you engage students in relevant, authentic learning experiences. And so Chapter 7 offers schools and LEAs with ideas for going beyond the classroom with personal finance education, and offers examples of effective partnerships between schools and financial organizations. And it includes strategies for engaging families and communities, which ties back to kind of a lot of the emphasis in Chapter 6. And it provides ideas for connecting students to internships, mentorships, job shadowing opportunities, as well as expanding student access to scholarships and grant programs. And then it also offers advice for reviewing, reflecting on, and revising personal finance learning experiences as part of a cycle of continuous improvement. So that was a quick synopsis of about 200 pages of personal finance curriculum guide.
Yes,
Any questions?
Are there clarifying questions? just to say we appreciate the focus on active learning in this important domain. If there are no clarifying questions, I think at this point we want to open the phone line for public comments. So thank you very much. Oh, Mike has something.
We actually have Commissioner Bradshaw here to talk a little bit about Instructional Quality Commission and the edits that they had requested.
All right, thank you.
Who has a flight here in just a little bit, Commissioner Bradshaw.
Into the talking fast part of the meeting.
Thank you. I'm very pleased to be here today to highlight the role that the Instructional Quality Commission played in the development of this document. To begin with, we were truly impressed with the first draft presented to us in July. It was thorough, well organized, and highly practical. It was clear that the guide was crafted with practitioners in mind, providing LEAs with a clear understanding of the new graduation requirement and offering meaningful guidance on designing courses that not only meet statutory expectations, but also support positive outcomes for students and their long-term financial well-being. After reviewing the draft and considering the thoughtful public comment submitted both in writing and during our meetings, the IQC approved several revisions and additions to strengthen the document even further. Some of the more significant edits include strengthening guidance for teachers of English learners and long-term English learners. Language referencing both English learner and long-term English learner student supports was added to the equity and accessibility section. In Chapter 2, references to the ELD standards were added where the guide outlines alignment across California's personal finance requirements and relevant state and national standards. In addition, 2 new vignettes were added. The first, showing how a personal finance task can be scaffolded to support the 3 ELD proficiency levels identified in the ELD standards. The second vignette demonstrates how a teacher draws on the California ELD standards to ensure the lesson on comparing different types of insurance supports long-term English learners by focusing on both content understanding and language development. Narrative was also added to include a list of instructional strategies known to benefit the development of long-term English learners. These include explicit instruction in academic language and literacy, as well as emphasizing oral language and development, providing explicit instructions and models, addressing key cognitive and language functions required for academic tasks, the use of graphic organizers as scaffolds, building background knowledge, building relevance, affirming language and culture, and maintaining rigor. Edits approved by the IQC also updated guidance on the economics course waiver and economic content. New language was added explaining that last year's trailer bill language granted LEAs the authority to waive the 1 semester economics requirement, beginning with the graduating class of 2030-31. LEAs are encouraged to carefully consider the economic topics not addressed in the personal finance course and suggest that some LEAs may wish to maintain both courses or expand economics-themed electives. Others may explore ways to embed those concepts into existing courses such as American government or U.S. history. The IQC also requested additions to support for the use of artificial intelligence in the classroom. A vignette was added in which a teacher demonstrates how AI tools can be used thoughtfully to support financial research as students develop detailed, personalized budgets based on a hypothetical career path. The project's conclusion includes student reflection on their experience using AI and a consideration of how responsible digital literacy and emerging technology can support real-world financial planning. Following the October public comment period, the Instructional Quality Commission approved another series of revisions informed by the feedback we received. These updates expanded the personal finance content to include wills and trusts, credit card education, distinctions between banks and credit unions, and guidance on tax credits, particularly those commonly applicable to young adults. Many commenters also recommended incorporating more practical resources. In response, we added references to a hands-on, app-based personal finance simulation available through credit unions, introduced new teacher tips addressing tax credits and support for college-bound students applying for financial aid, and expanded the discussion of research demonstrating the benefits of personal finance education. Finally, the Commission requested refinements to specific language to ensure that the curriculum guide presents a neutral and objective representation of communities that may hold diverse perspectives on money and financial management. We are very pleased with the outcome of this process. The work unfolded with remarkable efficiency in just 12 months, and the result is a thoughtful, high quality, and genuinely practical guide. We believe it will serve as a meaningful support to districts as they prepare to implement the new graduation requirements. And we greatly appreciate the collaboration and care that contributed to its development. I now turn the mic back over to Dr. Torres.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Bradshaw, and thank you, Jeff and Matt, for going over the contents. I also want to say that, and I've said this multiple times before this body, that I truly appreciate the diversity of California and the transparency of it. And even after the public comment period, and after concluding our draft and preparing it to post for you to look at, we did receive some additional comment that came up to our attention around special populations that you may wish to consider. It was recently brought to our attention that some information regarding tax credits and financial aid may differ for young people who are enrolled members of federally recognized California Native American tribes. We would like to point that out in the curriculum guide in 2 specific teacher tips. And so we are proposing, in addition to the draft that you currently have, a proposed edit on page 30 after line 682, which is the tax section, where Commissioner Bradshaw had talked about the inclusion of teacher tips, to add in there, teachers may note that enrolled members of federally recognized California Native American tribes may qualify for exemptions from certain California taxes. Teachers can build awareness regarding such exemptions. More information regarding such exemptions is available on the California Franchise Tax Board website, and that website is included in the proposed edit. And in a second section, we are recommending to add the bolded part of this that's already within the draft that you have, that adds and enrolled members of federally recognized Native American tribes, because it's important to call out special populations, and that was done so in this teacher tip area, and wanted to include the recognition of Native American tribe individuals in that section. So going right back to our recommended action, because I know we're chomping at the bit here, the CDE recommends that the State Board of Education adopt the personal finance curriculum guide. Yay. The CDE also recommends that the State Board of Education delegate authority to the CDE staff, subject to the approval of the State Board of Education Executive Director, to make any necessary revisions, including any needed for clarity and accuracy, as the document is professionally edited and prepared for publication. We are here and ready to answer any kinds of questions you may have.
Bravo and brava. What a wonderful tool this will be for the field. I hesitate to ask, are there any clarifying questions before we go to public comment? Let me then also see if our liaisons would like to give us a few thoughts. Members Olken and Lewis, in either order. I know you guys always go back and forth.
I'm gonna cover it for the two of us today. I just want to say first how happy I am to have been assigned this duty to be a liaison for this item because, well, really for two very different reasons. The first is it's such an important thing that we're bringing to our students in California, and I hear that from literally every student and most parents that I speak to, just how important financial literacy is. And then two, it's been such an incredible process so I was able to participate or witness the IQC meetings led by Dr. Torres, which are fantastic. I got to see our two lead writers in action, responding to questions, thinking through what teachers and school leaders need, and they're just incredible. And the input that we've gotten from the public through the public comment periods has made the curriculum guide even stronger. So it's something I think we should all be proud of, and will help make a new requirement in our schools a delight to implement. So I'm really honored and excited that we're going to vote today.
Should open up the phone line for public comment. Please use the phone number and the participant access code shown on the slide if you want to call in. And meanwhile, is there any public comment in the room?
Yes, there are 4 people signed up for public comment. Please remember to state your name and affiliation for the record when it's your turn to speak. Will the following people please line up at the microphone in the back of the room? Natalie Shin, Eric Menzel, Cynthia Tam, and Lorraine Richards.
Native Finance Development Corporation. Native Americans are the most underrepresented community in the financial services sector and consistently score in the lowest form for financial literacy inside of the United States. And with that, we would like to thank Mike, first of all, for actually including the Native American voice in today's augmented presentation. It was a last-minute addition, and we really do appreciate that. Our group at Native Finance has the only nationally recognized and accredited high school financial education and literacy program currently operating in the country. Now, within the state of California, you have 350,000 American Indians and 109 tribes. We want to ensure that you are dedicated to hearing their voices and giving them a seat at the table. Thank you.
Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Natalie Shin, here on behalf of Californians Together. We want to express our gratitude for including guidance for English learners, including long-term English learners. Making personal finance digestible and accessible for high-need students is critical, as these personal finance courses have the potential to uplift equity and help students navigate complex economic systems. Language access should not be a barrier to financial knowledge, and targeted instruction and guidance will help students build critical skills and make informed decisions. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Cynthia Tam from Native Finance Development Corporation. I have submitted my written comments, but I just want to congratulate the IQC and also the board for passing this very important curriculum guide. So thank you very much.
It appears our final,
Hello, my name is Lorraine Richards. I am representing teachers for California Teacher Association. CTA supports the Personal Finance Curriculum Guide, and we thank the State Board of Education and CDE staff for their hard work on this final version. As this process draws to a close, we want to elevate the importance of thoughtful and intentional implementation. How will this information be disseminated to local educators? And also, how will the teachers be informed about the changes? What kinds of support will provide to teachers, such as professional learning? Thank you for your consideration, and we look forward to future implementation and discussion. Thank you.
okay, that concludes in-person public comment. We will now move to public comment on the phone line.
Thank you. Caller ending in 1530, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now. Next caller ending in 8722, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You may begin your public comment. This concludes public comment for item 12.
All right. Going to board discussion and a motion. Any comments? May I have a motion? Member Rodriguez.
Yes, I'd like to, I was looking for the text. I'd like to move to approve the financial literacy curriculum.
And all that it says there.
Yes. So recommends, SB delegate approval. Finance curriculum guide.
Yes.
And should I read the rest of it, Brett? Okay. I would like to move the CDE recommendation to approve the personal finance curriculum guide.
Thank you.
I'll second, and I also just want to shout out appreciation for inclusion of looking at financial aid options for post-graduation options for after diploma. Thank you.
Terrific. Wonderful. With that, please call the roll.
Member Yoshimoto Tauri.
Very impressive. Yes.
Member Rodriguez.
Yes.
Member Patillo Brownson.
Yes.
Member Roscoe Gonzalez.
Yes.
Member Olken.
Yes.
Member Lewis. Yes. Vice President Glover Woods.
Yes.
Member Escobedo.
Yes.
President Darlene Hammond.
Yes.
Member Ajike. Yes. The motion carries.
Right. Yay. I'm going to recommend that those who need to take a break take one individually as needed, because I want to move on to item 13, which is a public hearing regarding the petition for the renewal of a charter school authorized by the California State Board of Education, the Bay Point Preparatory Academy in San Diego. And I know people have been waiting for a while to present their case, and there are others who want to call in, so I want to respect their patience as well. This item will be presented by Rick. I will just say that the California Department recommends that we approve the charter schools renewal petition with the technical amendments outlined below, which I'll note, for a term of 5 years beginning July 1, 2026 and ending June 30th, 2031. And then we must, in a separate motion, designate either the district or the county as the charter schools chartering authority. And this item will be presented by Rick Reyes of the CDE. I have a legislative appointment that will cause me to leave shortly, and I will be handing the gavel to our Vice President Glover Woods shortly. Thank you very much, Rick. Get us going.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, President Darling Hammond, Vice President Glover Woods, members of the board, Chief Deputy Superintendent Shapira, and Executive Director Allen. I am Rick Reyes, Director of the CDE Charter Schools Division, here to present item 13, the renewal petition for Bay Point Preparatory Academy San Diego, which is currently authorized by the SBE. As with so much of what we do, this presentation is riddled with abbreviations, so here's a quick preview of some of the ones that you'll see. I think they're all familiar, but just a little refresher. And because we have two types of appeals, I wanted to make sure to point out that this is what we commonly refer to as a de novo appeal, which is different from the abuse of discretion appeal. In this one, we are looking at the charter school itself and its program and its petition. We are not reviewing the process or the denial or the findings of the district. And in this case, there is no county, because after the district, this charter school comes straight to the state board. So you have somewhere between 1 and 4 decisions to make today for this item. First, to approve or deny the charter school's renewal. If you are moving to approve, you will also need to decide whether to accept the CDE's proposed technical amendments that are detailed in the item, and choose the length of the renewal term, because the charter school is eligible for 5, 6, or 7 years. And then after that, in a separate motion, you will need to designate either the district or the County Board of Education as the school's new chartering authority. Right? And we'll have this nicely laid out for you at the end. A quick summary of the issue and what brings us to today. In March 2018, Bay Point Preparatory Academy appealed to the state board and had their petition granted for a term of 5 years that was originally set to end in 2023. And then with some COVID pandemic related extensions, their term now was extended to this June 2026. Following the process laid out in Education Code, they first petitioned their local district, which was San Marcos Unified, sorry for the typo. And San Marcos Unified denied the charter school's renewal by a unanimous vote. And then following that, the charter school submitted their appeal to the SBE. I did want to note for you the findings of the district when they denied the charter school. They found that the petition did not contain reasonably comprehensive descriptions of each of the required elements from Education Code, that the petitioners failed to update the petition to reflect the current program offered by the charter school, and that the charter school is demonstrably unlikely to successfully implement the program set forth in the petition due to substantial fiscal factors. Our recommendation today is that you approve the charter school's renewal petition with the technical amendments that we propose in the item for a term of 5 years, which would begin July 1st, 2026 and end June 30th, 2031. We developed this recommendation based on the school's dashboard data, which places the school in a high-performing category under Education Code, which means the school is entitled to a presumption of renewal. And our recommendation for a 5-year term is based on the situation where the charter school will be transferred to a new chartering authority that they have not worked with before. And so in transferring oversight, we are recommending the shorter renewal term. The ACCS heard this appeal at the February meeting. There were 2 different motions made at that meeting. First was a motion to recommend that the board approve the renewal with the technical amendments proposed by the CDE for a term of 7 years. 4 of the 6 commissioners present voted in favor, 1 voted against, and 1 abstained. And the ACCS does require 5 votes to pass a motion, so that motion failed. After some discussion, a second motion was made to approve the SBE, or to approve the renewal with the technical amendments proposed by the CDE and without a recommended length for the charter term, and leaving that decision up to the board, and that motion passed with a vote of 5-1. Our standard of review, again, it is the de novo review, which Education Code summarizes as determining whether the renewal is consistent with sound educational practice and with the interests of the community in which the school is located. And along with that, we are required to consider the charter school's performance on dashboard state and local indicators. Education Code lays out 3 categories for renewal tracks for charter schools, and these categories are determined based on dashboard data. There's 2 criteria for each category. Criterion 1 is based on performance colors on the dashboard, school-wide performance colors for 2 years. Criterion 2 is based on the status or just single-year data for only the academic indicators school-wide and for the numerically significant student groups. And this one's also for 2 years. Quick review of Criterion 1, we won't spend too much time on because the school did not meet Criterion 1. Looking at Criterion 2, we only look at indicators and student groups that received a performance color. So for this school, we'll be looking at ELA and math. And we'll be looking at ELA and math school-wide, and then we'll also be looking at the student groups of the Hispanic students and socioeconomically disadvantaged students. Here we have 2 years of school-wide ELA and math data. sorry, a piece I left out. This criterion compares the school's data to the statewide average. And so here you have the school's status laid out side by side with the statewide averages, and you can see for both ELA and math for the past 2 years, the school scored higher than the statewide average. Moving into the student group data, here is just ELA, but broken down by student group. Again, the statewide average laid out next to the charter schools, and you can see in this one, the schools scored higher than the statewide average for all of those. And then for math, the same student groups, and it is higher for all of those. And based on that is how the school was determined, according to the criteria laid out in Education Code, to be a high-performing charter school, which entitles them to the presumption of renewal and makes them eligible for a renewal term of 5, 6, or 7 years. I did want to include the school's growth data for informational purposes. One, just so that you know what that data is for the school, and also as a new indicator. We thought you might be interested in seeing that. And so you can see the school received or achieved the accelerated level for both ELA and math. And then between 75 and 80% of students improving their scores. There is one subdivision in Education Code that lays out a possible denial for a high-performing charter school, which is the finding that the school is demonstrably unlikely to successfully implement the program set forth in petition due to substantial fiscal or governance factors, or that the school is not serving all pupils who wish to attend. Both of these findings would require a 30-day notice, reasonable opportunity to cure, and then more findings that their corrective action plan was unviable or had failed. Though Education Code lays out the presumptive renewal, we do conduct a thorough and comprehensive evaluation of the school and the petition. And so first, looking at the fiscal sustainability of the school, looking at the enrollment projections for the next the 7 years, we want to note that the growth that they are projecting is large, but also we've been working with this school for 7 years as their oversight entity, and we've seen them adjust to enrollment fluctuations in the past, and they do have adequate reserves should these projections not pan out. Their current fiscal position, their most recent independent audit report received an unqualified status, an ending fund balance of about $1.6 million, which is roughly 44% of their total expenditures. And for their first interim budget report for the current year, they are projecting to end this year with a little over $1.7 million, which would be roughly 56% of their total expenditures. And just for a frame of reference, our MOU with all SBE authorized charter schools recommends at least 5% reserves. Looking at their projections moving forward for the next 3 years, we see forecasting operating surpluses and increasing reserves, and so we've concluded that the charter school is fiscally sustainable. The school, since it opened in 2018, has been under the authority of the state board, and with the CDE Charter Schools Division conducting oversight on your behalf, and the charter school has been in good standing throughout that time. We do want to note for you that the school did receive one letter of concern in July 2021. This was following a change in law, SB 126, that enacted several transparency requirements that charter schools had not previously been subject to. And while the school did adopt a conflict of interest policy as they were required to do, many charter schools had some confusion over who the appropriate approving body was supposed to be. And so the school did not have the appropriate approval. And when we issued the letter of concern, they resolved the issue the following month. Besides that, or after that, we have no outstanding concerns. And over the course of the term, we've found the charter school to be in compliance with its charter and the MOU between the state board and them. I'm noting again the technical amendments that are detailed in the item. These amendments do not make any material changes to the program. They're simply updates to assurances and references to statute, often just the letter or number of the subdivision or paragraph, and then the inclusion of the street address to the charter school's facility. We did review all 15 required charter elements, elements that are required by law, and with the technical amendments that we detail in the item, we find them to be reasonably comprehensive. And these elements include a description of the educational program, measurable pupil outcomes, descriptions of governance and student missions, among several others. So our conclusion is that with the school meeting the requirements for a presumptive renewal as a high-performing charter, and because we did not find a basis for denying the renewal, the CDE recommends that the SBE approve the charter school's renewal petition for a term of 5 years beginning July 1st, 2026 and ending June 30th, 2031, with the technical amendments detailed in the item. All right. Of course, we'll be here to answer any questions you have for us. And then I believe we're moving on to the school now, right?
Thank you, Rick. Thank you very much. At this time, we are going to open the public hearing, and the public hearing is open at 4:56 p.m. We will first hear from the representatives for the petitioner, Bay Point Preparatory Academy, San Diego, and they will have 10 minutes to make their presentation. Following the Bay Point presentation, we will then hear from the representatives of San Marcos Unified School District, should they choose to present. And they will have 10 minutes to make their presentation. After the presentation, we will open up the phone line for public comment from individuals who were not a part of either presentation. Petitioners, you may begin. You have 10 minutes to present.
Thank you. Thank you, President Darling Hammond, Vice President Woods, and members of the board. My name is Frank Aguaro. I am the CEO and co-founder of Bay Point Preparatory Academy. We also want to thank CDE staff for 7 years of hard work and partnership, as well as ACCS commissioners for their thoughtful deliberation and being part of the process that brings us before you today. We're here to present our request for a 7-year charter renewal and excited to share our story. Out of 1,300 charter schools, only 135, 10%, have been academically high performing for 3 consecutive years. Bay Point is one of these charter schools. We will share how we accomplished this and provide some background with data in this presentation. We believe this 3-year academic high performance is strong evidence to support a 7-year renewal term. With respect to enrollment demographic data, this is the most recent data we have for both the district and the state. Bay Point's demographic enrollment mirrors the state's demographics more closely than the district. This slide demonstrates Bay Point's 3-year demographic growth in these significant subgroups. Statistically, schools with growing populations in these subgroups trend lower academically. At Bay Point, all students, including the most vulnerable students, are supported to achieve an equitable, academically high outcome. Our only student group that decreased was our English learners as a result of reclassifying 13% of those students. We do continue to track all students for 4 years, all the reclassified students for 4 years. Here are the most recent CAS results compared to schools Bay Point students would otherwise go to. Quite often we receive students at a grade or 2 behind these subjects, hence our emphasis and our communication in the community that we do not have a year in a child's life to waste. This slide speaks to Bay Point's ELA growth based on the most recent dashboard data. As shown on the school's dashboard, 76% of Bay Point students not only demonstrated a high percentage of improvement, but also showed strong score growth compared with similar students statewide. Likewise, in math, there was 77% student growth from prior year on the most recent dashboard data. These distance from standard performance slides further supports our request for a 7-year charter renewal term. So how did we achieve this growth? We implemented programmatic changes and academic enhancements. We changed how we use iReady data to drive our growth. We now use the diagnostic tool rather than, we now use it as a diagnostic tool rather than a summative tool to drive our instruction. And then we increase the professional development to allow teachers to use the data to further instructional planning and review days. We also implemented a looping model, and this is grades 1 through 5. This is where the teachers follow the same group of students over multiple years. We brought science into the classroom rather than push in, so that really helped with our science scores. And then we have an ELOP program that is staff run, and that enhances also classroom work. Our teachers implement our before and after school care tutoring, that's every day. And our grades 6 through 8 rotate classes based on core subjects. We've also facilitated the interim assessments as well. Our record shows a trend of increased enrollment, albeit with a substantial drop in 2024 as a result of this programmatic change that was described in the last slide. These program changes were implemented in 2023. We actually went from an enrollment budget of 277 students to a revised budget of 162 students prior to the fall of 2024, a loss of over 100 students. Again, associated with the programmatic change and the subsequent fallout from that change. Although unpopular, the change has served students academically at a much higher rate, as evidenced in the preceding distance from standard slides. The purple bar now shows our current enrollment. We were trending a steady growth prior to the drop, and then resumed that growth after the drop, as evidenced in our current enrollment and the large waitlisted students for this upcoming fall. In addition to our 3 years of high academic performance, Bay Point's governance has been consistently in good standing for the past 7 years, as documented by CDE. A question was brought up regarding board meetings and a quorum of the board not being met for some of the board meetings. For clarification purposes, all board meetings met the quorum requirements. The question was actually a teleconferencing rule interpretation. Once informed, our board, in full transparency, reconvened, reviewed, discussed, and ratified the agenda action items. In addition to our 3 years of high academic performance, Bay Point's financials have been consistently in good standing for the past 7 years, as documented by CDE. Our governance and financial good standing supports our request for a 7-year renewal term. This slide provides Bay Point's leadership team's educational, business, and charter experience. Bay Point's success is further strengthened because of the dedicated and extensive experience of our teaching and student support teams. And further supporting students, we've implemented a healthy food initiative. This is a critical resource for many of our Bay Point families, and school safety and security is our top priority. Thanks to the arts grant, we've been able to implement theater and dance programs. This further helps support the whole child. We also have an archery program. This is unique to the San Diego area, and the team holds 2 national qualifications. Archery is open to grades 4 through 8. Bay Point is actively engaging the community by hosting many school events, as well as various activities to support individuals in need. We host an annual event honoring veterans, many over 100 years old, as well as honoring our first responders. Just another way we model kindness and get the students engaged in their community. Our relationship with San Diego County of Education has been strong and long-lasting. We have ongoing active collaboration with LCAP and ELOP to ensure goals are data-driven. We work together on the induction program, as well as CTC with teacher assignments and monitoring. We partner, and they've been really helpful with respect to partnering with us regarding SARB and SART, and we work closely with them on the community schools grant. We're actually very proud that we were asked to present at San Diego County Office of Education ELOP meetings regarding our effective practices and extracurricular initiatives. That just happened recently. So our longstanding strategic partnership with San Diego County Office of Ed does elevate the quality of our instruction and program. Based on this longstanding partnership, we're requesting authorization oversight by San Diego County Office of Education if our charter renewal is approved. In recent communication with Kristen Armatis, Executive Director for the Charter Schools Services at San Diego County of Education, quote, SDCOE has the statutory capacity to assume that role and would carry out its responsibilities consistent with law, unquote. Additionally, quote, if SBE members inquire about oversight transitions, it would be accurate to state that SDCOE fulfills its role in accordance with state law and stands ready to implement any action directed by SBE, unquote. At Bay Point, we strongly believe we don't have a year in a child's life to waste. That and our mission statement are what drives every decision we make, from governance to finance to academics, starting at the top of the board of directors all the way to the child in the classroom. Based on 3 years of consecutive years as an academically high-performing charter school, as well as Education Code Section 47607C, we believe Bay Point meets the criteria for a 7-year charter renewal term. As documented by CDE, Bay Point has been compliant in all 3 areas for 7 years. Based on the renewal criteria, if 3 years of high academics combined with 7 years of sound governance and 7 years of sound financials doesn't meet the criteria, what further steps are necessary to receive a 7-year renewal term? Thank you on behalf of Bay Point Preparatory Academy, San Diego's students, teachers, staff, and parents.
Thank you. Thank you very much. At this time, I'd like to ask if there is anyone from San Marcos Unified School District in the room that would like to present. Okay. Seeing none, let's proceed to public comment. We will now open the phone line for public comment. Public comment is limited to 1 minute and is for people who were not part of the presentations. Members of the public wishing to provide comment on this item may do so by calling the telephone number and using the access code provided on the slide that is now being shown. We encourage you to please state your name and affiliation for the record. Please remember to turn down the speaker volume of your computers if you are following the live feed. Speakers will be limited to 1 minute each. Where speakers require interpretation, 2 minutes will be provided. Do we have any speakers signed up to provide public comment in person?
There are no speakers signed up for in-person public comment.
Thank you. Is there anyone waiting to provide public comment on the phone line?
Yes. I will open the phone line now. Caller with the last 4 digits, 1530. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Hi, my name is Elizabeth Miller, and I'm a parent of 2 students at Bay Point Academy, one in TK and one in 4th grade, who has been at Bay Point since kindergarten. I support the 7-year renewal of Bay Point Preparatory Academy's charter. Our family appreciates the small class sizes, concern for safety, and personalized curriculum based on students' individual needs, especially challenging our high-performing students. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller ending in 8722. Please start your public comment.
Good afternoon. My name is Brisa Loreto. I'm the parent of a student at TK at Bay Point Academy. I support the 7-year renewal. This is a great school. It has exceptional teachers, outstanding education. I'm a parent of 4 kids, and I wish I would have found Bay Point sooner with 3 of my kids attending public school. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller ending in 3587. Please start your public comment.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Perpich. I'm the father of a student in TK. I support the 7-year renewal of Bay Point Academy's charter renewal application. My daughter has thrived at Bay Point. It is a joy for her to go to school every day. And actually, we found Bay Point because of a referral of another family that was already going there. And we've recommended a couple of our friends. And so we are thrilled with the school and really hope that you guys approve the 7-year renewal. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller ending in 3271, please start your public comment.
Hi, my name is Nellie Hernandez. I'm a parent of a 5th and a 7th grader, and I strongly support the Bay Point 7-year charter renewal. My boys have been attending Bay Point Academy since its inception. Although we had other schools options closer to our home, which is in Escondido, and Bay Point is in San Marcos, it's a long drive, but we have continued to choose Bay Point because we truly believe in the teachers, the staff, and the leadership. The care, guidance, and support they provide to students and families is something special. The staff is dedicated, and it shows the way they support our children both academically and personally. Our family is grateful for everything Bay Point Academy has done for our boys. We're proud to be part of Bay Point family, and I hope the school is granted the opportunity to continue serving students and families for many more years, in this case, 7 more years. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller ending in 7219, please start your public comment.
Hi, my name is Andy Laredo. I support the 7-year renewal for Bay Point. My son has been thriving at this school, and I believe it's in direct correlation of the wonderful teacher and staff. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller ending in 7555, you may begin.
Good afternoon, board members. My name is Sarah, and I'm in 6th grade at Bay Point. I've been at Bay Point since kindergarten, and this school feels like my second home. Everyone here knows me and cares about me. My teachers have always believed in me, pushed me to do my best, and supported me when things were hard. Bay Point has helped me to learn so much, not just in school, but about believing in myself. Because of Bay Point, I found archery, which has changed my life. I've qualified for nationals 3 years in a row. For the past 3 semesters, I've also been part of theater, and it has helped me grow so much. Being on stage helped me become more confident, speak up, and believe in myself in a whole new way. Bay Point gave me a place where it's okay to try and make mistakes and grow. I want to thank Ms. Char, Mr. Frank, and all my teachers for always being there for me and for believing in us, even when we don't always believe in ourselves. Ms. Char's door is always open to us, and we can always talk to her about anything. Bay Point is a family, and I'm really proud to be part of it. Please approve Bay Point's petition for 7 years so that other students can have the same chances I've had and feel as supported and loved as I do. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Next caller ending in 9864, you may begin.
Good afternoon, board members. My name is Kalia, and I'm in 7th grade. I have been a student at Bay Point since 5th grade, and this school has given me many opportunities to grow and succeed. I love Bay Point because it encourages students to try new things and believe in themselves. I participate in archery, and last year I was proud to being ranked number 1 in the state for middle school girls. I have been to nationals twice, and I'll be going for my 3rd year next month. I am also involved in theater and the leadership team, which have helped me build confidence, responsibility, and teamwork. I also participated in the annual Veterans event in November, which taught me respect and appreciation for those who have served our country. At Bay Point, I have the opportunity to be mentored by amazing people like Ms. Char, Ms. B, and Mr. Frank that will carry through for years to come. I respectfully ask for your support to approving the petition renewal for 7 years so students like me can continue to learn, grow, and have these meaningful opportunities. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next caller ending in 7643, please start your public comment.
Good evening, members of the California State Board of Education. My name is Zach Wolf, and I'm here today in strong support of Bay Point Preparatory Academy San Diego's 7-year charter renewal. I've worked in charter school fiscal services across California for the past 12 years, including 7 years in close partnership with Bay Point. During that time, our team at Creative Back Office has worked closely with Bay Point's board and school leadership to provide accurate, transparent, and reliable financial reporting. Based on my experience, I can say confidently that Bay Point's board and leadership are among the most committed and operationally sound I have worked with. Financial decisions are discussed in detail with both the board and back office, ensuring strong fiscal controls, accountability, and long-term sustainability. This reflects a clear commitment to transparency and responsible financial management. From a financial and governance perspective, Bay Point is a well-run organization that plans thoughtfully for the future while keeping students at the center of its work. I respectfully urge you to approve Bay Point Preparatory Academy San Diego's 7-year charter renewal. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Next caller ending in 5251, you may begin.
Hi, my name is Susanna Diaz. I'm the mom of a third grader here at Bay Point. My son was having highly behavioral issues in public schools to the point that he was traumatized, refused to go, and he has now found Bay Point and he looks at it as a family. He loves it here. He's academically thriving. He is at grade level. He loves it here. He will refuse to go back to a public school and has stated very clearly that he will rather be homeschooled than go back and leave Bay Point. I highly suggest that you support the 7-year academic renewal for this school. They have done life-altering things for my child. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller ending in 4518, you may begin.
Hello, my name is Ricardo Rolon, and I strongly support the 7-year renewal of Bay Point Charter Academy. I am the uncle to a third grader as well as a big brother to a TK student. I've seen both of them grow and be academically learning so many times within this charter school, and I strongly support it. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Next caller ending in 4469, please start your public comment.
Hi, my name is Priscilla Nelson, and I have a student that attends Bay Point. He started when he was in first grade. He is now in the 7th grade. Before we found out about Bay Point, we were trying to get him in a public school. The principal of the school told us that because he had an IEP, that kids wouldn't understand what he was saying because my baby couldn't talk. But once we got him to Bay Point, Mr. Frank and his angels, the staff there, they helped my baby. And my baby, like I said, is now in the 7th grade, and he completed the speech. You can understand everything that he says, and that's because of Mr. Frank and staff. And so I support the 7-year renewal of Bay Point, the renewal. My granddaughter, she will be coming in for kindergarten in a couple of years. So if there was a way they could get longer than 7 years, that would be amazing, because Bay Point is clearly not just a home for our children, but it's a safe place. And that's what we need. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next caller ending in 9336, please begin.
Yes, hello. My name is Eva Cantola. My daughter, Oleana, is a 4th grader who is thriving now at Bay Point. So I firmly and strongly support Bay Point's Preparatory Academy 7-year renewal plan. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Next caller ending in 9221, please begin.
Good evening, board members. I'm Galel Fajardo, chair of the governing board at Bay Point Preparatory Academy. As the son of Honduran immigrants and a parent who's chosen charter schools for my own children, I understand the transformative power of education that believes in every child's potential. I choose to volunteer my time at Bay Point because of its mission. Bay Point builds discipline, accountability, and resilience in our children, not just for academic achievement, but character and critical thinking that serve these students for life. At Bay Point, we serve many underserved students, English learners, families facing economic challenges. That's where I came from as a child and as an adult. I really believe students need someone to believe in them. The results are clear in our academic performance and how our students carry themselves with confidence and purpose. You have a great opportunity to continue supporting a school that's preparing the next generation of leaders who will strengthen our entire community, and I respectfully urge you to renew Bay Point Preparatory Academy's charter for the next 7 years. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next caller ending in 8722, please begin. Okay, this concludes public comment for item 13.
Thank you very much, and thank you to all who called in, and especially the students who called in. As they were speaking, I just thought about the seeds of civic engagement. So again, we appreciate the public comment. Now I'd like to turn to the liaisons. I'll first turn over to Member Olken to provide some comments, and then I'll provide comments after her. Member Olken?
Have we concluded the public hearing?
No, we have not, but we will right now. Thank you very much. Given that there's no other public comment, I hereby close the public hearing at 5:20 p.m. Thank you, Member Olken. And now we will begin board discussion, beginning with Member Olken and her comments. Thank you.
Thank you. I just wanted to start by saying it's always such a pleasure to hear about a school that's doing such good work on behalf of kids and families. The fact that this has been a state board authorized school all these years makes me really proud. I also want to note, just remind us that based on the criteria by which we're supposed to make our decision, this is a high-performing charter school, one of only 10% in the state, which is a presumption of approval. And, there are very few times when a school can be approved for more than 5 years, and this is one of them. And so I would like us to consider that. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Olken. And I'll just add for our consideration in our board discussion, just underscoring again the high-performing category that this charter school is designated in. And just a reminder that CDE recommends a 5-year renewal, but the reasons for the renewal was the fact that they would have a new authorizer. And I think we know that based on our the presentations, there is a relationship already with Bay Point Charter, and if San Diego County Office of Ed is selected to be an authorizer, if this charter is renewed, there is an established relationship there. So to Member Olken's point, I just underscore there is the opportunity to provide the 7-year term. So I just want to lift that up, and I support that as well. So let's move into board discussion. At this time, are there any board members that would like to make a comment or any comments or questions? Yes, Member Patella-Brownson.
So the presentation was very impressive, and all of the data from the PowerPoint as well as the public comment. I just wanted to confirm if there are any statutory guidelines that sort of trigger one way or another about a extension of 5 versus 7 years, or is that a discretionary decision?
Thank you, Rick. Thanks for coming to the microphone.
Statute does not lay out criteria for the length of the term. Just once they are in that high-performing track, they're eligible for 5, 6, or 7 years.
Thank you. Member Rodriguez.
Yes, I just want to thank the presenters and the callers. I was really moved and inspired by the testimony that the students and parents all gave. So thanks for making my day.
Thank you, Member Rodriguez. Are there any other comments from board members? Comments or questions? Okay, hearing none, may we have a motion? And just a reminder, board, we would have possibly 2 motions. The first motion would be whether to renew the charter, and if so, that motion needs to include the technical amendments if we were adding that in, as well as the term. And once that is done, if that is passed, then we would have a second motion to designate the authorizer for the school. So, Member Olken, I see your hand. Please go right ahead.
I'm happy to make a motion. I move that we approve the charter school's renewal petition for a term of 7 years with the technical amendments proposed by CDE in the item.
Thank you. May I have a second? Member Rodriguez has seconded. Thank you very much. It's been moved and seconded. And Brooks, please call the roll.
Member Yoshimoto-Tari.
Yes.
Member Rodriguez.
Yes.
Member Patillo-Brownson.
Yes.
Member Orozco-Gonzalez.
Yes.
Member Olken.
Yes.
Member Lewis.
Yes.
Vice President Glover Woods.
Yes.
Member Escobedo.
Yes.
Member Ejike.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you very much. Now we will, yes. Now we'll need to take up another motion, and this would be to designate either the district or San Diego County Office of Education as the charter school's chartering authority. And we did hear from the petitioner that their request and desire would be San Diego County Office of Education. Do I have a motion on that area? Oh, thank you, Member Olken.
I move that we delegate San Diego County Office of Education as the authorizer for Bay Point Academy.
Thank you.
No second.
Thank you, Member Escobedo. It's been moved by Member Olken, seconded by Member Escobedo. Brooks, please call the roll.
Member Yoshimoto-Tari.
Yes.
Member Rodriguez.
Yes.
Member Patillo-Brownson.
Yes.
Member Orozco-Gonzalez.
Yes.
Member Olken.
Yes.
Member Lewis.
Yes.
Vice President Glover Woods.
Yes.
Member Escobedo.
Yes.
Member Ejike. Motion carries.
Thank you. Thank you, Rick, for the presentation. Thank you for everyone who spoke in relation to this item. And I hereby continue the meeting, do I? And end today's session at 5:26 p.m. and look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Thank you.